Chapter 351. Where is the Rainbow Bridge heading? The strategy of destroying the Earth Asgard. On the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, with a large sword in both hands, retracted his gaze and thought, Karmatag's newly promoted supreme mage is really extraordinary. It was only a hidden prying that was noticed by the other party. Maybe I can stand side by side with Odin in the future. Heimdall praised. Geir's strength is undoubted, but his successors may not have their own achievements. This is like Odin's name, Megatron 9 realms. But his son Saul often pulls his hips. One of the few powerhouses in the Atrium world is the supreme mage of Karmatag. Heimdall thought so. He had watched the battle for supreme mage that had been broadcast live throughout the universe before, and he thought he knew something about Luke's strength. No matter who took Strange, broke into alone, facing Mephisto. Later, he fought the big devil and won the victory, which left a deep impression on the Asgard goalkeeper. It's just that this crisis in the Atrium world can't be solved by a single person. As Odin's confidant, Heimdall is responsible for guarding Asgard's gates to all realms. With a pair of mysterious eyes to observe the 9 realms, he naturally understands many unknown secrets. Among them, Kull the Odin, the brother of Odin, the former king of Asgard, who has been wiped out. This was a secret that Saul didn't know about. Of course, there were too many things he was kept in the dark. The life experience of the younger sister, the existence of the older sister, the father turned against his own brother. In this way, Asgard, the big family, is really noisy. Brother-sister disharmony can be regarded as a fine tradition left over from the previous generation. Heimdall, let me pass. After thinking about it, the Asgard goalkeeper saw Thor and Loki, as well as his followers, the 3 warriors of the Immortal Palace, and the childhood sweetheart Sif. This team of people walked onto the Rainbow Bridge in mighty force. The headed Thor waved his arm and motioned to Heimdall to let go. Don't you know Odin's order? Close the fairy palace and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving Asgard. The gatekeeper was expressionless, his tall figure resembling a mountain, blocking the front of Thor and others. Father shouldn't do this. He taught us from an early age that Asgard is the protector of the 9 realms. Saul speaks righteously. His eyes are open, and his words are full of power. Now that there is a crisis in the Atrium world, whether I am the son of Odin or the Avenger, I should go and help. Heimdall still shook his head, indifferent to Saul's sincere request. He is only loyal to the king of Asgard. Odin's will is greater than anything else. Unless Thor immediately succeeds to the throne, he has no power to command himself. Odin is for your own good. Saul, you shouldn't doubt him. Doubt your father. Considering his usual relationship with Saul, Heimdall said one more thing. Thor and Doki Kerr, the lives of these 2 people, because of the curse and prophecy, are tightly bound together and cannot be divided or cut off. If one person dies, the other person will die too. Odin is left with Saul. He is the only heir. Although his son's performance was not satisfactory, the king of Asgard remained patient and taught slowly, waiting for the day when he was successful. After all, the eldest daughter was rebellious, and Loki was picked up. If you give up Thor, try another tuber again. On the one hand, they are getting older and unable to do what they want. On the other hand, Odin has little confidence in his family education. If the new number is worse than Saul, wouldn't it be a burst of mentality? I remember my father said that no matter how threatened we are gods. We must lead mortals, give due shelter and guards. Saul was very stubborn and didn't listen at all. He has friends and lovers in the Atrium world. How could it be possible to sit back and watch the crisis happen and destruction arrive? Asgard is as strong as steel, and will always be unbeatable and unbeatable. Saul said loudly, like a brave warrior with great wishes and passion. That's why residents of other worlds, they will surrender to us. And while accepting asylum, they will show respect and admiration. But now, we turned a blind eye to the Atrium world, and even took the initiative to close the battle and retract to the fairy palace. Boom! Saul hadn't finished speaking, and saw clouds gathering in the clear sky. The dazzling electric light ran across, making a loud noise. Next moment, the 8-legged horses like lightning, flying across the dark high sky, appearing in everyone's eyes. Wearing a golden armor, the imposing god king of the 9 realms looked down below. Sol, why are you defying my orders? Odin swept Loki, who was silent, with a stern look in his eyes. The latter trembled and lowered his head. In his opinion, Saul might have been bewitched by Loki. The eldest son is too lack of thinking and distinguishing ability, and is always led by the nose by the second daughter. Throughout Asgard, everyone supported Thor on the throne, but he only cared about what his sister wanted. I'm really disappointed. Thinking of this, Odin felt even more angry. Father Almighty, King of Asgard, please forgive my fault. Thorang raised his head and wanted to argue. Who knows, being pushed by Loki, he understands the meaning, so he has to bow his head first. But father, we should not abandon the earth. Let the atrium world be attacked by darkness. Thor's retreat was just to start a charge again. He was just as Odin expected. After exile on the earth, he suffered all the hardships and learned courage and persistence. But this excellent quality is a bit outdated. Are you teaching me to do things? Odin's one eye radiated a sharp light. The powerful force surging all over made the 3 warriors of the immortal palace and Sifu kneel on their legs and yielded. Are you teaching me how to be a qualified king? Sol, answer me, Odin asked coldly. The dark sky resounded with a roar of thunder, which seemed to express the inner anger of the king. Father, I meant to say. Saul was silent for a moment, then squeezed Mjolnir, trying hard to explain. But Odin interrupted him with a big wave. You don't know what the crisis the atrium world needs to face. That is the serpent, Kur, Asgards of fear. An ancient man who should be sleeping and imprisoned. Odin shouted sternly. The electric light behind his back dazzling, and the thunder sounded more frightening. His awakening means that the 9 realms will fall into darkness. The horn of war has sounded, and you, the future king of Asgard, are still thinking about the mortals on earth. Sol, you disappointed me so much. The atrium world is a bargaining chip that must be sacrificed. Take a closer look. Haven't you discovered that the energy center of the Rainbow Bridge is filling www.untlenovel.com? The direction it is aimed at is the Earth. Thor turned his head abruptly, his eyes flashed with lightning, and he looked at Heimdall. It seems to be a questioning, it seems to be a verification. The latter nodded helplessly, confirming that Odin's words were true. Father, are you going to destroy the earth? Saul's voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with shocked expressions of disbelief. He had never thought that Megatron 9 Realms, the supremely glorious god king of Asgard, would act so coldly. The Rainbow Bridge removes space barriers that can break through all walks of life, transports troops, and transmits individuals. It is a world-destroying weapon that can destroy the planet. The hometown of the frost giant, Jotunheim, once lost a quarter of its land under the bombardment of the Rainbow Bridge. If Laufey did not surrender, Odin did not mind letting the 9 worlds go to one less. He has this confidence and this power. Yes, cool. The serpent will wake up from the earth. Odin nodded, without denying it. There are billions of lives in the atrium world, and the fear they provide is enough to make the serpent an unstoppable, powerful god. Only before he fully regains his strength and destroys the hotbed that provides nutrition, can Asgard's safety be guaranteed. Getting an answer, Saul lowered his head feebly, his throat rolled, wanting to continue talking. After a while, he said painfully, billions of lives. Are you going to kill all humans and become a butcher? Shut up. You are the future king. You only need to be responsible to the people of Asgard. You don't need to worry about the life and death of other worlds. Odin scolded again, with a disappointed expression of hatred for iron and steel. It's all Loki's fault. She broke Sol. Chapter 352. It's the world's fault for the father's kindness and the son's filial piety. Feeling Odin's fierce gaze, Loki couldn't help but move quietly, retreating behind Sol. The king of Asgard was burning with anger, ready to find a hapless guy to vent his emotions. It was undoubtedly a dead end to hit him at this time. Father, I am also very disappointed in you. Saul was a little unacceptable, and the flashing eyes of the lightning couldn't help dimming. The image of Odin in his heart has always been a brilliant, wise and powerful, kind and wise great king. But the answer just now ruthlessly pierced Sol's illusion. Presumptuous, Odin shouted angrily, and a thick thunder fell from the sky and blasted towards Sol. The latter subconsciously raised the Mjolnir in his hand, but was shocked to realize that the handheld weapon that was swung like an arm in the past was so heavy that it was difficult to lift it. Boom! The thunder light is like a dragon, spreading its teeth and dancing claws, tightly wrapped around Thor's tall body. Mjolnir is an honor I bestow on you. Odin's icy gaze, looking down from a high altitude, carries a complex meaning of contempt and loss. I can give it to you, or I can take it away. Kang dang. Mjolnir fell on the rainbow bridge. Stop responding to Thor's call. After losing his weapon, he was covered in layers of heavy shackles. The hot thunder light hit the body surface, like a needle stick, with a continuous tingling sensation. Despite this, Sol still did not succumb. The Avengers, girlfriend Jane. The familiar figure flashed through his mind. The muscles of his arms bulged up like a ridged hill. Suddenly exerted strength, roared, and broke free from the shackles of thunderlight. Odin was slightly surprised, and turned into joy, teasing, Sol, you finally realize that you are the of thunder and not the of hammers. Father, please give me a chance. Let me go to the Atrium world. Breaking free from the thunder shackles, Thor no longer rebelled against Odin, but knelt on one knee and lowered his head. He already wanted to understand that rashly confronting the king of Asgard would have no good results. Really stubborn, Odin shook his head, and said to Loki, take you stupid and reckless brother who never knows how to focus on the future, drag me down. Destroying the earth is not just to protect Asgard, but also to protect you, Sol. Maybe you today cannot understand the decision I made. After that, you will understand when you sit in this position. A qualified king must know how to change his identity. Facing his people, be kind and majestic. Facing his enemies, respond with toughness and violence. Guarding the 9 realms and guarding the Atrium world is a responsibility, but not an obligation. When necessary, we can abandon responsibility. Understand? After Odin sighed, he did not want to continue confronting Thor again, wasting time. He waved Gungnir, and the power of the runes turned into heavy metal chains, binding his rebellious eldest son firmly. Asgard's almighty father, the supreme god king of the 9 realms, really wanted to get angry, and Thor couldn't resist. Chikai's seemingly reciprocal father-son confrontation is just Odin showing mercy to his son's men. Sol, I can't help you, so just accept this cruel reality. Loki shrugged and winked at the 3 warriors of the immortal palace who were kneeling on the ground. In Asgard, Odin's will is above all else, and no one can violate it. Go to the lower level prison of the fairy palace. Let this mad and reckless man reflect on himself. The wrinkles on Odin's face seemed to be deeper. To destroy a world with your own hands requires a strong enough psychological quality. In the face of the wailing of billions of dead souls, without a cold, hard heart, it is impossible to make such a decision. Father, you are a cold-blooded butcher, you. Odin glanced coldly. The power of the runes surgingly changed, and the strip of metal sealed Thor's mouth. In his opinion, there is no overnight grudge between father and son. Sol didn't understand it now, just because he was too young. Time will dilute everything. The long life of the Azaprotos will make him forget the human woman in the Atrium world, and it will also make him forget the blue planet that has turned into dust. The 3 warriors of the immortal palace lifted up the struggling Thor, and gradually walked away. Heimdall, how is the process of filling the rainbow bridge with energy? After getting rid of his disobedient son, Odin descended high and landed on the bridge. 60%. It will take about a day or so. Heimdall replied. The rainbow bridge is Asgard's ultimate weapon. It can extract the huge energy of the world tree, tear apart space barriers, and carry out fixed-point transmission. Similarly, it can also use this destructive force to razor and crush a planet. Very good. Sol doesn't know how powerful Cure is, nor does he understand how terrifying the fear of billions of creatures will become after the serpent wakes up. Odin sighed helplessly. His elder brother, the of fear, cool, became brutal, aggressive and bloodthirsty after he took the throne. At that time, Asgard, Azaprotos, and Warner Protos each had many gods. As a result, Enetherd died in the hands of Oki-Kur, like the of the storm, the of the sky, the of the forest, etc. Cool the serpent used their bones to forge 8 hammers of fear. In order to prevent the continuation of his brother's atrocities, Odin went to the bottom of the world tree, sacrificed one of his eyes, and hung upside down under the tree for 9 days and 9 nights. Eventually get enlightenment and get the power of Rune. After returning to Asgard, Odin held Gangland rode an 8-legged horse. Unite the Protosovers and the Protoss of Warner to defeat the serpent Cool completely, and ascend to the throne with the support of everyone. This period of history was later erased by him. Except for his wife Frigga, there is also a veteran like Heimdall. No one knows about this. Therefore, Saul didn't know that he had an uncle who had never been masked. Everything is for Asgard. The gatekeeper said so. Odin nodded, seemingly tired, ready to return to the fairy palace. Just as he turned his direction, he took the reins again and turned his head to look at the center of the rainbow bridge. The magic spark cuts the space and draws a channel. DSK, I said it a long time ago, let you hurry up. There was a clear voice with a smile, as if complaining about someone. Dragging and dragging until now, I missed a wonderful show of father's kindness and filial piety. Immediately afterwards, a thicker and rougher voice sounded. How could I do anything to my father? I will always respect him and support him from the bottom of my heart. Really? I heard that you were exiled to Earth in the original universe because you ran into Odin, saying that he was a short-sighted bad old man, an old fool who lost his courage. Luke walked out of the space tunnel, teasing the fat house Thor behind. Asgard has not only the fine tradition of brothers-sisters discord, but also the excellent family tradition of father and son filial piety. Dad beating his son is commonplace. But from Hela to Sol, Odin's bloodline almost beat his father, who would call them the same stubbornness, the same arrogance, the same refusing to give in. It can be said that the father is kind to the son female filial piety, and they fist directly when they meet. www.mentalnovel.com. The reason why they are almost is mainly because of the strength gap between each other. Otherwise, Luke has no doubt that Sol, or Hela, they can learn to be a dutiful son. Alsace. My son, when you were born, the whole Asgard forest was whispering your name, Sol Odinson. He even prepared his lines for Odin, and waited for Frostmourne. It's a pity that Sol used a hammer. Luke has some regrets. Supreme Mage. Odin's eyes narrowed slightly, sitting on the 8-legged horse. He looked condescendingly. This young man who succeeded Yi. Yes, Asgard's almighty father. Can you give me a reasonable explanation? Luke walked to the rainbow bridge with a calm face, a gentle smile, and a talkative character. What's the explanation? Odin asked knowingly. Without the consent of any official organization or government on the Earth, we will take a destructive blow on our planet, our homeland, for a long time, without authorization. Luke asked lightly. This is a cruel and more despising act than genocide. Odin narrowed his eyes. He couldn't feel the overly powerful magic wave from the body of the Supreme Mage Luke, at least compared to Yi. The opponent is much worse. Then are you going to accuse me? Use the laws of the Earth to send me to the trial bench? Odin sneered and asked back. The motor boy is also worthy to speak out in front of him. Then there is nothing to talk about. Luke curled his lips and narrowed his smile. Why do you have to force a pacifist to use violence? It's the world's fault. Chapter 353. How does the Supreme Master fight with his fists? Odin is not a good person. Although he looks like a kind old man, at most some stubbornness, arrogance, and arrogance. But this is only the surface. Odin has lived a long life. He has experienced enough power struggles, cruel fights, year-round battles, and finally into old age. Asgard's chariot gradually stopped its speeding pace. Therefore, He wanted to become a benevolent, wise monarch in the history of later generations, leave a good reputation. The existence of the elder brother Erosh and the eldest daughter Hela were all erased. Only the beautiful legends that have been whitewashed are spread as stories. Few people today will mention how Odin treated his enemies when Asgard opened up its territory. At that time, he was a famous war madman among the 9 realms. Of course, this black pot finally fell on Hela's head. It's like Odin stabbed his brother in the back for Asgard, for love and peace. He can always find the right excuse to wash away the blood on his hands. From this point of view, Odin did meet the conditions of the king. I remember that your reason for rebelling against Kull, the serpent, is that he is too cruel and will take Asgard into the abyss of destruction. Luke walked over the rainbow bridge step by step, and Heimdall stood in front of him, assuming a vigilant posture of guard and guard. The Lord Odin, who can replace him as the new king, doesn't seem to be much better than his brother. Or, in your eyes, the lives of other worlds are not worth mentioning. Only Asgard has the right to survive. Facing Luke's questioning, Odin was silent. But the complicated mood lasted only a moment, then disappeared. Compared to Sol's life and Asgard's survival, the moral burden on his heart is so insignificant. Odin was very decisive, not entangled. He raised Gangle in his hand and pointed his spear at the 2 young supreme mage. I will not justify my actions, right or wrong. Even if the Ancient One is here today, it can't prevent the Earth from perishing. As the most powerful top powerhouse in the 9-star regions, Odin and Gaia are on the same level, sitting firmly in the top 2 positions. Standing behind the Supreme Master, Emperor Wai-Shan, Asgard also has the ancient god of the Shadowland as its backing. Really want to fight? Odin thinks that it is also a well-matched 5 or 5th start. There is nothing to be afraid of. Since Gaia is here with him, he may not be able to negotiate well. Then his successor is even more unqualified. As a result, the king of Asgard released a declaration of war. Time is pressing. Okika has already recovered. I originally thought that I could migrate some humans to other worlds and preserve the fire of civilization. But when Heimdall noticed it, it was too late. Odin slowed down, although he put on a tough posture of if you want to fight, I will fight. But if it is not necessary, he doesn't want to get too stiff with the Supreme Master's department. While using force to deter, while using words to turn around. It can be said that Odin played very cleverly with this set of methods, and he deserves to be the king for so long. TSK Tusk, Sol sees it. This is your father's style of doing things. Luke didn't appreciate it, and sneered. Obviously he is a butcher, but he still has to use the excuses of compelling helplessness to comfort himself and deceive others. The fat house Thor, wearing sunglasses, shook his head and said firmly, my father, Odin of my universe, he would never do this. Nonsense. You are the movie universe. Everything is politically correct. How could the Earth be destroyed? Luke chuckled and vomited silently. However, the comic universe does not have so many scruples. For the sake of sales and gimmicks, under the self-release, the superhero slaughter world can be brought out. Sol. Odin, who wanted to yell at him, only noticed the greasy fat man standing behind Luke. The messy hair, the pregnant belly like an October pregnancy, and the big face that was so round and deformed. All made Odin wonder if he was wrong. How could this be his son? Strong, powerful, tall and handsome Thor. To be honest, I don't want to call Dad a butcher who destroys the world, even though you are indeed my father to some extent. Fat House Thunder God scratched his head, shrugged and said, Odin's bombing of the Earth with the Rainbow Bridge refreshed his knowledge. He had never thought that his father would do such a frenzied and cruel thing. Who knows that Odin grew up and taught Thor that the king should be kind, wise, tolerant and majestic. It was originally just a scene, but it turned out that Sol really listened to it. This should belong to the failure of family education. Okay, this is the end of father and son's renewal. Thor, you go back. Luke rubbed his palms, like a warm-up exercise before a boxer match. He raised his head and glanced at the clear sky where the clouds had dispersed, the golden palace that stood up like a mountain. It seems to be a pity, it seems to be a pity. Then, he said softly. It's a pity. Just go back to the Hansen part that I am more familiar with and you are more accustomed to. Luke suppressed the emotions in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. If I just reason with people, I guess I wouldn't be able to make the dignified Nine Realms God King Odin regress and compromise. Similarly, you can't use hypocritical excuses to let me turn around on the light for you and destroy the blue planet together. So, just speak with your fist. Odin heard the words and took a deep breath, appearing to make a decision. His eyes turned indifferent. He urged the eight-legged horse under his hips and gradually flew high into the sky. Larger tracts of dark clouds rushed over again, like rushing waves, one after another, covering the clear sky and casting terrifying shadows. Lightning, thunder, and tearing the dark curtain, emitting light and sound that shakes the world, like special effects on the stage. Trouble, give way. When the fat house Thor retreated far, Luke took a step forward. Before Heimdall raised his great sword, he felt a strong palm pressing on his head. Then, a violent roar came from my ears. Beowulf's airwave hit the dark face, and there was a burst of pain. Heimdall only felt that a rush of pyron struck vigorously, and his body directly lost control. Bang! Asgard's goalkeeper turned into a cannonball, drawn a beautiful parabola, and fell under the rainbow bridge. You are much ruder than Yike. Odin's eyes were calm and he couldn't see the joy or anger. Gangle, who was holding it in his right hand, was surrounded by dazzling electric lights. The original power of the runes surged and boiled, and the whole Asgard was trembling slightly, as if responding to Odin's request. The heavy pressure squeezed the air, almost suffocating. Obviously, Luke's actions aroused Odin's anger. Boom! A terrifying thunder as thick as a mountain fell from the sky. The huge energy alone is enough to crush steel and turn it into dust. The thunder hit directly, covering Luke who hadn't dodged. The aftermath spilled, and the rainbow bridge was trembling. Groups of strong light broke out, and the hot high temperature melted gold and sold iron. However, the upright figure in it.mtlnovel.com did not waver. Luke was expressionless and stretched out his hands. Suddenly exerted force, directly tore the huge thunder light as thick as a mountain. The world is quiet. The strands of electric snakes throbbed, and the damaged battle clothes healed as before, without even breaking the skin. He is a magic Superman. Don't be afraid of the power of Odin's rune. It's my turn. Luke caught the surprise on the face of the king of Asgard and smiled softly. He flew up into the sky and threw out his fists. Boom! Rumble! The explosion of the atmosphere overwhelmed the loud thunder in an instant. In a moment, Odin's complexion turned solemn. He saw that the fist of the supreme mage stirred the wind and clouds, and the terrifying force rubbed the air, releasing a dazzling red light. The surrounding moisture is directly evaporated, and the temperature rises suddenly, as if being in a furnace. The hurricane air current constantly heard loud explosions. The air is squeezed crazily, sweeping everything and crushing everything as it is. The protruding mountain peaks nearby were affected and immediately disintegrated and turned into powder. It's horrible. Odin held the reins with one hand and waved Gungnir with the other, breaking through the oncoming terrible storm effortlessly. The eight-legged horse under the crotch neighed, seeming to proudly tell the strength of the Heavenly Father. Just the next second, Odin's face changed drastically, not as calm as before. Stop! The sound of anger suddenly exploded, making Asgard a sensation. The terrifying sound wave carried endless anger, and waved layers of violent ripples visible to the naked eye. It turned out that Luke's fist was not directed at Odin. His goal is the rainbow bridge at his feet. Chapter 354 Father's Battle. Dare to kill my horse. The rainbow bridge is Asgard's passage to all walks of life, and it is also the most powerful strategic weapon. It relies on the huge world tree, extracts a steady stream of void energy, forms a complete circulatory system, and is usually supervised and guarded by Heimdall. Such a magnificent project took 100 years. The dwarves of Nidori and the skilled craftsmen of the Azaprotos teamed up to create this masterpiece. It is both a strong shield used by Asgard for defense and a spear for attack. how important it is, it goes without saying. Luke hadn't thought about it from the beginning, and directly worked with Odin. The peak duel between the two heavenly fathers, a tough collision, and no victory or defeat can be distinguished in a short time. Their physical stamina, spirit and vitality are far beyond the ordinary, and it is hard to guess. If one party wants to kill the other party, there is a great price to pay. So instead of fighting with Odin, destroying the rainbow bridge that threatens the Earth as soon as possible is the first priority. A flick of a shot successfully attracted Odin's attention. Luke shook his fist and banged downward. The rainbow bridge itself is extremely strong and difficult to shake. In the movie universe, Thor, in order to prevent Loki from destroying Jotunheim, exterminate the frost giant, he smashed down continuously with Mjolnir, and tried his best to detonate and explode the rainbow bridge that released terrifying energy. But in the face of Superman's iron fist, not to mention the rainbow bridge, even the giant floating island that carries Asgard, it seems that it cannot withstand the violent impact of this tyrannical force. Stop. At the same time, Odin sensed Luke's true intentions and shouted angrily. He pulled the reins and spurred the eight-legged horse under his hips. Sleipnir stepped on thunder and fire, like a flash of lightning across the dark sky. Just a breath of time, he burst into Luke's front. Gangle made a sharp trajectory and pointed straight at the supreme mage. However, it's still too late. Click. The terrifying force of the fist blasted on the rainbow bridge without reservation. It is a huge bridge that connects the fairy palace and the world tree across Asgard. Like a piece of exquisite and fragile porcelain, there are shocking cracks. The energy surging in the rainbow bridge seemed to have found a breakthrough. The splendid torrent is out of control and bursts out. The wide bridge body, which accommodates several horsey-drawn carriages running side by side, cracked from the middle, splashing translucent fragments. As the center of the observatory, it was instantly submerged by clusters of strong light and plunged into an endless vortex of void. The aftermath waved with strong waves, and the whole Asgard was shaken by it. The immortal palace guards who assembled quickly, they witnessed this scene. The aftermath of energy swirls the airflow, creating a vortex. On the calm surface of the sea, turbulent waves suddenly rose. Like a white wall that cuts off the heavens and the earth, pushing towards the fairy palace. Despair. The guardian of the fairy palace suddenly lost his fighting spirit. Looking at the huge wave that was about to smash Asgard, everyone felt unstoppable pessimism. Glang. Gangle cut through the sky and missed Luke. A group of bright silver light stretched out from his hand, turned into a sharp sword, and swung away Odin's inevitable shot. The 10th metal on the set next door is not afraid of Gungnir's unparalleled edge. Guns and swords collided, and piercing sound waves blasted the waves. Seeing the explosion of the rainbow bridge, it caused a landslide and a tsunami. A hint of resentment flashed across Odin's eyes. Riding an eight-legged horse, turning around. Runes provoke thunder, rub the atmosphere, and create high temperatures. After a few breaths, the white wall formed by the huge wave evaporates clean, and a large swath of smoke evaporates. Seeing the king's move, the guardian of the fairy palace swept the despair in his eyes and uttered a warm cheer. But Odin didn't have any joy on his face. On the contrary, he was already extremely angry, killing intent, completely putting aside the scruples of Emperor Wyshan and Yi. Losing the rainbow bridge, Asgard would lose the only weapon that destroys the earth in a short time. It also means that he can only sit and watch the serpent cure gradually become stronger, leading the army to kill the immortal palace. You succeeded in bringing the earth and Asgard to the brink of extinction. Odin's sight locked on the tall figure standing in the air. The dark red cloak flutters like a banner. If you really want to protect Asgard and protect your people, you will sacrifice everything for this and bear infamy. Luke felt the strong momentum of Odin's accumulation and climbing, and thought that this was probably the most dangerous opponent he had ever encountered. The benevolent, wise king of God, why are you not willing to sacrifice your son, Saul? In the prophecy, only Thor can kill the serpent and end the final fate of the withering of all things. Odin remained silent, Sol is the future of Asgard. How could he take the initiative to ruin Sol and preserve the country and people? If the eldest son dies, who will inherit the throne? Rocky. Let the blood of a frost giant tarnish the glory of the Azaprotos? Or, release Hela? Let a female lunatic lead Asgard to destruction? Odin sneered, putting away the extra emotions. The beating phone lines linger on the golden armor. Gungnir lit up countless gleams, which was the mark of the power of the rune of Rune. The long white hair danced wildly in the wind, and an aura of power as heavy as a mountain exuded. It seems that all beings should kneel at his feet. The ineyed eye filled with the sense of coldness looked directly at Luke. Odin lifted Gungnir, like an elderly knight initiating a charge. One person and one horse, like streamers. Even Luke couldn't see clearly the fleeting Odin. But the death knell skill card integrated into his bones, the world's most keen combat intuition, silently reminded him. The 10th metal lay across the chest. Under the dark sky, the golden thunder collided with the silver-white light, bursting out a silent force of destruction. Under the feet of the two of them, the roaring waves broke apart instantly, evaporating a large blank. The nearby mountains, like crispy biscuits, instantly shattered and collapsed. Then it turned into a touch of dust and rolled up high in the sky. Luke lost control of his body and flew backwards with a sharp pain in his chest. He smashed into the deep sea like a charged cannonball. The unpleasant feeling of coldness and suffocation envelops Superman. He bleeds. Gungnir's unparalleled edge cut through Luke's chest through the 10th metal. Visible bones. Blood is gushing. It's been a long time. I've been injured. Clear pain is reflected on the level of consciousness. After Luke crushed a hard rock, he finally stopped and regained control of his body. He looked down at his healed chest, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Asgard's almighty father is really well deserved. Bang! Tap your toes and Luke flies upwards. The pressure of the deep sea and the currents did not cause any disturbance to him. Just breaking through the sea, the unparalleled edge that severed everything came straight. Gungnir's gun. The golden thunder lingers around it, like a dazzling sun, casting straight down. Luke did not step back, did not dodge. Instead, he held the 10th metal and took the initiative to meet him. The bright silver light exploded with power, and the space seemed to be distorted, and the light shifted as if it was crushed. The long sword swung slowly, but it happened to stab Gangnir, who looked like a streamer. The power of terror passed along the 10th metal to Luke's right hand. The tiger's mouth cracked, spilling a few drops of blood. Injury is inevitable from the collision of Heavenly Father. With Superman's ability to recover, Luke is not afraid of the self-harming style of injury for injury, but rather welcomes him. Tough opponent. Odin, riding on the 8-legged horse, put away his contempt. He held the Gungnir who flew out and wailed. The supreme artifact that only exists in the legend has a crack on its surface. Guy's successor is actually a thug who uses brute force. Odin felt distressed and stroked Gungnir. Then, he raised the spear again, ready to throw it out. Thousands of runes lit up the light, filled with terrifying energy. Hey, I have already experienced the majesty of His Majesty the King of God, and it's time to give back. At the foot of Luke's foot, the atmosphere blasted and stirred up wild waves, like a supersonic vehicle that catapulted and started. Odin moved the reins, and the 8-legged horse that was trampling on the thunder and fire turned into streamer, avoiding Superman's surprise attack. Sleipnir, the King's Mount, www.mentalnovel.com, flashed across the dark sky like lightning. The long sword formed by the 10th metal condenses into a bright silver light, which cuts through the dark clouds. The violent attack did not hit, and the space where it fell, shattered and collapsed, forming a dark vortex. Odin sighed that the young supreme mage lacked combat experience. He rashly launched an offensive, but he caught the true intentions and once again lost the opportunity. The king of Asgard sneered. Gungnir's gun blade reflected cold light, silently disappearing into the void. Next moment, the golden streamer penetrated Luke's body. Boo! Did not bring out a string of bright snowflakes, as if to burst a bubble. In the real shape of Ekon. It's careless. Odin felt bad. From the beginning, Luke was fighting with his fists and swords. This made him completely ignore the obvious fact that the other party was a supreme mage. The king raised the reins, and the eight-legged horse hissed. "It will turn into lightning and flee. This sword. It is the gift I gave to His Majesty the King of God." Luke's figure appeared and suddenly appeared in front of Odin. The 10th metal slashed straight down, a bright silver light was reflected in Odin's one eye, and fear rose in his heart. He swept back in a hurry, and a cloud of blood spattered out and sprinkled on the old face. Odin's mount, the eight-legged Maslepnia, was split in half and fell to the sea below. Within a few moments, he was eaten away by the sea beasts smelling blood. "Do you dare to kill my horse?" Odin wiped the blood from his face and touched the deep marks on the chest of the golden armor. He has not experienced this kind of suffocation of life hanging by a thread for a long time. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 355 Gods and Humans. Penetrate the world of 9 levels. Odin's family has always had many traditions and habits that come down in the same line. For example, the relationship between brothers and sisters is not good, and the relationship is bad. Loki stabbed Thor back with a knife, and Hela pierced one of his younger brother's eyes, all showing this. In the previous generation, Odin was not a vegetarian either. He took his brother down from the throne. A beating, sealed in the deep sea for thousands of years. This deep brotherhood is simply touching. Apart from the family disagreement, it is torn up all the year round, and there is a serious problem of lack of education. The father and son Odin and Sol are still serious fetishes. Just like my son and Mjolnir are inseparable, they must be taken with them when they sleep and take a bath. His Majesty the King of Asgard also has several beloved things. For example, the gun of Gungnir built with the world's branches and illusion. As fast as a meteor, you must hit the shot, which can be called a legendary artifact. On the tip of the gun, I don't know how much blood from the enemy was contaminated. The other thing is the hip mount that accompanied him to conquer the 9 worlds. The 8-legged Maslepnia. Put it this way, Odin rode it for about the same time as the Queen Frigga. Fortunately, he loves the horse no less than his wife. It can be seen that the 8-legged horse has an important position in the heart of the king. But now the horse is gone, was dismembered in front of himself. What a heavy blow this is. Sleipnir. A painful look appeared in Odin's eyes, and the revolving lantern was turned on in his mind. Thinking back to 1,000 years ago, he rode on Sleipnir, galloping across the 9 realms, full of energy. What a wonderful memory. It is nostalgic. But now, Luke split Sleipnir in half with a sword. The vengeance of killing a horse is not shared. The dark sky flashed with thunder, as if responding to the anger of Heavenly Father. It was as thick as a mountain, with a dazzling golden thunder, hitting the Black Sea directly. Those sea beasts that were attracted by the smell of blood and floated up to eat did not even utter a groan. The flesh and blood turned into coke and evaporated into a wisp of light smoke. People just want to have a good meal. Why should Your Majesty the King be so angry? Be careful that the Animal Protection Organization condemns you. Luke added fuel to the fire. Yin and Yang said strangely. Anyway, I tear my skin and I don't need to care about my face anymore. You killed my horse. Very good. Even if it is Yi, Emperor Wei-Shan will come. Today I can't stop me from revenge for Sleipnir. Odin's one-eyed confession light. A strong murderous intent rushed to disperse the flowing clouds, tearing the atmosphere, and substantive coercion flooded everywhere. The surrounding space hummed, making a concussive sound. The golden arc, like a small snake, lingers on the armor. Every time it beats, it causes a surge of energy and annihilation of matter. Then, the light distorted and the space shattered. It's like, this world can't carry the peak breath of the Almighty Father, and it begins to collapse. I have killed Your Majesty's love horse, and I will accept your thunderous anger and retaliate fiercely. The corners of Luke's lips gradually converged and became plain. Then you intend to destroy the earth and slaughter billions of humans. How should I calculate this account? Withdrawing the biological force field, the body of Superman has no reservations, releasing its own quality and breath. Boom! The space seems to be crushed. It broke straight. A large, deep, dark void suddenly appeared. They ate everything, devouring everything. The two auras collided with each other, bursting out endless destructive power. The guardian of the fairy palace standing below was already stunned. They were meant to protect Asgard and drive off the enemy. But after arriving, I realized that I couldn't participate in this high-level battle at all. That is the supreme mage of the Atrium world. Someone was well informed and recognized Luke. That live broadcast across the universe gradually spread the name of Superman among the stars. Your Majesty, the King of God will win, someone shouted. Compared to the rookie Luke, Odin is even more famous. There are few failures in his life. Conquering the 9 realms and calming the turmoil. Conquered the frost giant of Jotunheim and single-handedly defeated the flame giant Sulta. In terms of record, I don't know how much better than Superman. The gang of guards from the fairy palace, who was playing soy sauce, backed back again and again, completely afraid to approach the battlefield. Rocky, what happened? Farther away, Saul, who was detained in the lower prison of the Immortal Palace, also felt the strong turmoil. Asgard was like a turbulent ship, undulating on the violent sea. Rune unscrupulously extracted the original power of the World Tree. Thor, with the blood of the Azaprotos flowing in his body, vaguely noticed this strangeness. Father encountered a powerful enemy. He said so. Yes. Odin's horse is dead. There was a gloating expression on Lucky's face. She had never liked the bad-tempered 8-legged horse. When I was young, I just wanted to sneak up, so I was kicked by 8 hooves in turn. I haven't gotten out of bed for a whole month. After the incident, Odin just said something indifferently, without punishment at all. A daughter is not as good as a horse. To this day, Loki still has resentment. Who did it? Saul narrowed his eyes, and the 8-legged Maslepnia was Odin's favorite horse, and he couldn't even touch it casually. Supreme Mage. Loki extinguished the ball of light in his palm and ended the projection magic. Through a layer of mist, he couldn't see the changes in the battlefield. Sol, stay here and reflect, don't offend Odin again. Loki, wearing a green cloak, left the lower prison of the fairy palace, walked to the viewing platform above, separated from a long distance, looking at the 2 figures under the dark sky. Suddenly, she was a little uneasy. That stupid guy, why is he here too? Through the fog and lightning, Loki saw the fat house Thor, who had gained more than 2 laps. Obtaining Odin's order to close Asgard, she left the earth for the fat house Thor. Lucky's perception is very complicated. This Thor was more attentive than the one in prison. Although the other party always likes to smirk, he does not have the majesty and demeanor of Prince Asgard. But how do you say it? The feeling of being cared about was not bad, making Rocky feel very comfortable. I actually have 2 older brothers. It's a nightmare. She shook her head and returned her attention to the confrontation battlefield. I have to admit, young Supreme Mage, you gave me a big surprise. Odin raised his footsteps, and the king sitting on the 8-legged horse, flashed across the sky like lightning. But when he lost Slipner, he didn't slow down much. The golden figure is like a beating arc. A few consecutive and rapid flashes. Gungnir's unparalleled sharpness, bite Luke like a poisonous snake. The Superman who keeps up with the rhythm uses the 10th metal to block the eternal spear. Sparks spattered from the 2 weapons, making a loud noise. As if 2 asteroids collided, there were terrible ripples. Not only for a long time, I haven't experienced the feeling of injury, but also for a long time, I haven't encountered a strong enemy worthy of all my strength. Odin swept back, and after retreating, he charged again. The King of Asgard and the Supreme Mage of Karmatage fought hundreds of times in an instant. Weapon collision, body collision. The resulting aftermath radiated in all directions. The buildings outside the fairy palace are like sand, instantly disintegrated and turned into powder. If you continue to fight, Asgard is afraid it will be gone. Loki, who was watching the battle, thought, every time the 2 heavenly fathers meet each other, a storm of destruction will be set off. How about another battlefield? Odin threw out Gangle and forced Superman's surprise attack. I think it's good here. Luke smiled slightly and flew towards the fairy palace with his body as heavy as a celestial body. Where he passed, the space collapsed and the palace collapsed. Like walking natural disasters. Why haven't I found out before? The supreme mage is so hateful. Odin's old face twitched with anger and turned into a beating golden thunder, crossing the space to catch up with Superman's footsteps. Unexpectedly, Luke turned his back and killed a carbine. The bright silver light of the 10th metal, like an infinite stretch, hits Odin. Gangle stood in front of him, and the two collided. Boom. Create a vacuum zone immediately. The surrounding palaces floated in the air like shattered powder. Losing Gangle, Luke narrowed his eyes and seized the rare opportunity. The Superman's body tore the atmosphere and pulled out a sharp straight line. Unprepared, Odin was hit with a punch. His Majesty the King of God felt that there were countless tons of explosives exploding on his skin. There was a buzzing in his mind, and Heavenly Father's body moved backwards at the speed of sound, crashing one grand palace after another. Pain. Pain. The taste that hasn't been tasted for a long time awakens Odin's memory. It was like returning to the battlefield of the 9 realms, facing countless powerful enemies. What a hard fist. Before Odin could stand up, the Superman who followed him pushed in front of him. Suddenly, Odin, who was unable to recall Gungan, was forced to deal with it with his fists and feet. Boom, 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 boom. The hot line of sight is like a hot blade, cutting the ground without hurting the king of Asgard. With the palm of Odin's hand, the surging power suddenly broke out, hit Superman in the chest, but didn't blow it away. The firm force field grips the earth tightly, bringing up large tracts of soil. Luke exerted force under his feet, and a ring of air suddenly exploded. Accelerate with all your strength and connect straight punches. The space trembles, and the extremely squeezed atmosphere screams, passing by like a substance. In Odin's one eye, a sharp light shot out. Many people regard His Majesty the King as the great god of war in Asgard, but ignoring the fact that he is still a magic master who is proficient in runes. Hundreds of shining runes imprinted with the rune text, like a shining little sun, detonated together. Scorching thunder light, terrifying high temperature, bone-eroding poisonous fog, slow frost. Various elements collide with each other, releasing powerful magic power. Fortunately I have magic resistance. Luke secretly rejoiced that he was replaced by Superman on the next studio, facing a strong blow from Odin, fearing that he would not die on the spot. With the elemental energy gushing out, another punch hit Odin's chest. Boom. The hard golden armor immediately tore apart, forcibly holding back the blood in his throat. The king clenched his right hand and hit Luke, who was in close combat. He is an experienced fighter who understands that when he is at a disadvantage, he cannot retreat, he cannot be afraid, and he cannot defend himself. Take the initiative to attack. Trade injury for injury, showing fierceness and bravery. Only in this way can we recover our disadvantages. Who do you think you are fighting with? I am Odin, the king of the gods. The roar overwhelmed the atmospheric explosion, and Heavenly Father's fist was no worse than Superman. Luke burst into the sky like a ready-made cannonball. Although the shattered mandible healed quickly, Odin did not stop. The two of them are like ascending celestial bodies, breaking through the border of Asgard and changing the battlefield to Warnerheim. Here is the residence of the Warner Protoss, full of forests and lakes, full of tranquility and peace, like a legendary home of elves. Boom. There was a loud explosion. Odin avoided Luke's 2 heavy punches, but was hit by a heavy and powerful knee. After colliding 2 solid mountain peaks and smashing into the ground, Superman fell from the sky and his hot sight shot out. The two directly penetrated the thick rock formations and rolled to the boundary of Alfheim. Then, Jotunheim, the world of the frost giant. The towering ice peaks that stretched for tens of thousands of miles seemed so fragile in front of Father Heaven's body. Larger tracts of mountains collapsed, smashed down, and buried the palace of the frost giant. As the king, Laufey was very angry. He stared at those scarlet A's, wanted to loudly reprimand the uninvited guests who broke into Jotunheim, and then dismantled their bones from the bridge and threw them to the beasts for food. Boom! I saw the gloomy sky, bursts of golden thunder. The crimson light sweeps across like a long sword, melting ice and snow, cutting the earth. Forget it, let them go today. Laufey retracted silently back to his palace, and by the way asked his men to open the underground palace. In case the two evil stars came over, he would hide in to avoid their sharp edges. Who is it that can fight Odin like this? Laufey is the king of frost giants, Asgard's confidant once. He has fought with Odin and knows that the strength of the other party. www.mentalnovel.com. Will God bleed too? Seeing Odin's golden helmet shattered, his armor disintegrating, and blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, Luke couldn't help taunting. "Oh, you are the most powerful human I have ever seen. Compared to the supreme mage, you are more like a warrior." The king of God wiped off the blood and breathed deeply in the cold air of Jotunheim. They regarded the sky as a battlefield, constantly shifting and fisting. The explosive atmosphere is staggered into complex and changeable flight trajectories. Luke's right arm fell weakly, as if paralyzed, which was the price he paid. With one hand, he successfully switched to Odin, severely injured and coughed up blood. Jotunheim trembled, and Laufey stared at the gloomy sky, and two figures like shooting stars fell fiercely. The hard frozen ground that had been frozen for thousands of years suddenly burst, and Odin and Luke hit the ground, breaking through the barriers of this world again. Muspelheim, the land of flames. Sitting in the palace, Sir Tell, who was waiting for the gods at dusk, suddenly raised his head. He saw Odin, who was embarrassed, and another human with the same scars. The two figures fell to the ground, and while they were falling, they continued to throw their fists and smashed at each other. "What's happening?" Before the flame giant Sulta wanted to understand, Muspelheim's land was like a trembling carpet, with huge waves turning up one after another. The strong shock wave spread rapidly, seeming to tear the whole world in half. Sulta was stunned. Superman's iron fist slammed through the country of flames, and fell into the vortex of the void with Odin. The two heavenly fathers who let go of their hands and feet and tried their best to defeat the 8 kingdoms attached to the world tree all the way until Atrium World. https Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 356 Heroes End, a thing from heaven earth. In the eyes of Asgardians, this is called the Atrium World, also known as Midgard. The impression of the proud people of God's domain on this place is still stuck in the wildness, primitive, and other stereotypes. Whether it was Thor who first came to Earth, or the 3 warriors of the fairy palace who followed him. Generally speaking, I look down on this superficial weakness, but in fact it belongs to the backward place of the novice villages. Not only for the Earth, but also for other worlds. After all, regional discrimination is a topic that will never become obsolete in any universe. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, the Asgardian who claimed to be the ruler of the 9 realms and the guardian. Their ancestors defeated the Dark Elves and then the Frost Giants. Coupled with the existence of Odin, Asgard has entered the most glorious heyday. They look down on other places, and other races are reasonable. This is the same as the British during the Sun Never Set Empire, despising the Americans, saying that the other party was a hillbilly. Odin and Luke smashed through the 8 kingdoms in succession, alarming countless people. They fell into the void vortex and appeared in the Atrium World. Boom! God King and Superman broke through the barriers of space one after another. Gangnam collided fiercely with the 10th metal, bursting out a terrifying storm of energy. A burst of strong light flickered, as if the sun was lit and then extinguished. Hundreds of Leon runes bursting into light, all detonated. It was like a celestial body shattering, smashing onto Superman's body with the aura of destruction. The extremely hard and tyrannical body was violently impacted by the energy storm, instantly covered with charred wounds, and the whole person fell down like a cannonball. The badly wounded Luke grinned, and the bright silver light of the 10th metal passed over Odin's neck. Just a little bit, he could cut off the great head of the king. Odin clutched his neck, blood oozing between his fingers. He looked at Luke with a weird look, seemingly puzzled. The other party just took a few breaths, and the terrible wounds on his body healed as before. The light around the body seemed to be dim, as if swallowed by this supreme mage. Lost most of the vitality, it will be filled back in an instant. Has this human knocked on the medicine? Ha ha. Odin panted heavily, shocked in his eyes. The hard and fierce battle until now, the physical strength, spirit, and vitality of both sides have been consumed in huge amounts. In the past battles, the King of Stamina has never been afraid of anyone. Because of the Azaprotos, especially the royal blood. As they grow older, their quality in all aspects will be significantly improved. At the same time, it enters the sleep phase every once in a while, just like animals hibernating and cocooning. As a veteran powerhouse who has been famous for thousands of years, Odin is unlikely to lose to a human in terms of endurance. But the truth is so cruel. Luke has never seen fatigue. On the contrary, there is a trend of more warfare. Before he stubbornly resisted the spewing magic power of the rune, it was obviously dying of serious injuries. But after more than a dozen breaths, the state will be full again. It's almost like a drug. Could it be the secret blessing of Emperor Waishan? Odin couldn't help but doubt. But he also has the original power given by the World Tree. Plus it is connected to the whole Asgard. It doesn't make sense to be inferior to Emperor Waishan. This is the gift he received in exchange for the trial and sacrifice of an eye. At that time, Odin drank the Mir's wisdom spring and hung upside down under the World Tree for 9 days and 9 nights. He finally got enlightenment, comprehended the rune of rune, and gained unprecedented power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat Ker, the serpent, who is already the king. Your Majesty, the King of God, you are getting older and seem to be a little weak. Luke's voice was blown away by the wind and passed into Odin's ears. The two fell quickly, and with a boom, they landed on the hard glacier. The ice layer that had been frozen for tens of thousands of years shattered suddenly. It is like a meteorite hitting the earth, bringing a violent shock wave. The huge mountain floating on the icy sea was directly penetrated by a figure. The whole collapsed and collapsed, causing huge waves. That is Odin. The ensuing hot sight melted the iceberg, evaporated water vapor, and ran straight through the chest of the king. I think the outcome has been divided. Luke landed on top of the ice. This is Antarctica, the coldest continent on Earth. 90% of the area is covered with snow and ice all year round. The ice sheet alone has an area of about 2 million square kilometers, with an average thickness of about 2 kilometers. Superman looked around and saw a vast ice field with no one inhabited. Except for the endless white ice layer, there are only huge icebergs floating sporadically on the sea. You are not human. A big hole broke through Odin's chest, and his flesh and blood evaporated. He staggered to his feet, supporting himself with Gungnir. At this moment of the battle, he was frequently injured, frequently mobilized his divine power, and frequently detonated the rune of rune. The king of Asgard has been unable to attack and defend vigilantly as before. On the other hand, Luke still maintains strong energy and combat power. I have never seen a human being like you, who seems to be able to fight forever without knowing what death is. A trace of sadness flashed in Odin's eyes, which was a rare failure in his life. Before this, the king of Asgard had never thought about it. One day, I will lose to humans. This is ridiculous. So that when it does happen, Odin is a little hard to accept. The bitter cold wind whirled, blowing through the body of the whose vitality was fading away. I'm a human being, but I'm just a little bit stronger. Luke answered with a smile. If it were not for the Ravager template, he might not be able to defeat Odin. He nearly died several times, and finally came back for his life. After several runes of rune, Superman's body gradually developed resistance, and the damage caused by magical energy was getting lower and lower. This is the characteristic of the ravaged. Legendary weapon, Gungnir. Rune of rune, the power of the original. Heavenly Father, blood with gods. These divine objects and divine powers that mortals can only look up to all their lives are superimposed on one person, creating the supreme myth that Odin is invincible and invincible. But today, the gods fall. The myth is shattered. Luke crushed it all by himself. What are you going to do? Odin closed his eyes, then opened them again. After all, he is a generation of king, has not been defeated by the fear of death, and knelt down to beg for mercy from the enemy. Gungner's unparalleled sharpness pointed to Luke. It seems that I want to fight to the death and fight to the end. Kill you? Not so much. Luke smiled, and the 10th metal retracted his palm. The dark red cloak is fluttering, which is especially eye-catching in this white world. To fight against cool, I still need the power of Asgard. If the head of the king is cut off, Thor in the fairy palace is bound to avenge you. Without your suppression, Hela in the underworld may also escape. At that time, I will face your son, your daughter, and their anger. If you kill them all again, send your family neatly and return to the embrace of the world tree. Superman is about to become a tyrannical villain, which is not good. Luke smiled faintly, and said this long paragraph. Odin heard this, somewhat skeptical. He and this young supreme mage experienced a battle between the Heavenly Father and the other party. Could it be that he would let him go after he finally won? But, after a short pause, Luke finally uttered this nasty turning point. You did have malice against the earth, and you almost implemented it formally, but I stopped it. According to the laws of various countries in the Atrium world, this is called an attempted crime and it must be punished. Odin felt a little bad. He tentatively asked, "You want to judge me, use the law here to send me to jail? Dignified God King, how can I stay with mortals?" Luke smiled mildly, but fell into Odin's eyes like a devil. "Your Majesty, do you know where this is?" Odin lowered Gangle, seeming to relax. He looked around and shook his head. "Forgot. A long time ago, Asgardian the Frost Giant, you and Laufey went to war in the Atrium world. Jotunheim's artifact, the icebox, opened, and this planet fell into the Ice Age." Luke reminded. "Here is a piece of frozen ground created by the icebox. It is called Antarctica." Odin seemed to think of something. His face became difficult to look. Gangle, who was hanging down, raised it again. "I am the king of Asgard. You can't humiliate me so much." Odin roared in a low voice, like a soldier, "Either kill me and give me a glorious death, or..." Luke turned a deaf ear, and before the other party finished speaking, he stepped out. The Superman's body tore the atmosphere. Odin, who had run out of oil, couldn't dodge, and raised his hand to wave Gungnir. The edge of the eternal spear swept away, and the golden thunder shot out. Crackling, the arc jumped and landed in an empty space. The thick ice sheet melted into a huge pothole, and Luke, who was forced to him, hit Odin's head with a punch. Glang! Just like gold and iron fighting, the King of God was suddenly attacked. www.metalnovel.com and shook it twice and fell down. "Since you think that Antarctica is the territory of your brother Cool, then go tell him the old times." Luke laughed softly. He picked up the semi-conscious Odin with one hand. As if throwing a shot, he slammed it out. "I believe that Okikure will spoil his brother well. ... My skyhammer, they are scattered all over the world." An old man with white hair and a scepter said in a hoarse voice. Behind him is Cynthia, the daughter of the Red Skull who drew Skardi's hammer. Also, the respectful Baron Straker. "My daughter, are you willing to conquer this world and spread fear for me?" The old man turned his head and asked in a cold tone. He wore a robe woven like crow feathers, and his eyes flashed with faint green ghost fire, like a resurrected skeleton. "I do, great father." Cynthia held the warhammer in one hand and knelt on one leg, expressing surrender. Baron Straker did the same. "This is an ancient god." "Well, go with your brothers, go to occupy the world, and then attack Asgard. I want that golden palace to collapse. I want Asgard to bleed." Boom. The old man's declaration, full of hatred and anger, has not been finished yet. Rubbing the atmosphere, the flaming object from the sky smashed through the Antarctic base and fell in front of him. "Odin?" He squinted his eyes and saw the figure lying on the ground like trash. "My stupid brother, what's wrong with you?" https Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 357 Fear the Army. The brain-burning Surefield Odin raised his head, seeing the old face with a gloomy smile. Memories of the past flooded into his heart. He and Cool, the serpent, are like a replica of Thor and Loki. But more often, Odin acts as the latter, a character who is not open-minded, honest and magnanimous. At the same time, Cool, the serpent, did not become a benevolent king full of justice and justice. There is a little bit of darkness in their bones. Like a glass of water, mixed with violence and desire for power, it becomes complicated. The two brothers fell in love and killed each other, walked with each other, parted ways, and finally turned into enemies. Cool, you are not dead yet. The King of God grinned, and a friendly greeting came up, which fully demonstrated his concern for his brother. How could I die, Odin? Cool, the snake, smiled, and the gloomy bird's face was full of joy. It is a good thing to see Odin's embarrassing defeat. Humphrey, the King of God, reluctantly propped up and sat on the ground. The messy white hair is stained with dust, and the big hole in his chest has not healed for a long time. The golden battle armor was torn apart and shattered. Gungnir, the gun of eternity, was even taken away by that human being. In short, Odin had nothing at this time and was extremely weak. No longer the majesty of the king before. Stupid brother, you won't forget, I am Asgard's destiny monarch. I have been recognized by the world tree, recognized by the ancient gods, and I am the true king. Cool, the snake, leaned down and said fiercely, my life is connected to Asgard. Even if you master the original power of the Rune of Rune, you can't obliterate my existence. And you, Odin, are just a sinister villain, a despicable usurper. The serpent got more and more angry, and suddenly stretched out his hand, strangling the king's neck. Like the terrifying power of the green flame, it turned into a long sword in an instant and nailed it firmly to the wall. With a sharp sword pierced through his chest, Odin couldn't help but let out a painful grunt, then gritted his teeth and glared at his brother. You are just a cruel and easy-to-kill tyrant, Kerr. Father made the wrong choice. He shouldn't choose you to be the king. Odin was nailed to the wall with a long sword, and the power of fear seeped into his body. Like a Tarsus maggot, gnawing flesh and blood fiercely. While suffering unimaginable torture, he retorted, Warner Protoss, Azaprotos, dwarves... You killed their gods, remember? You peeled them off, peeled off their supernatural powers, and forged the hammer of fear. Asgard, this speeding chariot, if you continue to lead it, it will only drive towards the abyss of destruction. Odin was plausible, and he met the indifferent eyes of the serpent Kerr, without any fear. He didn't think he had done something wrong, nor did he think it was betrayal. You still like to make excuses for yourself so much, Odin. Asgards of fear, said coldly. Remember when you were a kid? Once, you sneaked to the forest altar of the Warner Protoss with your father on your back, and brought back a white pony with 8 legs. What was it called? Slipner. The Warner Protoss found out, accused the Azaprotos as a despicable thief, and demanded that the horse be returned. My father was furious and wanted to punish you severely. But, no matter what your father asks you, Odin, you never admit that you stole the horse. It came to me by itself, you cried and answered stubbornly. Cool, the snake, looked cold and seemed to sense his emotions. The faint green flame lingering around the body suddenly soared and turned into a whip of thorns. Snapped. The whip hit Odin's body, bringing out a blood stain. Finally, my father believed you, and for this he also had an argument with the Warner Protoss, which was very unhappy. Kurt Snake sneered. He knows his brother too well. I like to gloss over mistakes with grand-sounding generosity. Odin, you have never changed. You are still the thief who stole the foal but insists on lying. You stole the throne from me, and then told the world that it was because of my cruelty to kill and tyranny that I overthrew my rule. This set of lies has been told countless times, and after so long, you have even lied into it. Snapped, snapped, snapped. Cool, the serpent, raised his thorn whip and twitched relentlessly. Odin, who has lost the ability to resist, can only let him do what he can and endure pain. Asgard's destiny has long been doomed. When dusk arrives, the gods fall. Sulta, the flame giant, Mangogo, the resentful beast, and countless enemies. They will burn the fairy palace with flames. The moment I ascended to the throne, I saw the broken pieces of the final moment from the spinning thread woven by the three goddesses of fate. The power of Heavenly Father is far from enough to deal with. So, I want to become stronger than the ancient gods in the Shadowlands, to surpass Heavenly Father and break the limits. Cool, the snake, beats Odin to blood, and then stops. In order to prevent him from awakening, the other part even erased his own existence from Asgard's history. No one knows the name of Cool, the of Fear, and his power will become weaker and weaker. If it weren't for the early years, he forged the story of 8 Fear Hammers and recorded them in a handwritten book, leaving them in the Atrium world. Perhaps Cool, the serpent, will always sleep under the deep sea until he is completely forgotten. This whip, at best, vented a trivial bit of hatred. For the rest, he has to repay the other party twice. Mindful of this, Kurt the serpent became malicious in his heart, and slowly said, "The 8 Fear Hammers are just the beginning. In my plan, they will destroy the 8 kingdoms and draw on the power of fear from hundreds of millions of creatures, thereby completely casting success. At that time, I can do my best to cut Asgard's line of fate." Odin looked at Cool, the serpent who was telling the truth, with the look of a madman. He thinks that he is cold-blooded enough to sacrifice the billions of humans in the Atrium world without changing his face to prevent the opponent from waking up completely. But he is a younger brother compared to Cool, in every sense. Destroying 8 worlds and forging the 8 Bing hammer is too frantic. The 9-star regions are equivalent to leaving Asgard this one. The rest of the world and races must be sacrificed. Look at your indecision. It's hypocritical and disgusting. Cool, the serpent said in disgust. You can sacrifice the Atrium world and be a cold-blooded executioner to save Asgard, but you are unwilling to sacrifice more and bear greater infamy. How could I have a brother like you? He raised his hand and waved a green flame, condensing 8 long swords separately, piercing Odin's hands and feet, imprisoning him like a cage. Then, the of Fear, who had just awakened, turned his back with his hands behind his back. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Odin. I want you to see with your own eyes. My army of fear swept the Atrium, attacked Asgard, and completely shattered your lies and your achievements. Odin closed his eyes in pain, and said with difficulty, "Are you not afraid of Saul? He is the man of destiny who can kill you in prophecy." Ha ha ha, this is what makes me different from you. Cool the serpent was full of confidence. His rickety body slowly straightened. I don't believe in the destiny. Thor is the one who kills the serpent, it says in the prophecy. But, since I am determined to cut the twilight of the gods, how can I be afraid of a soul? He bent down and pressed his palms on the cold, hard, thick frozen soil. The faint green flame spread quickly, like wild grass growing wildly. Ha ha ha. It was as if the door to the world of the underworld was open, and flesh and blood decayed bones gushing out like a tide. They were wearing armor, holding swords and spears, and their empty eye sockets were burning with dark green flames. Some also rode nightmare bone horses, or drove pale bone dragons. It's like a vast ocean, endless. This is a big army. Cool, the snake, holds the key to Nibelungen. He can summon the undead warriors of the kingdom of the dead at any time. My daughter, go. Lead them to spread the fear around the world. Let everyone tremble and die in despair. The serpent Yang pointed his hand, and a black ship sailed on the ice sea. The mast was covered with the corpses of the dead, and the canvas was ragged and rotten. Father, please follow your will. The daughter of the Red Skull kneeling on one leg, Cynthia held the war hammer and nodded vigorously. She wants to accomplish a great cause that her father failed to achieve. Destroy this world. Asgard, Fairy Palace. Unfortunately, I will tell you the news. Luke looked sad and looked at Sol, who had just been released from prison. Odin, He missed for a while and fell into the hands of the awakened serpent Kerr. Inside the hall, the gatekeeper Heimdall rolled his eyes. He watched the entire battle completely, and the Wang Mingming was thrown as a shot put. The Queen Frigga was expressionless and silent. Only Thor, he doubted. Father is not fighting you. Odin and I are just friendly discussions. He is the king of Asgard, and I am the supreme mage of Carmitage. We are in the same camp, so there are no grievances. Luke waved his hand and said righteously. Then, Odin's eternal gun, why is Gangna in your hands? Loki pointed and asked weakly. In the battle for supreme mage, she had seen the strength of Superman, and she did not dare to fight the fire. Moreover, the opponent beat Odin severely. This made Loki's heart secretly refreshed, wishing Superman to step up his efforts. This. Odin personally handed it to me before falling into the clutches of Odin Kull. Luke clenched Gangnall, coughed twice, and cleared his throat. As everyone knows, a crisis is about to strike, not just against the Earth, but also Asgard, and even the entire 9 realms. Odin and I. One represents the Earth and the other represents Asgard. We originally wanted to form an alliance to fight against the Aesir. However, in the process of the discussion, Odin was attacked and captured by Kull, the snake. The current situation is bound to be very dangerous. I think he put Gangnall in my hands, meaning he hoped that I could join forces with Thor to prevent this crisis and rescue the King of Gods at the same time. Luke had a serious face, and made nonsense on his face. He didn't think Saul would reject him. The Earth was in danger, and his father would fall into the enemy's hands. 8 venerable skyhammers, the Legion of the Dead, plus the serpent Kerr, who was once a heavenly father and has not yet taken a shot. What can Asgard, who loses Odin's seat, fight against the Aesir? Putting aside the supreme mage and fighting alone, this is obviously not a wise choice. This is why Heimdall did not pierce Luke loudly, and the Queen Frigga did not say a word. Forbearance a moment, calm, take a step back, a brighter future. If you have any grievances, wait until the snake is killed and Odin is rescued. Really want to turn your face? Who among the present will be Luke's opponent? They are all spicy chicken. JPG. Sol. What the Supreme Mage said should be the truth. Finally, the Queen Frigga spoke. Now, fighting against Kull is the most important thing. Other issues will be put aside for the time being. The words of the graceful and honorable diva contained deep meaning, and Luke smiled gently, as if he hadn't heard it. If he can beat Odin once, then he can beat him a second time. Among the current 9 realms, the top spot among the strongest, Superman is firmly seated. Unless Saul can surpass his father, his understanding of runes can take another step and be promoted to the Rune King. Otherwise, Luke thinks he should have no opponents. The Queen of Heaven makes sense. 8 venerable skyhammers have already appeared. The power of the Avengers alone cannot stop them. Luke, who bears the title of Supreme Mage, skillfully took over the dominance. In addition to sacrificing the Atrium world and preparing to bombard the Earth with the Rainbow Bridge, Odin also made other preparations. The Fairy Palace has been regarded as an arsenal by him, and various armors and weapons are produced like flowing water, and then enchanted. Several legions were summoned back from other worlds, rigorously preparing for battle. It seems that Odin is prepared for the worst, but the Rainbow Bridge is ruined. How do we get to the Earth? Saul frowned and asked. All eyes in the hall were on Luke. The latter looked calm and didn't feel embarrassed at all. The destruction of the Rainbow Bridge is a good thing, Luke said solemnly. Don't forget, Kull the Serpent was the former king of Asgard. What? You don't know yet. Let Loki tell you more later. Saul, who was released from prison, scratched his head. He felt like he had missed a lot of things. Serpent, venerable Skyhammer. These are all heard for the first time. There is no means for him to prevent the incompleteness. He can control the Rainbow Bridge and instead transmit the Legion of the Dead to Asgard. Wouldn't it be the time to lead the wolf into the room? Luke showed an expert expression of everything was as expected, and Saul was dubious. As for how to get to the Earth, Saul, it's up to you. He pointed to Thor. The fat house shrunk in the corner. This unshaven Thor, wearing sunglasses, stepped forward at a pace not recognized by his 6 relatives. I know a way. He used to avoid the Rainbow Bridge with Loki and traveled from the underground river to other worlds. Is this fat man reliable? Sol, holding Mjolnir, didn't look pretty. He hates each other, not only because he has the same name as himself, but also because of his bloated figure, greasy breath, and decadent style. More importantly, this guy was always staring at Loki with a smirk, and he was courteous when he was fine. Any who plots against his sister, Saul is obliged to smash them with a hammer. You called fat man? The fat house Thor, who was chewing on potato chips, felt offended. Then changed the name Cyclops is dead fat. Saul laughed. Wow, I never knew that I hated so much. Fat house Thor shook his head and shook his head. www.mtlnovel.com opened his palms, and the storm axe flew out of thin air. Would you like to hungry axe? Ah, you rude and ill-educated bastard. Saul was not afraid, raised Mjolnir, with anger, and asked, then have you ever tasted of being hit by a hammer? To be honest, I don't wanted to get your compost meat and grease. A tall fat man, a strong warrior in armor. The two Thors got closer and closer. The more they said, the smell of gunpowder became stronger. It seems that the next moment, they will fight hard and teach each other a lesson. Enough. Shut up. Both of you. Loki, who couldn't stand it, stopped. Your Excellency Supreme Master, I know an underground river leading to the Atrium world, and I can lead the way. Let these two fools keep arguing, let's go first. After finishing speaking, Loki, wearing a green cloak, walked away from the hall with those long legs angrily. HMPH, for Loki's sake, I will let you go this time, fat man. Sol said. For Loki's sake, I decided not to beat my nose and face, arrogant bastard. Lchin said. The two glared at each other, and then they chased Loki, who ran away. This is some kind of alternative. Azure field? Luke was stunned. The Asgard orthopedics of the three people was really complicated. One soul wants to be another soul's brother-in-law. Or is one Thor greening the other Thor? Put a hat on yourself. Too much brain burning. Luke shook his head, threw Gangner to Heimdall, and followed him. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 358 Alliance of 9 Circles. The Sky Hammer strikes with 2 Thors and 1 Loki. Luke embarked on a journey to the Atrium world. Sovereign Mage, shouldn't you know? The spell that draws a circle and then you can reach your destination. When they took a powered spacecraft along the underground river, looking for a gap in space, with a cold face, Loki, who was sulking, suddenly remembered. The supreme mage who smashed Asgard's greatest myth and knocked Odin to the dust with his own hands, seemed to be able to teleport spells. Yes, Luke nodded, and opening the door was nothing but casual to him. Then why do we have to walk hard? A series of question marks appeared on Loki's head. The underground river is deep and unpredictable, and it is completely dark. In addition, there are giant beasts inhabiting, and dangers are everywhere, which is not a good way to go. If not necessary, Loki didn't want to come on an adventure trip. Because, I forgot about it. Luke shrugged and replied. Loki didn't know how to answer the call. Judging from his looks, this supreme mage should not be suffering from Alzheimer's. Right? Seeing everyone's speechless expressions, Luke smiled and continued, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Because, our purpose is not only to return to the Atrium world and prevent the invasion of Cool, the snake. He has the Nibelungen army of the dead, and 8 venerable skyhammers. In addition, the power of fear is being absorbed all the time, and it will soon return to its heyday. Relying on the Earth and Asgard is far from enough to deal with this war. Uniting the 9 realms and resisting together is the only way out. Luke spoke out his thoughts. He was going to set up a huge stage for Sol. According to the prophecy, the man of destiny, Thor personally cut off the head of the serpent. Then he took 7 steps and died of poisoning. God King Odin, he is the Heavenly Father. But he was convinced of the prophecy and even feared. He wanted to stop, at the cost of destroying the earth. and cool the serpent, Asgard's former heavenly father. His attitude towards prophecy is also dubious. It can be seen that Asgard's prophecy may be the trajectory of some kind of destiny. Once it becomes an inevitable fact, it is difficult to change it. Luke didn't plan to be elegant, and instead of wasting time to break the shackles of prophecy, he might as well play Soldier. Rocky, you can go to Jotunheim and persuade the frost giant to join the war. And Sol, you can go to Muspelheim, the land of flames, and form an alliance with Surtel. As for you, Thor plus, you have experience dealing with the Avengers. First go back to the Atrium world and prepare them for a long-term battle. Luke is like a competent NPC grandfather, actively assigning tasks to everyone. On the first day he came into this world, he had a fight with Asgard's almighty father. By the way, from the other side's hands, saved the Earth. What if he was allowed to run to Antarctica and fight another heavenly father for hundreds of rounds? Unless Wash Handy agrees with the price, it is absolutely impossible. Luke understood very well that he was just a firefighter and temporary worker. How much money is collected and how much things are done. Since Asgard had already predicted, help Sol set up the stage. Odin felt sorry for his son, but he didn't feel sorry for him. Besides, how to break the limits of fate. This also requires careful observation and collection of information. The profession of the savior is really not suitable for me, Luke thought silently. Laufey, king of frost giants, and Sulter, fire giant. They are all enemies of Asgard. How could they agree to form an alliance? Sol asked suspiciously. If it comes to fighting, he is very good at it. But to reason with others, engage in negotiations, and reach alliances of interests with each other is totally ignorant. Learn this from your sister, Rocky, who is an expert in this area. Luke shook his head helplessly. He felt that the ownership of the Asgard throne in this world was not that complicated at all. Remember, many people said before, Sol has no experience or ability to govern the country, while Rocky is keen on power and conspiracy. In addition, the latter has the blood of the frost giant and is the heir of Laufey. If the changes, Loki and Sol will get married directly. The throne belongs to Thor, and the power belongs to Rocky, so you have the best of both worlds. The original joke has come true in this universe. But new problems followed one after another, and Rocky now has two older brothers. Which one should I choose? If Laufey, Surtel, they all reject you, then report my name. With a kind smile, Luke penetrated the 9 worlds in a battle with Odin. It is estimated that Laufey and Surti are in the eye. I believe they should all understand what the fate of not knowing how to promote. Is this a threat? Sol asked bluntly. No, this is a friendly way to persuade others, Luke answered. Manhattan, New York. A beam of light crashed down, attracting everyone to look at it. I saw 3 weird guys walking out of it. It's the Hulk. It's Hulk. Someone recognized one of the elders in the Avengers. Who are the 2 weirdos? Someone noticed that something was wrong. They took out their mobile phones and were afraid of the video. At the same time, they gradually stepped back to a safe place. Mentalnovel.com. This is the keen sense of New Yorkers. When there is an abnormal situation, it is recommended to run ahead of time. Maybe there will be a fierce battle between superheroes and supervillains in a while. I like this place. There are many people, and the cry of fear will be loud later. Cynthia said so, the daughter of the Red Skull holding Skarda's hammer. That terrible head swept around, and didn't mind those strange eyes at all. I think, smash, crush, all this. The Hulk holding the hammer of the World Breaker said word by word. Turn them all into stone statues. Make them scream, fear, and despair. The third venerable Skyhammer is the master of the Absorber, the Destroyer's hammer. He was a boxer and was recruited into Hydra. The more famous deed was that he killed Daredevil's father in the ring. At the peak, he was able to compete with the Hulk. In the villain camp, they belong to the 3rd and 4th line. Get started. Attract the Avengers first. The 3 venerable Skyhammers who came to New York through the transmission of Okika. They all raised their warhammers and smashed them on the hard ground. Boom. The violent electric current and airwaves suddenly erupted. The cars on both sides of the concrete road were directly squeezed by substantial pressure. The glass windows shattered and splashed, and large cracks appeared on the ground. Hulk took the lead, stepped on the car and roared up to the sky. The sound waves tear the air, turning it into circles of ripples. The crowd, who was still watching the lively crowd, immediately panicked and fled in all directions. Of course, they did not forget to raise the phone to give a close-up of the Hulk, who exuded a strong sense of oppression. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 359 Manhattan Battle, The Fury of the Fat House Captain. The situation is terrible. In the command center on the Sky Mothership, Maria Hill looked serious. Washington, D.C., Chicago, Detroit. Many cities are under attack. The heroic female commander, with her eyebrows twisted together, seemed to be quite a headache. SHIELD has tens of thousands of agents and more than 10 special operations teams. But at this time, there was an embarrassing situation of insufficient manpower. Even if there are 3 Sky Motherships for global support, it will not alleviate all the pressure. The White House has also been bombarded, and the Pentagon is mobilizing the Army and the National Guard. Sharon Carter added. She stretched out her hand to draw a holographic projection, and the robot army printed with the flag of the Third Reich was hitting the White House with fierce firepower. It's the remnant force of the Hydra. These design styles are full of the styles of the robots of the last century, and they are exactly the weapons that Red Skull used in World War II. However, as the Red Skulls disappeared later, they never appeared again. I have an impression. Bucky nodded. He and Steve Rogers were both witnesses of World War II. In that World War, the Red Skull used many advanced weapons that exceeded the level of technology at the time. Part of the Allies' victory is due to luck. The universe Rubik's Cube took away the Red Skull and also defeated the Hydra's defensive line. How is Mr. President? The army of robots just looks bluffing, but in fact they are not as efficient as the fighter group. At least they can raise the White House with artillery. But the swarming robots were blocked by SHIELD's Rapid Reaction Force. Temporarily safe, already hiding in the safe house. Maria Hill replied. We sent Spider-Man and Iron Fist, and the Punisher also took the initiative to join the team. When Bucky heard the names of these people, he expressed a lot of relief. These are superheroes with first and second tier popularity and second and third tier strength. The broken copper and rotten iron used to deal with Hydra should be no problem. Who is leading them? I remember that the remnant party of the Red Skull had been cleaned up long ago. Bucky put his arms around his chest and asked coldly. Before he took over the position of Captain America, SHIELD and the Avengers conducted a large-scale carpet search. Almost uprooted the Hydra forces entrenched in Eastern Europe, and also unearthed many youngsters from within. Unexpectedly, they are so tenacious, there are still remnants hidden in the dark. Cynthia, the daughter of the Red Skull, she appeared in Antarctica and awakened Kerr, the sleeping serpent. Sharon Carter replied. On the holographic projection, a clear photo of a Red Skull appeared. So it was her. A gleam of light flashed in Bucky's eyes, and he had handed each other several times. The daughter of the Red Skull is an excellent killer. In the rankings of the underworld, the Winter Soldier is the well-deserved #1, and Cynthia, codenamed Original Sin, can be ranked in the top 5. Captain, new news. Maria Hill pressed the headset, received the SMS from the encrypted channel, and reported it immediately. The Hulk, Cynthia, and Absorbers. They appeared in Times Square, inches Manhattan. Sharon Carter quickly mobilized SHIELD satellites and nearby surveillance cameras to project real-time video. Raw. It happened to be the manipulating picture of Hulk looking up to the sky and howling. I saw a big green man with muscular muscles, stepping on the sedan under his feet, suddenly jumped up and crashed into a nearby tall building. The hammer of the world breaker swept across, and the current raged like a python, blasting several large holes. At the same time, Cynthia was not idle either. She picked up a car in front of her with one hand and threw it out. Bang! The car smashed several billboards and street lights, raised billows of smoke, and then exploded. The skyrocketing fire frightened more passers-by who fled, and the scene became more chaotic. The absorber raised the hammer, emitting green light waves. The strange energy radiation impacted, and all living creatures around were petrified. 3. Venerable Skyhammer. Bucky's face was solemn, as if he didn't expect that the venerable Skyhammer scattered all over the world suddenly gathered together. Their horrific acts of vandalism have been broadcasted by television stations and have been known to the whole world. A wave of fear is breeding and nurturing in everyone's heart. This will help cool the serpent gradually regain his vitality and return to his heavenly father. Thinking of everything the Supreme Mage had instructed, Bucky silently clenched the vibrating shield in his hand. It's time to go. Manhattan, once known as the economic center of the world, is now a battlefield. The National Guard responded quickly and arrived here the first time. Police cars formed a defensive line, and tanks drove onto the streets. Gunshots, cannons, explosions. There is endless. People can't help but wonder if the Third World War has started. Iron Man and Hawkeye are all outside. Similar attacks have erupted in Dubai and London. They are temporarily unable to provide support. Bucky learned from his friend's tone and began to give a speech before the war to boost everyone's morale. He was wearing Captain America's Stars and Stripes uniform, holding the iconic vibrating buckler in his right hand. This world needs S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Bucky his parachute bag, took Sharon Carter, and 2 special operations teams, and delivered them to Times Square in Manhattan. Oh, Captain America. Cynthia, who blasted a main battle tank hard against fierce firepower, saw the flowers blooming in the sky. The Star-Spangled Banner uniform was too conspicuous. It was simply the brightest star in the night sky, automatically attracting hatred. I have been waiting for this day for too long to kill a Captain America myself. Is there anything more exciting than this? Cynthia took a deep breath, seemingly intoxicated and excited. She swung the Asgardian's hammer and flew towards the landing site of Captain America. It's a pity it's not Steve Rogers. The daughter of the Red Skull, Cynthia, codenamed Original Sin. She appeared in front of the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. like a cannonball, glanced around, without a word of nonsense, directly swung the warhammer and smashed the parachute to the Captain of the United States, who was steadily landing. The latter raised the vibrating shield subconsciously. The terrifying sound waves and shocking power, as if they were absorbed, only burst out with a glare of dazzling light. Bucky's metal arm seemed to be energized, and felt sore and weak that he couldn't even hold the shield. My father, he died in the hands of Captain America, Cynthia said in a hateful tone. And I, today will kill a Captain America to prove who is the true leader of Hydra. Along with her fierce emotions, Asgardian's hammer lingered in the green light, and the power of fear suddenly released. www.mentalnovel.com. Like the whispers of the devil, or manic screams, tearing and torturing the spirit and eardrums of everyone present. Boom. The shield in his hand was knocked off. Bucky held his head in his hands, his expression in pain. He seemed to have returned to the days when he was brainwashed by Leviathan, with endless memories of nightmares, and opened the floodgates. Compared to Steve Rogers, you are much worse. Cynthia curled her lips in disdain, holding the warhammer in both hands, preparing to smash the opponent's head. In any case, letting this Stars and Stripes be bloodied is a good thing for oneself. The morale of S.H.I.E.L.D. was hit, the Avengers fell into grief, and the panic was caused worldwide. The Crimson Head smiled triumphantly. Boom. Just before Cynthia swung the warhammer, a void vortex suddenly opened up over Manhattan. Large black clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rolled, as if the end is coming. The dazzling thunder, like a beam of light bombarded, fell to the ground. A round figure came out from it. This person is wearing sunglasses and a beer belly, unshaven, greasy hair, like a neon old fat man on the wrong set. Fatty man, get away. Cynthia has no good tempers for passers-by who disturb her revenge. Of course, the main reason was that after she became Venerable Skyhammer, She was too deeply affected by her inner emotions. As we all know, the IQ of those who use a hammer is generally not too high. Who are you talking about? A fat man. The fat house Thor, who had a silly smile on his face, frowned tightly, and there was a danger in his eyes. Just call yourself fat, and add the word dead. Unacceptable. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 360 Classic Reenactment. Such a weak god. Who are you talking about? A fat man? Fat House Raytheon also understands in his heart that as he consumes a lot of carbohydrates for a long time, he is addicted to junk food and online games. Compared to his previous self, he is indeed so round now. After all, after coming to the Earth, the social security here is good. Coupled with the appearance of SHIELD and the Avengers, few villains or villains with little eyes will be sent to the door. Therefore, Sol has nothing to do. Most of the time is occupied by the gamepad, and even the beloved Stormax is left out. Naturally, it gradually became a fat house. It's just that sometimes when the truth is told, it often hurts people. Moreover, even if you call yourself a fat man, you have to add the word death. Who can bear this? Saul felt angry and rushed to the top of his forehead. The Stormax in his right hand was involuntarily held tighter. Don't you let others say about being fat? Cynthia added fuel to the fire and continued. Although she vaguely felt that this one-eyed fat mansion, dressed like a Viking pirate, seemed a bit familiar, where she had seen it. But in any case, the Lady of the Red Skull did not connect the person in front of her with Thor. The Thor in Asgard. That is the huge gap between the male and the fat house. It can't be compared at all. It seems that I want to temporarily put away my principle of not hitting women. Amidst the dark clouds, an electric light was dropped and blasted on Saul's body. Thunder's supernatural power was condensed into battle armor, covering the chest, hands and feet. It looks like I'm really going to lose weight. Thor twisted his round body, feeling very uncomfortable. This majestic armor seemed to be tighter, and it was strangled uncomfortably. In the crowd, he adjusted the crotch seg track to prevent the battle from being affected. I hope you don't cry and call mother later. Let her take you home. Cynthia kicked Bucky to the ground. Captain America was already on the plate. Eat whenever you want. This fat man who broke into the battlefield is really an eye-catcher. Let's kill it first. She raised the Asgardian's hammer with one hand and pointed it at Thor. The faint green light, like a wave of water. The air current swelled in circles, and the dazzling current shook the earth. The ground ravines are vertical and horizontal, and the plow has opened a conspicuous scar. Thor. Saul whispered and waved the Stormax. There was no fear on his face, and the energy impact of fear and divine power was split. Then, the eyes burst with electric light, and the hot white light lingered around the body. At this time, the elder fat mansion had just a little bit of Thor's appearance. The terrifying power erupted, and that silly face was full of fierce aura. This shocking change with huge differences before and after made Cynthia put away her inner contempt, and her face was solemn. She didn't expect that this unremarkable and somewhat decadent fat man would still be a master of hiding his strength. Facing the Thunder Thor, who was pressing in front of him like lightning. There is also the Storm Tomahawk that tears the atmosphere and pierces through the air. Cynthia was caught off guard and could hardly avoid it. Had to raise the war hammer with both hands to block the fierce offensive. Boom! The fearful power of Cooler Serpent collided with the Thunder Rune. Along with the dazzling light, the torrent of energy that destroyed everything was released, lighting up the sky above the block. Cynthia smashed into a car not far behind like a cannonball. The steel door collapsed, printing a clear outline. This fat man is quite fierce. Cynthia spit out a saliva, like a tenacious soldier, stood up again. When the glare dissipated, the smoke died down. She saw Thor, holding a Stormax, striding forward, as if the Norse gods descended to the world. Regrettably, the sleek figure affected the perception. Make the other's majestic face look funny. Scutis hammer. The first incarnation of Cooler Serpent. Sol stared straight at the warhammer, and the arm he held the Stormax gave a layer of frost. Click, click. Under the thunder with high temperatures, the ice melts and evaporates into water vapor. Skadi is the goddess of ice and snow in Norse mythology that represents winter. The warhammer named after her. It is not difficult to guess what kind of ability it possesses. Are you Thor of Asgard? Cynthia was surprised. Although there may be a gap between the two of them, the thunder power will not be faked. The fat houser-like guy in front of him is most likely Thor, the of Thunder. However, she clearly remembered that the other party was a blonde hunk with 8 pack cubs. In just a few months, how did he become a sleek, sloppy fat man? It is said that the ears are feeding pigs, but it is not fed like this, right? In other words, this is what Thor really looks like. The photos posted on the Avengers official website have actually been edited. With a series of questions, Cynthia picked up the warhammer and smashed it head and glang. The sound of gold and iron fighting. The harsh sound waves swirled the airflow, and the nearby glass windows shattered, and the parked cars honked sharp horns. The axe and the hammer collided with each other and fell into a wrestling force. The ground on which Cynthia was standing collapsed, opening large cracks. Saul from the movie universe pressed the axe with both hands and pressed it down fiercely. He is from Asgard. In the combat education he received from his childhood, he didn't take pity and cherish Jade, or because his opponent was a female, he had to show mercy. On the battlefield, anything that stands in front of you is an enemy that needs to be defeated and killed. Roar. Just when Thor was about to chop off the Crimson Skull with a storm axe, arrow seemed to set off a 12th typhoon. Dust swept through, and the atmosphere fluctuated. The big green man fell from the sky and blasted Thor's body with a heavy punch like a naval gun. The latter, with an axe, drew a beautiful straight line and rolled through several buildings. Hulk! How could he? Struggling to get up, Thor rubbed his dazed head, still not realizing what had happened. I remembered the deep friendship we had with the Hulk in the arena on Saka. He felt that Hulk had no reason to be cruel to himself. Border breaker, nor or. Smash that fat man, Cynthia said bitterly. The Hulk holding the hammer of the World Breaker made several amazing jumps in succession. The ground trembled like a wave, and a large piece of cement turned outward. Smash. Destroy, Hulk roared, and the reinforced concrete blocking him was like paper. The warhammer swept, all to pieces. He smashed through several walls in a row like a tank. Got you. Hulk's eyes full of anger reflected Thor, the fat man-shaped Thor. He raised the hammer of the World Breaker high, and the power of horror was full and gathered, as if to smash the world to pieces. And so on. Saul hurriedly reached out to stop the Hulk's violence against friendly forces. A silly smile appeared on his face, like a big idiot weighing more than 300 kilograms. We are friends, remember, Banner? No, you are Hulk now. I mean www.mentalnovel.com. I may not be your friend in this universe, but in another place, I have fought side by side with another you. We are good buddies. Hulk's movements couldn't help but stop, and the anger in his eyes gradually receded, as if there was a tendency to wake up. Yes, that's it, Hulk. Saul was pleased with his wit. He was no longer the reckless man who had to solve all problems by force. He learned to communicate, learned to use words to disintegrate opponents. By the way, do you remember Rocky or Natasha? Hearing this, Hulk slowly put down his raised warhammer. Saul also let go of the storm axe and proactively stretched out his hand to express friendship. That hammer is bewitching you, eroding you. Saul smiled, thinking that he had moved Hulk. Unexpectedly, the Hulk's eyes changed and his anger rose again. He felt it again. That terrible controlling force occupied the body and spirit. Suddenly picked up Thor with his left hand, like a noodle, and shook him up. Bang bang, bang bang bang. This feeling, so familiar, as if being run over by an aircraft carrier. Thor felt pain all over his body and his bones were broken. However, the brutal beating was not over yet. After a violent smash, he was thrown high up again, breaking through several floors of ceiling. Hulk held the warhammer in both hands and swung it like a baseball. Boom! In the dull sound, Sol was like the baseball that was hit, completely uncontrolled, flying out of the atmosphere and turning into a black spot on the horizon. I just Don't know you. Hulk put down the hammer and said gruffly, HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 361 Petrify Magic, Absorb Steel. Just when Thor was fighting with the Hulk and Cynthia, the daughter of the Red Skull, 2 streets away, a red and gold painted steel battlesuit rushed back to Manhattan in time. Oh my god, what happened here? Tony Stark looked at the block below his feet, feeling horrified. The cold hair standing on his back. It's too quiet. Compared to the sensational explosion over there, there is no sound here, and even a needle can be heard on the ground. There are no living people in the streets, only lifelike stone sculptures standing everywhere. There were clearly visible panic and fear on their faces. What kind of monsters or terrible sights seemed to be seen? Jarvis, scan the entire street and connect the surrounding surveillance probes. Tony Stark lowered his voice subconsciously. In an extremely quiet environment, the atmosphere suddenly became depressed. I don't know what happened to SHIELD, those made the world a battlefield. Chaos spreading, and fear was born. Iron Man has just dealt with the riot in London. A venerable skyhammer attacked the Prime Minister's residence. That guy can change the sky, trigger tornadoes and lightning thunderstorms, and is a difficult supercriminal. Iron Man, Hawkeye, and the second generation of Ant-Man, they took a lot of effort to repel each other. After receiving a request for help from SHIELD, Tony Stark left the task of cleaning the battlefield to Hawkeye. He quickly returned to North America and flew to Manhattan. Sir, 300 meters away, a survivor was found. Jarvis connected to all the surveillance probes in Manhattan and found a middle-aged man hiding nearby. He hid in a dark alley and curled up behind the trash can. A weird disaster suddenly swept through, turning everyone into this look. Tony Stark made a preliminary judgment. After joining the Avengers over the years and dealing with various supercriminals, his psychological quality and endurance have greatly improved. Aliens, foreign gods, and even mysterious mages, and so on. Iron Man has encountered it. While scanning the surrounding environment, he is alert to the enemy. As he approached the alley, he was ready to get more news from the other side. Hello, I'm the Avengers, Iron Man, Tony Stark. Dude, I think you should see me often on TV or in the news. Right. Tony self-reported his family, as always, played his humorous self, trying to relieve the pressure of the other party. You need medical assistance, or... The middle-aged man curled up in the corner, shaking his hands vigorously, lowered his voice and said, hush. Don't talk. You can't do anything. That's a monster. Iron Man can see the deep fear in the eyes of the middle-aged man. He is like a very scared child, on the verge of collapse. Hey, I am the Avengers, I can. Bang! A huge figure fell to the ground, interrupted the comforting words of Iron Man. Tony Stark. The rough voice is like rubbing against rusty metal. Through the helmet, Iron Man saw the uninvited guest clearly. As the middle-aged man said, he is a monster. Nearly 3 meters high, his whole body was glowing with steel-like bright black luster. It looks like a swamp weirdo that has absorbed a large amount of metal and glued it together. Those eyes glowed with dark yellow gloomy light, and he held a conspicuous square hammer in his right hand. Destroy! The steel weird yelled, and the hammer blasted out a circle of green flames. Like a flame, facing the storm, flooding this alley. Seeing that the situation is not good, Iron Man quickly erected an alloy shield, ready to resist the offensive. It's just that the faint green flame did not touch him, but passed through the gold and red steel battlesuit. Click. Iron Man turned his head abruptly and saw that the middle-aged man turned into a stone sculpture in an instant. On his face, there was an extremely deep look of fear. It turned out to be your ghost. Iron Man's voice was full of anger. He raised his 2 mechanical arms and shot out a beam of light from his palm, knocking the weird man swinging the hammer into the air. Sir, I found relevant information from the SHIELD database. Jarvis' intelligent voice gives information in a timely manner to facilitate subsequent battles. His name is Carl Creel. He used to be a boxer and later worked for Hydra. The code name is Absorb People, which can change the molecular structure of the body and imitate any material that has been touched. Iron Man nodded. No wonder this guy was covered with metal objects. Like the hard shell of a tortoise, it has a strong defensive power. What about the hammer that can make people petrify? Can you analyze any useful information? The steel suit flew into the air, temporarily leaving the battlefield. Cannot scan, let alone detect. Jarvis answered helplessly. Well, it looks like I must fight alone. Iron Man curled his lips. He hated things that couldn't be explained or quantified scientifically. For example, magic. Roar. Destroy. The absorber held the destroyer's hammer, screamed, and rushed into the air. The strong jumping ability made him hit the front of Iron Man like a long-charged cannonball. The hammer lifted up brought a strong sound of wind, which seemed to explode the air. Boom! An alloy square shield instantly condensed from the steel battlesuit made of nanomaterials. But Tony Stark seemed to underestimate the true strength of venerable Skyhammer, and the heavy force directly shattered the strong shield that could withstand the artillery. The steel suit was hit suddenly, like a bullet out of the chamber, spinning at a very fast speed, hitting the ground heavily. The damage degree of the battlesuit is 30%, and the repair process is in progress. Rib breaks and extensive muscle contusions have been detected, and medical procedures are being initiated. The siren resounded in the helmet of the steel suit and kept ringing in Tony Stark's ears. It's like being hit by a car. He had this idea. Destroy. That weird man seems to only say this sentence. He landed firmly on the ground and walked towards Iron Man. With every step taken, the street vibrates. Very oppressive. Do you want to know why I talk a lot of nonsense on the battlefield? Iron Man, who had a slight concussion, finally regained his sober consciousness. Despite the pain all over, he struggled to get up. The words spread far away through the speakers. Sometimes I also ask myself, why when I meet an enemy, I become like that spider baby who likes to wear pajamas, as if I can't stop talking, saying something stupid. Iron Man put his hands together, and the parts of the mechanical arm snapped together to form a huge barrel. The arc reactor on the chest was continuously charged, causing nearly 10 muzzles to glow white. Because we were frightened, because we were afraid. Iron Man gripped the ground with his legs and smashed into the concrete pavement like a pile driver. This was to prevent himself from being rushed out by the amazing recoil. Yes, superheroes are also afraid of death, injury, and loss. Some people are frightened by fear, but some people, they can turn fear into strength. Boom! The heat that melts everything gushes out. The absorber lifted the destroyer's hammer. Metalnovel.com. The fear divine power rippled in circles, blocking this terrifying energy cannon like a force field. By the way, I named it the Gustav Cannon. It can razor half of the city. Tony Stark still didn't shut up. He tried hard to hold his feet, but with little effect. The energy cannon released with full force pushes the steel suit, constantly moving backwards. The ground dragged out a deep gully, as if it had been plowed. It's also not easy to absorb people. His metal shell is like ice cream under high temperature, slowly melting. When the two confronted each other, a void vortex suddenly opened. Thor, the of Thunder, carrying Mjolnir, and Loki. They appeared and rushed to the battlefield. It looks like you are in a little trouble, Stark, Thor said with a chuckle, and brought Loki to the ground. You can't die for the time being unless you plan to stand aside and watch a good show. Iron Man tried hard to squeeze this sentence out of his mouth. Don't worry, the Earth is saved. I have brought the army of the 9 worlds, Saul said happily. He glanced at the venerable Skyhammer, a trace of disgust in his eyes. The minions of Cooler Serpent are the enemies of Asgard. Let me take care of this guy. Sol Yang hand, throwing out Mjolnir. The Thunder Warhammer pierced the atmosphere, radiating electric currents, and hit the absorbing man who was barely supporting Sol. Don't let him touch your hammer. Iron Man seemed to think of something and said eagerly. However, it was too late. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 362. One operation is as fierce as a tiger. 1 watch damage 0.5 Mjolnir is the legendary weapon of Asgard. Its first owner was not Sol. It's Odin's eldest daughter, the imprisoned goddess of death, Hela. As we all know, Asgard's family relationships are bad and complicated. Due to the discord between father and daughter, disagreements, and deeper reasons. In a rage, Odin deprived Mjolnir of the right to use, and then exiled Hela to the underworld. When Thor was born, the king of God gave this thunder war hammer as a gift to his eldest son, the future king. Mjolnir is forged from Uru metal, with a dying star core at its core, with Odin's blessing magic attached to it. It is indestructible and the quality is amazing. You can also control the weather, summon storms, and use magical damage. Since he got Mjolnir, it has been Thor's most beloved weapon, not one of them. Let me take care of this guy. Saul is quite confident and can't wait to show off his skills. I saw Mjolnir burst into light, expelling the atmosphere, and smashing into the absorbing people like a solid cannonball. Sol, don't let him touch your hammer. Hearing this, Thor couldn't help but look at the Iron Man who was releasing the Gustav cannon with a puzzled look. What's wrong with your own hammer? Destroy. Absorbing people roared like a beast, fearing the force field of the divine power, and suddenly shrinking inward. Losing the power of confrontation, the energy cannon that raised half of the city, drew a straight upward line, and took away half of the body of the absorbing man. The sky seemed to have been punched through, and the accumulated dark clouds tore through the big hole, leaving a clearly visible scar. It absorbs the incomparably hard steel shell, like melting ice cream. The dark blood, as thick as oil, was vaporized by the high temperature before it fell to the ground. Taking such a huge risk, the absorber, holding the destroyer's hammer, took the initiative to meet Thor's Mjolnir. Boom! The thunder hammer was wrapped in terrifying power and hit him in the chest. Collapse. Smash. The absorption person flew out suddenly, and the body seemed to shatter, bringing out a smoldering blood mist. However, Saul felt something wrong. Mjolnir did not completely penetrate the flesh and blood, as if it was firmly embedded in the opponent's body, unable to pull it out. Clouds of faint green flames envelop the thunder hammer. No matter how it shoots electric current, it does not loosen the limit. Zizzy. Zizzy. Absorbing people can fully understand what is meant by tenderness inside and outside. The dazzling electric light was in the remaining half of his body, roaring angrily. The flesh and blood are like charred charcoal blocks, becoming extremely fragile and weathering at any time. But the absorber gritted his teeth and stayed unmoved. All spirit and will are occupied and driven by the hammer of fear. Boom! Thor opened his palms and tried hard to reclaim Mjolnir. Above the dark clouds, a dazzling thunderlight descended, bombarding where people were absorbing. The destroyer's hammer seemed to be conscious, not to be outdone, swept a circle of faint green flames. Danger. The keen intuition reminded Saul. He grabbed Loki next to him for the first time, and moved quickly to dodge. That's some kind of magic that can make people petrify. As long as a flesh and blood body is touched, it will immediately turn into a stone statue. Iron Man explained promptly. You shouldn't slam the hammer over. This guy can absorb the substance it touches and then imitate it. After Tony Stark finished a shot of the Gustav cannon, the energy of the steel suit was exhausted and he could no longer participate in the battle. He can only provide some useful information to help Sol win. Click, click. As Iron Man's voice landed and absorbed the human body surface, a huge change took place immediately. The melted half of the body slowly grew silvery flesh and blood, like a hard armor, enveloping the beating Mjolnir. Body shape and muscles, like water injection, keep swelling up. It looks like a large steel bar twisted into a strand, tightly twisted into a ball. Full of power, it looks extremely exaggerated. It's like the Devil Muscle Man coming out of movies and comics. The metallic cluster of the original bright black turns into a conspicuous silvery white. Roar. Absorbing people's roars. Sound waves shook the air, setting off a circle of obvious ripples visible to the naked eye. He absorbed my hammer. Saul was surprised, a little unbelievable. That is Ulu metal, a specialty of Asgard. Its hardness, enchanting effect. Placed in the 9 worlds, it is still number 1. He wasn't that tough before. Maybe it was the fear hammer of Cool the Serpent, which strengthened the ability to absorb people. Iron Man guessed. What should you do now? Can you beat this monster without the hammer? Tony Stark meant that if Sol couldn't beat him, he would retreat as soon as possible. Wait a while and then shake people up, and decide the outcome with the opponent. There is no Mjolnir. Saul hesitated and lost his hammer. He was about to get a 50% discount on the name of Thor. It is also difficult to fully exert its combat power. But the guy who is absorbing alu metal has a tendency to become stronger and stronger. With one ebb and flow, the next battle is not optimistic. Forget it, Sol. The hammer will have a chance to get it back in the future. Loki tossed his cloak. The metal monster didn't look too easy to provoke. She knew very well that Saul's name was Thor, but he was actually the god of hammer. Without Mjolnir, the combat effectiveness is estimated to be less than 30 to 40%. If you continue to stay here, you can only be beaten passively. No, I'm here to save the earth. How can I escape? Saul rightly refused. Then his tone turned low and whispered, Mjolnir is my good partner. I can't leave her alone and leave her alone in the hands of that bastard. Loki shrugged helplessly, expressing speechlessness. My brother is a fetish, and she has nothing to do. Your fist can penetrate the alu metal. You can't even break the defense. What can you fight with others? Rocky mocked. Thor in this universe hasn't been tempered enough, relying too much on Mjolnir. Unlike the other Fat House Thor, after the hammer was crushed by Hela, he began to awaken the power of thunder in his body. Destroy. It seemed to be almost enough to absorb people. The silver-white metal body showed a heavy aura. Holding the destroyer's hammer, took an arrogant step. Like a mad rhino, it slammed into it directly. Without Mjolnir, I am still Asgard's most powerful fighter. Thor rubbed his hands, like a matador, staring at each other stubbornly. Metalnovel.com. As for Rocky, there was also the Iron Man who was squeezed dry. They stepped aside long ago, waiting for Thor's performance. Come on. I have defeated frost giants with my bare hands, tamed fierce 2-footed dragons, and hunted. Sol shouted, boosting his morale. Glang. The destroyer's hammer brought a strong wind, as if hitting a baseball, knocking Thor out. The latter smashed heavily to the ground. His legs twitched twice and stopped moving. What a weak god. Absorb the human sound airway. He stopped and looked at Rocky and Iron Man who were hiding aside. Isn't your father Odin? Let him come to save people. Iron Man poked Loki on the shoulder. He didn't want to become a stone statue. Odin has been beaten by the supreme mage of the earth. He is paralyzed in the bed, unable to come over. Rocky curled his lips and reminded Sol that idiot. But he quickly withdrew if he couldn't beat him. Now he is still hurting himself. She took out 2 enchanted daggers from her waist and threw them on the absorbing steel body with a swish, splashing out a few sparks. Then, rubbing the magic with one hand, several clone phantoms appeared. Regardless of the delicate body of the 3 princesses of Asgard, they are actually proficient in magic and not weak in combat power. It's just that they are usually covered up under Thor's halo, and they seem unremarkable. The clones were scattered, the dagger was swiping, but it is of no use. Rocky's operation was as fierce as a tiger, and the damage was 0.5. Due to the difference in size and strength, she is not like an assassination raid, but like a pedicure. The dagger flicked down, and it could only bring out a few sparks without leaving a wound. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 363 Transmission Channel. Just one punch absorbing people's eyes widened. Loki, who was looking down and jumping from side to side, displayed his unfamiliar knowledge. It seems to be saying, this is it. The damage caused by the 2 enchanted daggers is almost like scraping. No, if you scrape harder, you may feel pain. To be precise, it should be a slight tickling. Master Luo, don't scratch. JPG. If you have a sense of autonomy, You will surely throw out this emoticon package. Blame Sol. Loki discovered that a set of high explosive skill damage could not break the defense of the metal monster. Seeing that the situation is not good, he quickly jumped back and left the battlefield. She attributed all the responsibilities to the reckless brother. If he hadn't just sent out Mjolnir and let the other party absorb Alu metal, how could it be like this? Destroy. The absorber strode forward and raised the destroyer's hammer, slamming it heavily on the ground. Boom! Like a high-intensity earthquake. The solid road immediately collapsed and shattered, throwing up large swaths of dust. The cars on both sides of the street suddenly shook and overturned. The ground rolled to both sides like waves, plowing a deep gully. The power of terror caused the entire Manhattan to shake. Loki leapt lightly and jumped into the sky, avoiding the violent shock wave. But Sol had no such good luck. He had fallen to the ground, unconscious, struggling to get up. The result seemed to be hit by the waves, and once again thrown high in the sky by the Sasser. After a while, he smashed heavily on the wreckage of a car. He twitched his legs and feet a few times and didn't move anymore. Damn it! Venerable Skyhammer leaned over here. The Iron Man is charging. While watching the game through the perspective of God transmitted by Jarvis, I saw the Hulk and the Daughter of the Red Skull. They seem to feel the movement here and are approaching. A Venerable Skyhammer makes people so troublesome, and two more. I am afraid that they will not be explained here. Isn't the Avengers very powerful? An amazing one. A few phantoms were separated, and Loki, who was absorbing people's sight, lurked silently to the side of Iron Man. If Saul hadn't stayed on the battlefield, she would have left. The Earth is now the most dangerous place in the 9 realms. Cool. The Serpent and his minions are not easy to mess with. The two most powerful people recognized by the Avengers: Thor, he is lying there, and Hulk, he has already taken the lead in surrendering to the enemy. Iron Man replied helplessly. This crisis came too suddenly, and neither Shield and the Avengers were prepared. As usual, he can also ask the X-Men or other superheroes for help. But now, the world is in chaos and fear is spreading. For a while, it is really difficult to contact people and integrate the power at hand. Just dealing with the Venerable Skyhammer of Okikul and Nibelungen's Legion of the Dead had exhausted all the energy of Shield and the Avengers. By the way, didn't the Supreme Mage go to Asgard? What about the others? Iron Man suddenly thought of Luke, the Supreme Mage who overturned the red tank when he appeared on the stage. He was the real savior. The Supreme Mage has returned to Carmitage first. He wants to open the portal and get the 9 realms allied forces to the Earth. Loki shook his head. People have more important things, so they don't have time to pay attention to this side. When the allied forces of the 9 realms came to the Atrium world, the army of the dead of the Okikua was not to be feared. That's nothing. Iron Man shook his head feebly. Next, either face the 3 Venerable Skyhammers and be crushed into tomato juice by them, either strategically retreat and fight another day. I'm 50% charged. I'll cover you and take Thor away later. Asgard's prophecy, the Supreme Mage told us that only Thor can defeat the Serpent. He is the key. In a critical juncture, Tony Stark did not live up to the name of a superhero, and showed courage not to be afraid of life and death. This made Loki couldn't help but take a high look. She always felt that humans were both selfish and greedy, and they were racial creatures full of bad roots. I will tell Sol to remember you every death day. Rocky patted Iron Man on the shoulder. Generally speaking, facing a strong enemy and covering the people behind the palace, there will be no good end. Facing the surrounding of the 3 Venerable Skyhammers, there is a high probability that this Earthling will be cold. Trouble. Let him tell Pepper, don't be too sad. You can symbolically miss me for a few years, and then start a new life. Iron Man took a deep breath and prepared himself to die generously. As he confessed his last words, magical sparks cut the space and opened numerous transmission channels. Mystic wizards in retro robes appeared in groups in Manhattan. They all cast spells and chanted mantras. Then the space vibrated like a shattered mirror. The whole block seems to be cut apart and become an independent world. The roads and streets are folded up and down and connected to each other. High-rise buildings are like Lego blocks, constantly moving and changing. It's like a kaleidoscope. Space presents a spectacular and peculiar sight. It's the supreme mage. Loki was the first to react. Iron Man breathed a sigh of relief, and finally didn't need to receive his lunch. I saw Karmatag's secret magic mage, neat and orderly, lined up on both sides, seeming to be waiting for someone. After a few seconds, the magic sparks flickered, and a tall and straight figure emerged from the open passage. It is Luke. Strange, I didn't say that. There is no need for such a pomp. Luke, who came to Manhattan after finishing the business, said slightly dissatisfied. He has always been a low character and never pays attention to these false names. Okay, I remembered. Strange glanced at the corners of the Supreme Mage's raised mouth, and understood the meaning. Continue next time. Step up. How should we deal with the three venerable Skyhammer trapped in the mirrored space? Strange touched the bright forehead, consciously put on the heavy armor, picked up the big sword, and prepared to rush up with a set of Savage Impact plus Whirlwind. It's as if you have resolved it. Luke curled his lips. The Hulk, the daughter of the Red Skull, and the guy who absorbed Ulum metal. Strange couldn't handle any of these three. Today I will let you see what a true melee mage is, Luke said indifferently, sweeping around. His gaze was fixed on the body of the absorbing person. The opponent is out of luck. The nearest to him just can be used as a sandbag for actual combat teaching. In the name of Hogarth, ancient body, Luke directly uses Superada spells. Hogarth's ancient body. The original hard body, like a celestial body, suddenly swells and rises, full of oppression. Bang! Superman pulled out an afterimage, flew into the air, landed from the sky, and landed in front of absorbing people. The ground shook up dust, and the dark red cloak wafted endlessly. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. His body shape at this time was similar to that of the opponent, and he was a little giant with a height of more than 3 meters. Destroy! Before he could absorb the noise, Luke shook his fist and punched it straight out. Boom! The violent air wave erupted into continuous shocks. Explode! The entire street seemed to be filled with a terrifying force, full of waves of destruction. The buildings on both sides looked like dominoes, falling down neatly. Reinforced concrete collapses and smashes, turns into flying dust, blows and floats. The violent shaking, centered on the block where Luke was located, continued to radiate in all directions. Tall buildings collapsed like mountain peaks, and tens of thousands of building fragments pour down. The entire Manhattan, like the center of the earthquake, continued to sink and crack. Strange, have you seen it? This is a melee mage. Luke hit the punch, turned his head and left without looking. You have a long way to go. Strange was stunned and looked down subconsciously. Can his clenched fists penetrate Manhattan? Loki, and Iron Man, who were watching the battle, were even more shocked. They flew high in the sky, looking down at the smoke and dust, and the torn-apart city. As a direct target absorber, he can no longer be seen at all. It was completely evaporated, and turned into a wisp of light smoke that dissipated, without even leaving the whole body. Where he stood, only a square war hammer remained. That is Mjolnir. Luke was very merciful and saved Soul's beloved weapon. This is the strength of the Supreme Mage. Iron Man finally regained his ability to think. The mages of these years are so violent. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 364. I think there is a problem with this script. With a punch, the absorber was smashed to the scum. Luke reached out and wiped the non-existent dust on his suit. The clouds are light and the wind is light, and the gas is calm, as if it was just an ant accidentally trampled to death when going out. The venerable Skyhammer, who made Iron Man and Thor difficult to deal with, was so small in front of Superman. So strong, although he had witnessed a terrifying battle between the Supreme Mage and God King Odin, Rocky was still a little shocked. Sinking Manhattan, the punch that absorbs people in seconds. It is too powerful to give people a visual impact. The Supreme Mage shouldn't be a human being on Earth. Iron Man has doubts, thinking that the Supreme Mage is likely to come from an alien. After all, in his limited cognition, the ceiling of human strength is Hulk, Captain America. The power of mutants is reflected in a variety of talents. Asgardians are manifested in stronger physical fitness and so-called divine power. Like the Supreme Master, only relying on pure strength to highlight his own strength is unique. You can ask directly. I am also very curious whether a mortal body can compare with the gods. There was a hint of surprise in Lucky's eyes, thinking of the defeated Odin. For Luke, she was even more in awe. That is the king of the 9 realms, who has never met an opponent. The best way for a strong to become famous is to defeat another strong. The Supreme Master has already answered the question of who is the strongest of the 9 realms with practical actions. Strange. Do you understand? This is the path you are going to follow in the future, Luke said lightly. Whether it is the devil of hell, or the dimensional lord of another dimension, as a melee mage, there is no enemy that cannot be solved with one punch. If there is, then throw another punch. Strange touched the bright forehead, and there was a look of yearning in his eyes. He decided that after returning to Carmitage, he immediately increased the training items such as 100 push-ups and 100 squats that he insisted on every day, and doubled it. As long as the practice is not a waste, practice to the death. One day, he can become a real powerhouse just like the Supreme Master. Thinking of this, Strange seemed to be beaten up, instantly full of fighting spirit. Are you okay? Luke, who had finished flicking, came to the front of Iron Man and Rocky calmly. He accepted the look of awe in their eyes very calmly. As we all know, Superman has always been Loke, and he has little fame and fortune. But if others insist on offering worship, Luke will not refuse. Just as gold shines everywhere, the same is true. Superman's own excellent qualities, put in any parallel universe, can attract the admiration of everyone from the heart. This is reasonable. I bear the handsomeness and charm that I shouldn't have at this age. Luke shook his head, his mouth curled up. I'm okay. Just thinking about the cost of Manhattan reconstruction, I feel a little headache. Iron Man grinned and looked at the prosperous urban area that was almost razed to the ground. This economic loss was simply an astronomical figure. You know, as the #1 sponsor of SHIELD and the #1 sponsor of the Avengers, Stark Industries has to spend unimaginable financial expenses every year. But no matter how rich it is, it will be very difficult to buy Manhattan, which is so rich. Don't worry, this is a mirrored space. As long as the spell is removed, everything will be back to the original. Luke is not a newcomer. Naturally, he knows that the superhero is completely attached to the demolition office. Especially for Superman, it is commonplace to smash a few satellites and destroy a few buildings. Fortunately, he has a mirror space, and he can barely let go of his hands and feet without being restricted. The 2 Skyhammers are gone. Loki looked at the other blocks, the Hulk who was about to lean in, and the daughter of the Red Skull. They were suddenly shrouded and covered by a group of faint green flames, and that force tore through the mirrored space and took the 2 of them away. The Destroyer's hammer also disappeared. Kor, the serpent, has a sense of every venerable Skyhammer, and when he perceives something wrong, he naturally wants to retreat with his minions. Luke smiled, and didn't stop it. The final battle is not in New York, but in Antarctica. The fearful kingdom of Cool, the serpent, is slowly rising there. The other party sent Venerable Skyhammer just to create chaos and draw the emotional energy of billions of creatures. The army of the 9 realms is gradually gathering, and the stage has been set up for Sol. Right, where is the Sol? Luke didn't want the idea of going to war with a heavenly father. After all, Emperor Wai-Shan didn't take the initiative to increase money. That it. Loki was slightly disgusted, and pointed to a certain direction covered by the dust. Strange didn't wait for Luke to give orders, so he took the initiative to bring Carmittage's people and began the excavation work. He is already a mature mage, know how to share worries for the boss. This is really the man of destiny who can kill the serpent in Asgard's prophecy. Seeing Thor, the disgraced Thor, was dug out, Luke was a bit speechless and couldn't help but doubt it. Did Odin deliberately let out the news to create momentum for his son's succession to the throne? Just like this, what can you use to defeat a heavenly father? Cool. The serpent is at the same level as Odin, plus 8 dread hammers to provide power. His strength should not be underestimated. Saul couldn't even settle for a venerable sky hammer, and he still wanted to single out the god of fear. No matter how you look at that prophecy, it feels mixed with moisture. To be honest, if I hadn't read it, I wouldn't believe it. Rocky smiled bitterly and shook his head. MTLnovel.com said helplessly. She specifically turned over the ancient collection of Asgard and confirmed the authenticity of this prophecy. It was spoken by the 3 goddesses of fate, and it will never be false. But no matter how you look at it, Thor and the son of prophecy who killed the serpent and defeated the gods are not in the slightest. In Lucky size, the supreme mage standing in front of him. It's more like the savior who stopped the serpent and turned the tide. The strongest person with the ability to frustrate Odin and pacify the of fear. It feels that the problem is not big. Where is the other Thor? Luke glanced at Thor, who was in a coma, and asked again. The soul of this universe is unreliable, he has another fat house version. Loki shook his head, saying that he hadn't seen each other. Floating in outer space. Iron Man's robotic arm casts images transmitted by satellites. Fat House Thor gave the Hulk a home run, hit the atmosphere, and floated along the low Earth orbit. Well, does Asgard have a reliable person? Luke was unable to complain. Odin is a cold-blooded butcher who intends to bomb the Earth and destroy the world. His elder brother Roshorkir is even more brutal. As for the 2 Thors, except that they are both sister licking dogs. One brain is full of muscles, and the other brain is full of fat. How can this be performed according to the script? Luke was suspicious. At that time, the final battle will be final. The allied forces of the 9 realms fought against the army of the dead. The Avengers against the venerable Sky Hammer. As a result, the son of prophecy, Thor, the of thunder, was beaten half-bodied by the serpent Kerr, and reunited with his father. Isn't it embarrassing for the 3 goddesses of fate in Asgard? https. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 365. People full of courage. Everything can be enchanted. After thinking divergent for a while, Luke raised his hand to cancel the mirror space. It was devastated, and the sinking Manhattan disappeared. Instead, the metropolis is still prosperous and lined with tall buildings. Luke looked up, looked through the clouds, and found the Fat House Thor floating in outer space. This cargo was hit by the Hulk and flew directly out of the atmosphere. Fortunately, the Asgardians have strong physiques, especially Thor, who has the blood of the Asgardians. He passed out only briefly and was not life-threatening. This gave Luke a sigh of relief. Both souls were the male number 1 arranged by him. If you lose any of them, the possibility of slaying Cool the Serpent will be greatly reduced. With such a brother, Rocky must have been very hard at ordinary times. Luke sighed helplessly, flew out of the atmosphere, and brought the Fat Mansion Thor back from a low Earth orbit. Then, placing the 2 Thors together, Loki slapped them a few times. Use physical means to help them regain consciousness. Where's my hammer? Thor of this universe. The first moment he opened his eyes, he asked Mjolnir. Knowing that his beloved Meow hammer was safe and sound, he let out a long sigh of relief. Then, clutching his flushed face, he grinned and asked, "How do you feel like being beaten up?" The performance of Fat House Thor is different. In this Thor's heart, there is only his sister. After regaining consciousness, the first sentence was, "How is Loki?" This made the latter's heart beat and moved. That round face was pleasing to the eye a lot. As for Thor in this universe, He is still thinking about the lost and recovered Mjolnir. I didn't realize that my sister was being pried away by someone digging a wall. Your circle is really messy. Luke tried to rationalize Asgard's family relationship, but found that it was too complicated and entangled, so he had to give up. Master Mage, what should we do next? Iron Man did not notice the subtle relationship between Loki and the two Thors. Looking at the neighborhood destroyed by venerable Skyhammer, Tony Stark's eyes raised a touch of anxiety. Cool. The serpent only sent his minions to make the Avengers and SHI. When that Asgard's god of fear is officially on the stage and stretches out his clutches to the world, what should the superhero resist? Mindful of this, Iron Man couldn't help but look at the young Supreme Mage. Luke's strength is obvious to all, coupled with Armitage's detached status. It's not a shame to ask him for help. Get ready to fight, everyone. The fearful country of Cool, the serpent, has slowly risen in Antarctica. The gate of Nibelungen opened, and the Legion of the Dead gathered in that frigid ice field. Sol and Loki, they have reached a temporary alliance with the world such as Jotunheim and the Flame Nation. The army is gathering, and we will charge the Okikur in 2 days. The fate of this planet is in your hands. Luke's voice was flat and did not show the momentum of a generous speech, but every word seemed to contain intense emotions. It caused everyone's feelings to float and their blood boiled. But before that, Luke paused, and before the decisive battle, he prepared a surprise package for the Avengers. I need to build the best weapons and armor for soldiers who join this war. Asgard Fairy Palace. Seeing the huge warehouse that was about to be evacuated, the gatekeeper Heimdall looked distressed. I thought that Saul was too generous, and that was all the wealth that Odin had saved. High-quality swords, enchanted armor, scepters and spears that emit energy, appliances made of rare materials. All these sophisticated equipment, which was built by the dwarf craftsmen, were all thrown into a huge furnace. Asgard has become the arsenal of the Atrium world. The weaponry was turned into a hot liquid like magma in the furnace and slowly poured into the model. After that, the dwarves use their unique memories to repeatedly forge and smelt, and finally form. Blessed by the power of Odin. AK-74. Inside the active volcano, Iron Man looked sluggish. Is this the best weapon? The Supreme Master said. He thought it would be a legendary soldier like Thor's hammer and Gungnir. If Sol doesn't use a hammer, but instead carries an assault rifle, it feels a bit contrary to his style of painting. As an arms dealer, you don't think cold weapons are better than hot weapons, do you? Luke picked up a well-built magical version of the AK-74 assault rifle and walked into the wide area. In front of Iron Man, he faced the target, pulled the trigger, and strafed. Bullets with attributes such as Holy Light, Sunder Armor, and Exorcism instantly beat a roaring behemoth into meat. The power is so powerful and the effect is so good that Tony Stark speaks to himself. Call the Avengers in a while, each equipped with 2 assault rifles, unlimited supply of bullets. Luke is quite satisfied. The forging skills of the dwarf craftsmen are unique in the universe, and there is no problem with the new weapons on the whole. Okikul has been sealed for thousands of years. He doesn't know that the times have changed. The key to determining the outcome of a war is no longer the crowded tactics, but the intensity of the firepower. It's a pity that time is too late. Otherwise I'm going to let those dwarves melt Odin's destroyer armor and get some enchanted tanks and artillery. Iron Man's throat rolled twice, thinking of the scene where the Mark series battlesuit was passively beaten when facing venerable Skyhammer. He suddenly had a bold idea. That Supreme Mage, do you think my steel suit can be enchanted? Tony Stark tweaked and said www.mentalnovel.com. As a world-leading genius scientist, he left his research and didn't do it, and instead sought magical solace. If it is spread out, it will be a little shameful. It can be seen that after knowing the power of enchanting AK-74, Iron Man decided to abandon the extra worries in his mind. Other people's discussions can only last for a while, but the enhancements gained after being enchanted can get long-term benefits. The technology is very difficult, but it is not completely infeasible. Luke swiped twice and said slowly, before, he arranged for Stephen Strange to enchant a hot weapon to deal with the battle of the Supreme Mage. The dead men's army of Okikal. They are undead. It is difficult to kill in the true sense. Only by blessing Odin's blessing can it be completely resolved. The King of God is in the south pole of the earth, accepting the imprisonment and training of Cool the Serpent, and has no time to enchant weapons. But with the gang he left behind, Luke can barely replace the opponent and complete the task. Regarding the idea put forward by Iron Man, the Supreme Mage thought for a moment and gave an answer. It mainly depends on whether you have that courage. Sorry, the men of the Stark family have never lacked courage. Iron Man is full of confidence. He is not even afraid of venerable Skyhammer, and he can resist the fear of the hammer. What else can scare him? That's good. I appreciate your confidence. Luke smiled contentedly, and then pointed to a steel furnace that emits huge heat. Have you seen it? Iron Man nodded, wondering why the Supreme Mage would mention this. Dress in your steel suit and jump in, Luke said seriously. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 366 Blessed Battle of the Five Armies. Jump in. Iron Man looked at the red steel melting pot below, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Those hard, shiny metal weapons were thrown in as if they didn't need money. Then, within a short time to breathe, it melted into the hot molten iron and turned into a plume of heat. Jintai is even so. If the flesh and blood of a mortal jumps down, I'm afraid it will just evaporate, and even a whole body can't be left behind. Is there a slightly less dangerous way? The corners of Iron Man's mouth twitched twice, and he took 2 steps back. Although the suits of the Mark series are designed to protect against cold, radiation, and high temperatures, but if you entered the steel melting furnace below, even if the battle clothes are not melted, people will have to be cooked. You always have to pay a price if you want to get power, Tony. I believe you should understand this equivalent exchange, Luke said lightly. He didn't mean to embarrass Iron Man. After all, Tony Stark, who is about to celebrate his 40th birthday, is still his godson. As an old friend of Howard, how could he make things difficult for Iron Man? The reason for this request is that according to Odin, only through the baptism of flames and adhere to the inner beliefs can we get the blessings of the gods. Iron Man wants to strengthen himself and upgrade his suit to an enchanted version. Luke can only provide a method, but cannot help more. Then I will write a will first and arrange my own funeral. Iron Man is chattering endlessly, and what seems to be a chattering problem has occurred. By the way, Supreme Mage, remember to tell Pepper that I was burned to ashes to protect the Earth, not to slip into the steel furnace for a while, as he said when he faced the absorption of people. These nutritious nonsense and are all for the purpose of conquering one's inner fear. If you don't want to jump, there is no need to force it. Luke waved his hand. Compared to the original event of the original fear, under his active intervention, Captain America Bucky did not sacrifice, and Odin did not destroy the Earth. Moreover, the 8 hammers of the Okikal are incomplete. The hammer of the boundary breaker of the red tank fell into his hand. Although it is not restless, it is constantly struggling, wanting to return to the embrace of its owner. But the underworld world belonging to Luke is more independent of the world than the mirror space. Therefore, no matter how hard the Okikua tried, he could not be successfully recalled. This means that if the god of fear wants to break through the Heavenly Father's level, the success rate will drop a lot. Secondly, a day later, Jotunheim, Land of Flame, Atrium World, Asgard, Warnheim. 5 armies gathered in Antarctica. In terms of overall military strength, the 9 realms did not lose to Nibelungen of Oshaka. In addition, Luke has 2 Thors, and he is in the absolute advantage of Flying Dragon's face. The next war does not necessarily require Iron Man to charge forward. Sol and Asgard are the main forces. Luke comforted. He was also worried that if there was an accident, Iron Man would really die. and it would be embarrassing to see Howard again in the future. I have the courage and determination. The men in the Stark family all have the same stubborn temper. Iron Man took a moment to record a video of his last words and upload it to Jarvis' storage space. Then, with firm eyes, he jumped down. A burst of heat radiated from the steel furnace, reflecting the red inside of the volcano. The busy dwarf craftsman watched Tony Stark's death-hunting behavior with shocked eyes. That is the terrifying heat that even alumetal melts. Well, it seems that the gods of Asgard still give Iron Man some face, or give me face. Luke watched Tony Stark fall into the furnace, splashing a few drops of molten iron. The terrifying heat did not melt Iron Man and his armor. A few minutes later, he polished and waxed like a full suit, appeared in front of Luke with a completely new look. Just like a replica of Odin's destroyer armor, the magic lines are imprinted on the surface of the battle suit, which can gather powerful energy at any time, showing an indestructible aura. "How do you feel?" Luke asked curiously. He also didn't know what the so-called blessing of the gods was. Think about it, it should be similar to the blessing of Emperor Waishan. Great. My Mark series has never been so great. There was a hint of excitement in Iron Man's tone. He had jumped with the determination that he would die. But I did not expect that after falling into the furnace, it was not melted by the high temperature. On the contrary, there is a mysterious power in the dark, covering the red and gold steel suit. It seems that someone is whispering in the ear, and it seems to see a few stalwart phantoms. When Tony Stoker's consciousness returned to the body, he found that his steel suit had undergone tremendous changes. As if rebirth from the ashes, a powerful feeling came to life. "I think I can call all the Avengers over and make them jump." Iron Man made a suggestion. "Then you don't have to take action by cool. The Avengers will be destroyed by the group." Luke's mouth twitched, seemingly speechless. "Really think that Asgard's blessings of the gods can be received by anyone? Distribute the enchanted weapons produced to make the dwarves more sturdier, regardless of accuracy or stability, as long as the power is strong enough." Luke perfectly practiced the principle of more is beautiful, big is good, caliber is justice, and turret is truth, and he wants to use the assault rifle, of course, with artillery in hand. In the next time, the Avengers were all allocated the necessary equipment, and Asgard's legion was fully armed. Under the leadership of Strange, Carmitage's occult mage finally arrived in the Antarctic ice sheet. Hundreds of mages all put on the ring and moved the circle. The magic spark cuts the space and pulls out several huge transmission channels. Jotunheim, land of fire, Asgard, Warmnaheim, accompanied by the sound of the horn that shook the sky. 4 armies appeared on the cold and windy ice field. Boom, boom, boom. The drums of war were beaten and the horn sounded. Finally, the Avengers who belonged to the Atrium world, the follower Supreme Master, walked out of the transmission channel. Looking at it, like a black cloud, it charged towards the magnificent palace standing on the ice sheet. Novel.com. "Hey, did you see it, Odin? Your son is here with a helper." Kurt the Serpent, holding the 9th hammer of fear, stood at the top of the palace. "I'm afraid you have never thought that the Asgardians will one day fight with the frost giants of Jotunheim and Sitel's men, right?" Odin closed his eyes tightly and said nothing. "These days, Okikar is humiliating and torturing himself in various ways. It seems that we must vent all the grievances accumulated over the years." The scarred king heard the rumbling sound and felt the thunderous, supernatural power of Thor. "Hey, how could there be two?" Odin opened his one eye. His hands and feet were pierced by the power of fear, like a crucified Jesus, tied to the cross. In the line of sight, there appeared a huge cloud with no end in sight. Asgard's Golden Legion is in the center. The Blue Frost Giant and the Crimson Fire People are on both sides, acting as flanks. Warmnam's army, Carmitage's occult wizard, and the Avengers walked behind. Nibelungen's Legion of the Dead. The Serpent Q looked up to the sky and roared, and the faint green flame was aroused. As if a certain signal had been released, a gloomy breath suddenly emerged. A rotten, old warship smashed into the iceberg, with dead bodies hanging from its sails. The cold wind blew through, bringing out a pale lifelessness. "My children, cool," the snake shouted again. The recalled Venerable Skyhammer walked out slowly. They led Nibelungen's army of the dead, and also launched a charge. Boom! It is like a torrent of steel colliding tightly, setting off a fierce wave of blood and flesh. HTTPS. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 367 South without Gatlin, 600 revolutions per minute at 1 interest. The day of destiny has come. Heimdall standing on the broken rainbow bridge, holding a large sword in both hands, quietly watching the battle of the 5 armies in the atrium world. Because Asgard sent all the troops out, the defense in the fairy palace was empty at this time. In order to ensure the safety of Queen Frigga and other people, the goalkeeper did not set foot on the battlefield, but chose to stay behind. Heimdall believes that the key to victory is not how many troops are. Everything is an arrangement of fate. Asgard is different from other gods. It is a storybook with a long ending. The ancient gods of the Shadowland planned the dusk of the gods with one hand. Therefore, the trajectory of the fate of God's domain is equivalent to being imprinted on an ancient stone slab and cannot be changed. Formed a closed loop that is difficult to break. 2 days ago, Queen Frigga went to Warnheim to find the traces of the 3 goddesses of fate. Attempt to save Sol and make a change, but returned without success. Can only wait for the arrival of the fateful day. When Okikul took the throne, he inadvertently saw the ruined future of Asgard. So, he did not hesitate to kill many gods, deprive him of power, and forge the hammer of fear. Perhaps the purpose is not wrong, but such a brutal way has caused the common dislike of Odin, and the Warner Protoss replaced his brother and became the new queen of Asgard. Odin also foresaw the dusk of the gods. He used the militant halo as the spear of Asgard's attack, sweeping the 9 realms and opening up the territory. As for the discord between the father and daughter behind, and the swords facing each other, it was purely an accident. On the one hand, Odin did not expect that the eldest daughter was recognized by the World Tree, and the connection with Asgard was deepening. On the other hand, Hela is not satisfied with ruling the 9 realms. She has more ambitious goals. If it fails, then... Do you want to release Hela? Heimdall thought. Odin had planned for the worst. If he destroys the earth, he still hasn't prevented Cool the Serpent from recovering his strength. He seriously considered and released Hela, who was recognized by the World Tree and connected to Asgard as one. Placed in the Atrium world, this is called Drive the Tiger and Devour the Wolf. Although he said that he was a biological daughter, Hela may not have a good impression of Odin. According to Asgard's domestic violence tradition, she came up to beat up her father, which is a normal development. I hope Thor can break fate. Heimdall sighed, feeling heavy. In his field of vision, 2 Thors rushed into the army of the dead, like a tiger into a flock. The dazzling electric light burst out, illuminating the sky of Antarctica! Thor picked up the hammer and smashed a dead body to pieces. Rocky, do you think him good? Mjolnir was lost and recovered, which made him feel very happy. Boom! Thunder bombarded, and the hot plasma spread all over the sky. The endless army of dead men was emptied in an instant. Fat House Thor took the storm axe and flew to Loki's side with awe-inspiring awe. He glanced at Sol slantingly, and hummed softly, on this level, I am ashamed to say that he is Thor. The 2 guys are tit for tat, as if they are going to fight. Boom, 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 boom. Before Thor could decide the victory or defeat, Iron Man flew over. After the battle clothes blessed by the gods, 2 enchanted Gatlings popped up on the shoulders. Da-da-da-da-da-da. There was a violent spit, and the fiery flames swept across like a long dragon. Those undead warriors who were involved in the metal storm turned into powder in an instant, and disappeared in wailing. Iron Man is like a harvesting machine. Wherever he went, the army of the dead was defeated. Nanwu Gatling bodies at the 6 clean depleted uranium bombs, 1 breath of 3,600 revolutions, compassion and compassion to the world. Luke has some regrets. In his opinion, Iron Man's reinforcement is not enough. Seeing Tony Stark showing great power, he directly smashed 2 ships of the dead. and large swaths of undead were purified. The two Thors couldn't help it anymore, one with a hammer and the other with an axe, and entered the god of war mode of killing and killing. On the Antarctic ice sheet, shouts of killing shook the sky, dispelling the heavy clouds that had accumulated. "Master Mage, are you not going to make a move?" Strange followed Luke, acting as a guard. Found an undead warrior rushing over and took a set of crit strikes directly. Bright bald head, strong body shape, plus the armor and big sword, are like a copper wall and iron wall, which is extraordinarily oppressive. Didn't the Asgardians have said everything? This is the day when Thor and Cool the prophecy are fulfilled. What am I doing? Luke shook his head. He was just the last insurance, the person in charge of the closing. In the final analysis, all these messy incidents caused by Osnakir can actually be classified as family disputes. As we all know, for such incidents, law enforcement agencies usually only mediate, not interfere. There are two Thors. Who is the son of prophecy? Strange scratched his forehead, a little puzzled. Since his hair fell out, he has become less and less thinking. When encountering anything, the first thing I think of is whether it can be solved with a fist or a big sword. For this reason, Strange consulted the Supreme Master. Luke answered like this: "This is normal, no problem." Manga world. The stronger the muscles, the more frequent IQ drops. Who can kill the serpent is the son of prophecy. Luke said nonsense, and he looked at the great serpent cur in the distance, standing on top of the land of fear. Judging from only the breath, it is roughly at the level of a heavenly father, slightly worse than Odin. But considering the fear hammer forged by the opponent, it can absorb the emotional energy of living beings. The real combat power is definitely more than that, and it can continue to improve. Personally, I hope Sol can compete for some gas, so I don't have to do it myself. Luke rubbed his palms, as if doing a warm-up exercise. A fight with Heavenly Father is very exhausting. Simply basking in the sun, I am afraid it will take 3 or 4 months to recover. The reward given by Emperor Waishan was not enough to pay Superman's second appearance fee. Luke couldn't help thinking Divergent, and at the forefront of the battlefield, two souls cleared a channel. High-level undead warriors riding giant beasts and giant dragon corpses are not the opponents at all when they encounter the Thunder, who is swinging weapons and flashing lightning. The fiery thunder pulp poured out in all directions like a boiling torrent. The thick ice sheet melted and evaporated, and large white smoke appeared. The undead warrior in it was instantly burned to ashes, and he could no longer return to the Nibelungen of the Okical. When did you give birth to 2 sons? They also mastered the power of thunder. Odin Kier turned his head and looked at Odin. In his impression, Odin has only 1 son. Can't I be healthy all the time? Odin said lightly, although he himself doesn't know why there are 2 souls. But at this time, speak hard. Old Brother Cool was sealed in the deep sea www.mentalnovel.com before he was enthroned. He was not a good girl and left no offspring. In terms of seeding, Odin is confident that he can outperform him by more than one thing. Oh, I only wanted you to lose a son today. Okika sneered. In his opinion, the impulse to mate is the nature of animals. As a noble god, that kind of boring activity is meaningless. My children, the destined sons of the end of Asgard, put them under your feet. Okikya shouted. The Destroyer's hammer, the World Breaker's hammer, the Soul Breaker's hammer, the Soul Eater's hammer. When the remaining venerable Skyhammer heard the words, they stepped together and walked towards the 2 Thors. Okay? Luke frowned suddenly, thinking something was wrong. He sensed an extremely violent and fierce aura in the magnificent palace of the rising kingdom of fear. Like a celestial body shattered by an explosion, swallowing all black holes. Oki Cool still has a whole card. With supervision, he penetrated through many barriers, only to see a faint green flame. A tall figure floats in the swaying power of fear. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 368. Inferior Situation, Mysterious Man Fatty. Which one are you going to pick? Thor glanced at Fat House Thor, and said that he would choose his opponent first. The 8 great sky hammers, remove the red tank that was the first to send out a blood, and the assimilated person who was killed to the scum by a punch. There are still 6 people left on the court. Most of them are 3rd and 4th tier, with no popular villains or criminals. On weekdays, street heroes like Iron Fist, Daredevil, and Punisher can solve it without having to send the Avengers. But now it's different. They got the favor of the Fear Hammer and chose to become the venerable Sky Hammer. The powerful power is easy to get, and the price paid is just a trivial thing, such as self-conscious. This is very important in the eyes of many people, but it's worthless in front of another group of people. The big green guy. Hulk, that bastard. I have an account with him. Thor was furious. He didn't forget that he was smashed into the atmosphere by the other party with a hammer. Everyone fought side by side on the Sokoa Star somehow, and forged a deep friendship. How to return to the Earth. I don't even talk about a little affection. Besides, Hulk also beats. This is a treatment that only Rocky has. Hulk swore that he would never treat me like that again. Fat House Thunder God is like a resentful woman. He fought Hulk in the Sokoa Star Arena in another universe. The big green guy beat himself up in the way he dealt with Loki. Later, Saul asked Banner to keep it secret and told Hulk not to do that again. Was thrown around like noodles, but it was a humiliating thing. Then, the 2 next to him packed them together. The Fat House Thor raised his storm axe and said boldly, "If you ignore his erect beer belly, he looks like a god. Then I will choose the other side, faster than to see who else." Thor is full of confidence and squeezes Mjolnir tightly. Not only was Iron Man strengthened, he also received the blessings of the gods. That majestic battle armor is surrounded by strands of shining electric light. Mjolnir is like a cannonball, tearing through the air and cold wind, bringing a strong sound of wind! Amazing explosion sound, resounding above the ice field. The owner of the Hammer of the Soul Destroyer was hit unsuspectingly, snapped. One left arm was broken shoulder to Zelda and turned into crumbly minced meat. Venerable Sky Hammer let out a violent cry, but did not back off. He strode forward and slammed into Thor with his warhammer. Aggressive and aggressive! The ice sheet collapsed and shattered, and the ice cubes were like waves, and large swaths were lifted and rolled. Thor is not afraid, and he lifts the hammer. Mjolnir and the Hammer of Fear. One color is silver and the other color is green. These 2 extreme colors touch and mix with each other, bursting out endless destructive power. Within a few kilometers, all are reduced to thunder and lightning. The thunder light that melts everything, overflows and flows, making people afraid to approach. Eat it. Destroy. Nekard, the master of Soul Eater's hammer, and the new master of Destroyer's hammer. These 2 Sky Hammers also join the battlefield. The faint green light flashes constantly. That is a burst of energy. The 3 known situation makes Soul's situation not optimistic. He has some left-handed and right-handed, from active offensive to defensive. His courageous momentum is suffocating. 3 hammers of fear were swung down at once, releasing a majestic torrent of energy, forcing Thor to retreat steadily. He held Mjolnir, and thunder descended from the dark clouds, like a hard rock standing in the heart of the river, resisting this wave stubbornly. The 2 sides are in a stalemate, and on the other side, Thor is also not easy. Although the bold words were released, when facing the Hulk, it was not so easy. Hulk is always full of anger. This extreme emotion is magnified countless times by the Hammer of Fear. This also means that his power is stronger than usual. Once this green beast releases his anger, the consequences will be disastrous. Smash! Banner's consciousness in his body has been suppressed to the corner. The Hulk waved the hammer high, pouring into it with great strength. Boom! The ice field shakes. Click, click. The firm and thick ice layer cracked, and the terrifying power was transmitted along the ice surface. Even the face of Thunder God of Fat House changed. He quickly flew up into the air, avoiding Hulk's fierce and powerful blow. The Storm Axe took advantage of the situation and took the body, drawing a straight track downward. Since the accident of Thanos happened, that is, the time when no one was hacked, Fat House Thunder God has become a beheading demon. Whenever he encounters an enemy, he is facing the opponent's head. Hulk attack. The Hulk roared, and the sound wave moved the air, forming a circle of substantial lines. The fat house Thor, who was falling rapidly, seemed to be stuck in sticky glue, and the speed slowed down for a moment. Die. Asgard's Thor. Yin and sorrowful laughter sounded sharply. The atmosphere exploded, and the hammer of the fallen believer hit the sleek Thor. The powerful force made the fat house thunder god suddenly fly out like a cannonball, smashed through an iceberg forcibly, and the whole person was firmly embedded in the ice. The war situation is not optimistic. Strange was a little worried. He saw Iron Man preparing to go to support him, and then he was shot down from a high altitude by Cool, the serpent, with a long tail flame. Other superheroes also tried to share the pressure, but the army of the dead surrounds them like a tide, blocking their way. Oki Kerr's eyes were indifferent, and his behavior seemed to say that no one should interfere with this battle. Master Mage, are you still not ready to shoot? Strange became anxious and continued to follow this trend. The two Thunder Thor is likely to be beaten away by Venerable Skyhammer, and then lose again. Maybe they didn't even see the face of the Serpent Kerr, and died under the hammer of fear. And the Avengers seem to be unable to recover. It is difficult to recover their disadvantages. Stranger thought hard, and finally put his eyes on Luke. A strong person who can defeat Odin is equivalent to an important weight to break the balance. In waiting, Luke's complexion was slightly more serious, no longer showing a relaxed look. His supervision can't break through the concealment of fear and divine power, and see through the true face of that tall figure. However, the terrifying aura radiated from the opponent also has the supernatural power of fear covering the body. Can tell. This is a terrifying opponent who is not inferior to Odin, even younger, and even worse. There is such a person on Earth? Luke frowned slightly, and a cloud of pure white light condensed in his hand. As if making a phone call, he started contacting Emperor Wai-Shan. In this case .novel.com you must add money. Otherwise, he would have suffered too much. At the same time, the tall figure in the country of fear seems to have sensed something. He slowly opened his eyes, and the faint green flame occupied his mind. The voice of Cool, the serpent, resounded repeatedly like a big roaring bell. Venerable Skyhammer ... destroy ... everything. Hoarse voice, like rubbing against rusty iron plates. My name is... The man seemed to have forgotten his memory, but he tried hard to recall but found nothing. Under the negative influence of fear and supernatural power, it is difficult for men to concentrate. Robert. My name is Robert. After a long silence, in the deepest part of the kingdom of fear, a low voice rang out. Robert Reynolds ... No, am not that coward. Coward. The man shook his head, a touch of confidence rose in his eyes. The terrifying breath is like a volcanic eruption, rushing through the dignified layer of green flames. I am a sentry. An invincible sentry. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 369 0 million stars, Sentry debut Stark. Let SHIELD send you the location of the Hammer of Fear, as well as the specific information of each selected host. Luke frowned. His supervision was cut off from the power of fear, unable to see the true face of that tall figure. Can be felt from the breath released. This is an extremely powerful opponent. Those clusters of faint green flames can only cover the surface and cannot penetrate into the body. Even the fearful power of Okikul can't completely control this person. One can imagine how terrifying the opponent's strength is. Suddenly, Luke remembered another thing. If Asgard's fate prediction is so powerful, even the Heavenly Father cannot break it. Facing its own arrival, it should make adjustments. It's like having other characters in a written script. As a screenwriter, or give that guy a lunchbox, either use other methods to make it disappear. To obliterate a Heavenly Father, even the ancient gods in the Shadowlands of Asgard would not be able to do it. But it doesn't seem to be difficult to choose a more powerful host for the Okika. After all, this place is closer to the comic universe, and there is never a lack of hanging on the wall. In order to prevent this butterfly from setting off a storm, the fate prophecy must make technical adjustments. That mysterious venerable skyhammer is proof. Luke guessed so. Grandmaster. These marked cities are where the hammer of fear fell. The Iron Man who was killing the quartet with the enchanting Gatlin was summoned, and he flew to Luke quickly. He directly let Jarvis enter the SHIELD database and retrieve the relevant information. London, Dubai, Brazil. Luke scanned the holographic map, checked the character files, and compared with Venerable Skyhammer on the field, and found nothing wrong. Except for the Absorber who was killed to the scum with a punch, the other hosts selected by the Fear Hammer were all matched. 8 Venerable Skyhammer, that guy is not among them. Then who will he be? Luke had doubts in his eyes, waved his hand, indicating that Iron Man could continue to return to the battlefield. The Okikul has a total of 9 hammers forged, and he controls the ultimate Fear Hammer, and then selects 8 minions. Superman had a vague guess in his heart, but he couldn't be sure. At this moment, the pure white light from the palm of his hand shook like a phone call. Why Shandy responded. Something? The information that emerged, as always, cherish the words like gold, and the words are concise and concise. It's probably the old man Agamotto. Luke curled his lips. His impression of Emperor Wai-Shan was that Agamotto was rigid and rigid, Oshata had a gentle temperament, and Hoggs was not very concerned. Superman sent his inner question over and hinted, by the way, it's no problem if you want to make your own move to level the Serpent Cur, but you have to add money. Dignified Supreme Mage, Superman Lieutenant General, no more than those mercenaries who are called to come and go. If it's just that you can cast spells without paying a price, it's definitely not enough for Luke's next appearance fee. Okikul, the of fear, plus another powerful enemy who doesn't know the details. To be honest, his chances of winning may not be high. Your little money, it's hard for me to help you. JPG. After Luke sent the message, he seemed to feel that the suggestion was not strong enough, so he squeezed an emoticon and threw it in. On the side of Emperor Wai-Shan, there was silence for a few minutes, and there was no direct response, until Luke waited impatiently and was about to cut off the chat. The pure white light trembled slightly. You can talk. Luke raised his eyebrows. To be honest, Emperor Wai-Shan is not happy at all. In this regard, Gu-Yike is much better than her bosses. Has always made direct prices, and never engages in these twists and turns. As we all know, every generation of Supreme Masters is a famous old Lai, who owes the loans to the demon gods of all dimensions and does not repay them. Damam came to collect several times, but was beaten violently. As the saying goes, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. The Supreme Master is this virtue, and the promise of Emperor Wai-Shan naturally has no credibility. What's more, they didn't give a clear answer. Finish the task, and then talk about the reward. Only a fool will do this. Party knows to pay the deposit first. It's not sincere to be so perfunctory. Luke pretended to be unhappy, pressed the pure white light in his palm, and assumed a high posture that he didn't want to talk anymore. If it weren't for Strange, Karmataj's face, who would be willing to fight against 3 Heavenly Fathers in a row within a week. I am not a superhero who saves the world. Luke snorted softly and cast his eyes on the battlefield. Both Thors showed signs of decline under the fierce attack of Venerable Skyhammer. According to his prediction, at most half an hour, the fate of Thor, who was predicted to kill the snake, would be smashed into tomato juice. Seeing that the situation is getting worse and worse, Emperor Wai-Shan finally sent a message, increased rewards and gave several effective promises. Who is the 9th Venerable Skyhammer of the Serpent Cure? Luke nodded in satisfaction. He was very interested in the ways that Emperor Wai-Shan promised to become the demon of dimensionality. The godhead of Seth, the of death, fell into his own hands. If he could go further, he would have more authority. It is very possible that Superman will become a god in the true sense and open up his own underworld. Although there is death, one of the 5 great gods of the universe, under the multiverse, all death authority belongs to the other side. May catch up with the goddess of Thanos and raise his level, which is still quite exciting. Robert Reynolds. Why Shandy gave an unfamiliar name. The pure white light goes out, and the call ends. Luke tightened his brows slightly, as if searching in his memory. After a few breaths passed, he did not find a specific character. I don't know. Wait. Luke's pupils contracted, as if thinking of something. He called Iron Man back again and asked him to search for the name in the SHIELD database. Robert Bob Reynolds. There are a lot of names with the same name. Let me screen it first and narrow it down. I live in New York, Queens, right? Adult males. Well, I found them. Tony Stark was very efficient and quickly found information about this person. He has 4 criminal records: theft, robbery, and drug trafficking. He is an out-and-out scumbag, a drug addict. It's just that this guy named Reynolds should be dead. Just 3 months ago, in the northern part of Queens, there was a big explosion in the Knowlson laboratory in a college. Many corpses were found at the scene. One of them was identified as Robert Reynolds. Police inferred that Reynolds sneaked into the laboratory, prepared to commit theft, then suffered an explosion and died on the spot. Luke's face became more and more serious, and he asked in a deep voice, "What kind of research does Knowlson's laboratory do?" Let me see. u.mtlnovel.com. The development of a certain dimensional energy. It looks a bit similar to high-energy physics, particle collisions and other weird projects. Iron Man hesitated for a while. As a world-class top genius, he found a clue from the search report. Strengthening human body plan, energy potion. Who approved this? It is dangerous and unrealistic. Hearing this, Luke didn't ask any more questions, because he already knows who the 9th Venerable Skyhammer of the Serpent Cure is. Hey, I just wanted to sigh the generosity of Emperor Wai-Shan. Luke shook his head, showing a hint of sneer. Unexpectedly, when I turned my head, they told me that the difficulty of the task had increased from simple to difficult. Boom. At the same time, the Kingdom of Fear suddenly shakes. The firm and thick ice sheet trembled, as if about to collapse. The majestic golden light melted everything, and the magnificent palace of Okikal was like a weathered stone statue, instantly crushed into powder. I am a sentry, an invincible sentry, a mighty sentry. A voice full of enthusiasm quietly sounded, spreading far along the cold wind. A golden figure appeared in the eyes of everyone. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL. Chapter 370. Shattered by the hammer. Which friend is the enemy? Who is that guy? The same question came from the mouths of Odin and Iron Man. The former has a hint of uncertainty. With the eyes of the king, one can naturally see the golden figure, spewing out bursts of cosmic energy all over his body. Is like one. No, it should be countless exploding celestial bodies, full of terrifying aura that destroys the world. The mere response of the radiated energy causes the magnetic field to be disordered and the space vibrates. The golden flame is actually a stream of violent particles. They are like a rainbow, rising straight up into the sky, penetrating the atmosphere, and disappearing. The latter was a little surprised, as if he didn't understand what happened. The focus of everyone was on the battlefield of the two Thor, the Venerable Skyhammer. In a blink of an eye, he was attracted by the weird guy who appeared inexplicably. He is called Sentinel. Okikura and the Supreme Mage give answers together. The of Fear doesn't mind the magnificent palace he lives in. It instantly turns into powder, melts and disintegrates. On the contrary, there was a satisfied expression on his face, as if he was admiring a masterpiece. All of this is expected. Odin, you are also surprised, right? When I was awakened by Cynthia, 8 great hammers fell on the earth, and they selected suitable hosts. Oshokyo seemed triumphant and couldn't help showing off to his younger brother. But the hammer of fear that belongs to me, it is equally restless. This hammer represents madness and calmness, creation and destruction, countless conflicting emotions. After thousands of years, it has found a more suitable owner than me. Odin watched standing still, like a tall figure on a mountain, and sneered, "You are not crazy, Kerr. The hammer of fear, which has been forged by yourself, has abandoned you. Is this worthy of joy? My stupid brother, I am the of fear. The hammer is only the embodiment of my strength, not the source. The serpent looked at Thor, the fierce battle below, and sneered, I am not like your son. My eyes are deceived by illusions and I can't see the essence of power. Odin was silent. He told Saul a long time ago, don't rely too much on Mjolnir, but the other party did take it to heart. The sentry is the owner of the 9th hammer of fear. This poor fellow who is both arrogant and inferior, strong and weak, is also my last bargaining chip for destroying the 9 realms and cutting off destiny. Oshokura opened his hands, as if he saw the goddess of victory, smiling to himself. Odin's mood is complicated. Even though he hates cool, he doesn't feel that everything the other party has done is the right thing. But undeniable, the 9th host of the Fear Hammer, the man called the Sentry, is indeed incredible. The violent energy spilling out made him think of the terrifying scene of the collapse of the star. In the Atrium world, who can stop it? He is called Sentinel. Luke took a deep breath and said lightly, Iron Man and Strange are both puzzled. They have never heard of this name, whether it is on the list of heroes or villains. Sentry, it seems that it has never existed. He is Robert Reynolds, the dead addict, sneaked into Knowlson's laboratory, and unfortunately encountered the unlucky ghost who exploded. Luke continued to explain. Iron Man behaved very surprised. He quickly scanned the information provided by Jarvis. But Robert Reynolds is dead, and his body was taken to the New York Police Department. Because it was unclaimed, it was transferred to the Langon Medical Center. Tony Stark's thoughts are a little confused. What power can make a person come back from the dead and become so powerful? There may have been some accidents. Anyway, Robert Reynolds is not dead, he is alive. Luke looked at the golden figure, his domineering aura still climbing upward, as if never ending. Where the opponent's foothold was, the firm and thick ice sheet collapsed downwards, seemingly unable to withstand the heavy body. The large cracks spread and expanded in all directions, and the entire Antarctic seemed to be wailing. Not only did he live well, he also became one of the most powerful humans on the planet. The corner of Luke's mouth was curved, and the long silent task list flashed slightly. Side mission, absolute power, who is the strongest on the surface? Requirements, defeat the Sentry, Hyperion, fighting sword, Lan Chi. Reward, every time you defeat a person, you get a chance to draw a lottery. Even if it is not the task of Emperor Wei Shan, it is just a chance to draw a lottery, which is enough to make Superman's heart move and go all out to have a terrifying battle with the Sentry. One of them. There are human beings as powerful as this guy on Earth? Iron Man asked in surprise. From the energy readings displayed by Jarvis, the place where the Sentry is located is almost like the center of a nuclear explosion. Various high-energy particles similar to gamma-ray streams emit intense radiation. The worst thing is that the energy reading that has exceeded the peak value does not stop there, but continues to soar. This proves that the Sentry still has room for improvement. He is constantly and quickly getting stronger. Keen intuition tells Iron Man if he continues to let that guy go, once that incalculable cosmic energy bursts out, the Earth will be severely impacted. This is the crisis of extinction. Of course, Luke nodded and chuckled softly. There is still me. If you only compete with physical strength and pure strength, the Sentry is indeed comparable to me. Iron Man was silent. He thought there was another villain as powerful as the Sentry. Tony Stark felt annoyed, but there was a glimmer of help in his heart. Can the Supreme Master save the world? Superman vs. Sentinels. It seems interesting. Luke's surface was relaxed, but his fists were silently clenched, and the stellar energy surging in his body began to boil. Iron Man standing next to him, and Strange inexplicably felt the air around him condense, and the pressure doubled. Sentinel. As the focus of the audience, Robert Reynolds was in a trance and was in an unstable state. The faint green flame occupies a part of the consciousness space, but deep in the boundless mind, there is a dark shadow firmly rooted. Tyranny, destruction, killing. Countless negative emotions are released from its twisted black tentacles. What should I do? Robert Reynolds muttered to himself. The fear that the divine power cannot completely erode his spirit, on the contrary, made this guy even more crazy. The sentinel at this time is like a drug addict who has just knocked off the medicine. Showed a sense of perplexity, not knowing where he was. He seemed to fly to the clouds, overlooking the earth from a high altitude. There are countless tiny black spots, like ants in groups. Tread them to death, trample them to death. A voice sounded quietly, hitting my heart. Robert Reynolds is ready to move, with a crazy smile. He is ready to concoct this nest of ants. At this moment, a venerable skyhammer was hit by Thor and fell in front of the sentry. He is the master of Soul Eater's hammer and the minion of Cool the Serpent. But Robert Reynolds didn't care so much. He only had ants in his eyes. It just needs to be stronger. Ha ha ha, trample it to death. A sharp voice squeezed out of his throat, and the golden figure lifted its foot and stepped on it hard. Boom! It was as if a violent earthquake of magnitude 12 had occurred. The cracks in the Antarctic ice sheet expanded instantly after being impacted by the power of Pyron. Is like being torn apart by a pair of big hands, turning into a bottomless glacial canyon. The hapless venerable skyhammer, before the soles of his feet fell, he was shaken into a pool of fleshy mud. Then www.mentalnovel.com. The sticky stump decomposed again and turned into tiny particles invisible to the naked eye. Robert Reynolds was completely unaware of the huge movement caused. He opened his eyes wide, and his psychedelic expression flashed quickly. Then, the sentry bent down and held the indestructible fear hammer. 5 fingers close together. Palms exert force! Exclamation mark. The green light bursts out, like a wailing before death. The hammer of the Soul Eater was torn apart and turned into powder. Sentinel, what are you doing? Okikir saw this and roared and asked. He had never given such an order to let Robert Reynolds destroy the hammer of fear he had worked so hard to forge. That is the embodiment of his own power. Your enemy is not them. Obey the will of the serpent and kill Sol. An angry roar reached the sentry's ears. He tilted his head, turned around, and looked at the god of fear with strange eyes. You are, and two. He stretched out his hand, pointed at Okikir, and said blankly, please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, chapter 371. Turn it upside down. The minions bite the master ant. Asgardians have always been arrogant and call themselves guardians of the 9 realms. What's more, Okikul is still the Azaprotos, once crowned the supreme monarch of the king. From status power to glory blood, they are all first-class backgrounds. Now that a human is called an ant, this has exceeded the level of provocation and is equivalent to a direct insult. As everyone knows, Odin's family is irritable. His brother Oshokir is no exception. A mere mortal, dare to taunt the gods. Cool, the snake, decided to beat the sentry to let the other party know who was the one who really gave the order. You are blinded by power before you challenge the gods. He said so. The long-handled warhammer glowing with cold light, like a faint green lightning projected, hit the golden figure directly. That was supposed to belong to Robert Reynolds, the 9th venerable skyhammer weapon. But Okikir was worried that the sentry might suddenly lose control, so he kept a hand and didn't hand it to the other party. Just use fear and supernatural power to confuse the mind and control the mind. I have to say, he really guessed it. A sentinel is never an easy person or tool to master. Boom. The terrifying power of the Heavenly Father is all poured into that warhammer. Like thunder and explosion, illuminating the desolate ice field. Okikir, the god of fear, Odin's brother. Countless people were shocked by it, and they spoke out their names. An allied force composed of Asgard, Jotunheim, the Flame Nation and other worlds. They have become passers-by, and they have no influence on the course of this war. Even intervening in and rushing into the battlefield are all extravagant hopes. That is the battle of the Heavenly Father. Ordinary people approach the past, essentially no different from looking for death. Everyone only felt that the strong light flashed, and the blazing lightning caused a strong burning sensation in the retina. Even the Avengers, fortified humans like Hawkeye and Black Widow. They couldn't stand the irritation and chose to close their eyes to avoid injury. Wow, this is big news. Only Spider-Man acts as a superhero, but he does not forget his job. He didn't know where to take out a camera, risking being blinded by a flash, started shooting. These first-hand materials can become exclusive news. The Spider-Man in this universe is closer to the movie version of Tobey Maguire. It is not a chattering brother, nor a youthful young guy. In this world, Peter Parker's girlfriend is Mary Jane. After graduation, he didn't enter a big company, but instead worked for the Clarion Daily, trying to make money to support his family. Compared to other universes, this Spider-Man died of Uncle Ben, his good brother, little green devils, and even his aunt left him. When licking the dog to pursue the goddess, he finally succeeded in digging the wall, but he was not happy, and he was scolded by the poisonous boss every day. To be honest, when Luke saw him, some doubts whether this little spider crossed over from the next studio, or why the painting style would be so dark. Who is that man? Looks so strong. The endless ice field makes Spider-Man's mobility useless. He can only be a war correspondent, traveling through the military formation, looking for an angle to capture photos. He is a sentinel. This guy is terrible. Flying in the air, Iron Man, who used enchanted Gatling to wipe out the undead warriors, is now selling now. Telling the news from the Supreme Mage. After a while, the name of the Sentry spread through Spider-Man's mouth. Everyone is wondering whether this blonde hunk man named Sentinel is an enemy or a friend? Exclamation mark. The Sentry opened his palm and easily caught the long-handled warhammer that struck like lightning. The terrifying force spreads along the arm to the whole body. The foothold of Robert Reynolds collapsed suddenly. The deeply sunken crater seemed to be penetrated by the power of the warhammer. The thick and firm ice layer instantly turned into powder and fluttered away. The tall body of the Sentinel shook, but it didn't matter. The blue cloak behind him, like a flag to be pulled straight away. God, Sentinel 1 feet off the ground, floating in the air, looking at Okiko with suspicious eyes. So God is so weak. Robert Reynolds' straight words almost made the blood pressure of the Afir soar. His dignified almighty father, the king of Asgard, when was he considered too weak? But before the Okiko attacked, he felt a trace of afterimages in his sight. With all its strength, the Sentry can fly out of the galaxy a few light years away in an instant. Therefore, even the father can hardly capture his movement. Just took a step. The air blasted continuously, like explosives that had been burnt out. The tall body is like a towering mountain that appears in the sky, filling the eyes of the serpent. Cool. I am a Sentry. No one can give orders to me. Remember, in Robert Reynolds' consciousness, the green flame was squeezed to the corner, but the dark shadow prevailed. Before he became a sentinel, he was an addict with a corrupt and decadent life. Weak physique, strong power, created Robert Reynolds in a dual personality. To put it simply, the mental state of this product is very unstable. Sometimes, he will be in a normal state where his master is active. The Sentinel at this time can communicate with him and speaks very well, even occasionally do good deeds to help superheroes and the like. Is probably a positive person. But sometimes, he will become an addict. Robert Reynolds again, a lunatic who is irrational and whose consciousness is swallowed by bottomless desire. The Sentry at this time can be said to be very strong or very weak. Because of his spirit, it is not enough to match that tyrannical force. On the contrary, because of some petty gains, they will be driven and played on the palm of the hand by others. For example, during the Dark Avengers period, the Sentry served as a running dog for Norman Osborn and obeyed their orders completely. Novel.com. It's like Superman succumbing to Lex Luthor's will and giving the bald head a beat just as incredible. If you say, the first two mental states can be attributed to Robert Reynolds' mental mapping, which is excusable. Then, the negative personality hidden in the Sentinel is an incomprehensible existence of terror, nothingness. It is the dark side of the Sentinel's body. Compared with the negative personality of Black Phoenix, nothingness is more terrifying, because the former can at least communicate, but the latter will only destroy everything unreasonably. Currently, the Sentinel is probably in the second state. Is irrational, but not completely crazy either. Boom. Robert Reynolds, who appeared in front of Cool, stared at the bad old man with the ferocious eyes of the street bullshit. He mercilessly raised the ninth hammer of fear, and then slammed it on the head of the serpent cur. The squeezed airflow made a scream of woo. Cool, the snake, shook his whole body. Before he could react, he smashed through the thick ice and plunged into the icy deep sea like a charged cannonball. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 372. The Snake in the Atrium, the Earthly Python. It looks like Cool the Oki is not an opponent of the Sentry at all. Spider-Man captured the scene just now, but when he opened it, his excited expression was frozen. Because of Robert Reynolds' shooting speed, it greatly exceeded the limit of human vision capture, and at the same time exceeded the number of camera frames. The photos were only blurred, and nothing was seen. I suggest that Iron Man replace you with a better camera so that you can take useful pictures. There was a smiley voice from behind Spider-Man. Peter Parker turned his head and saw Luke, the Supreme Mage. Mr. Stark has nothing to do with this, he is having a good time. Spider-Man chuckled through the hood. The steel suit with gun barrels stretched up and down, like a movable fort, pouring out fire unscrupulously. Only one person contained the dead man's army of Okikal, creating opportunities for the advancement of the Allied forces. Mr. Master, who do you think will win? Feeling pressured, the somewhat restrained Spider-Man took the initiative to find the topic. The name of the Supreme Master has long been spread throughout the Avengers. About Superman's amazing record of punching the red tank, kicking Odin, and killing and absorbing people, has spread at an alarming speed a long time ago and has become a topic of small talk among superheroes in recent times. Until this moment, the Allied forces of the 9 worlds have not retreated, and the Avengers have not despaired. There is more than half of the reason. It is because of Luke. His existence makes many people believe that Okikar is not an irresistible existence. It's hard to say. Let's see how strong the Sentry can play. Luke has finished his warm-up and can join the battlefield at any time. He is just waiting for the opportunity to get more information. A close battle is originally based on the degree of understanding of each other. Is also the father. Luke can defeat Odin. Part of the reason is that the king doesn't know anything about himself. Absorb the energy of the stars, the stronger the Ravager template, the unimaginable endurance. If Odin knows all this and chooses a different way, the result may be somewhat different. Be cautious in the face of any opponent, especially in the Marvel universe of hanging stars. This is Luke's idea. Several strength. Spider-Man touched this sentence and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Such a powerful sentry. Hasn't it done all that? Luke glanced at Peter Parker and guessed what the other person was thinking. He just smiled faintly without explaining. The Sentinel's combat power fluctuates greatly. Only by merging with nothingness and maintaining the peak state of reason, he is the strongest on the surface with the explosive power of millions of stars. When taking drugs and loses their mind, because of mental instability, they cannot use their abilities reasonably, and the combat effectiveness of the Sentry will be greatly reduced. It's really an ambivalence. Luke saw the golden Sentry and smashed the serpent Cool into the bottom of the sea with a hammer, and there was a glow in his eyes. On the one hand, he was a little worried that the affair would arouse Robert Reynolds' negative personality. On the other hand, he is very eager to have a fierce and even dangerous battle against such a strong opponent. Just like the question Batman on the set next door asked when he faced Superman, "Tell me, will you bleed?" After becoming Superman, Luke seldom feels the danger of facing death directly. He is always calm and unhurried, always calm, because no matter how powerful the enemy is, he can't threaten him. The appearance of the Sentinel changed this fact slightly. After a rough estimate, the Sentinel in an irrational state is probably at the level of the Heavenly Father. If a negative personality is aroused, and nothingness goes online, it should be able to break through the restrictions and become a single level. In other words, if you really want to do it, there is a possibility that Superman will be killed by a single sentinel. Thinking about it is very exciting. Luke grinned. Cool. The big snake fell into the deep sea, and the human-shaped body shattered and collapsed, but there was no trace of blood flowing out. Sentinel. He lost control. The god of fear is annoyed and regrets that his control is not enough. It was clear that everything was obedient before, so why did it suddenly change? He exhaled. His pupils contracted and his eyes were cold. The dark icy sea suddenly set off a storm. The open and boundless underwater world, like a giant dragon making waves and stirring the turbulent undercurrent. Click, click. On the ice sheet where the Nine Realms Alliance army was based, large cracks opened like an earthquake! An iceberg floating on the sea collapsed suddenly and turned into powder, seemed to be crushed by a huge force in an instant. The big snake, the earthly python. Various exclamations came and went one after another. I saw an indescribable huge snake head slowly surfaced above the ice sea. The hard iceberg that never melts all the year round, looks so small in front of the big snake's raised head. This is Kerr's true body. Luke carried Spider-Man and flew into the air. A total of more than 1,400 square kilometers of Antarctica does not seem to be enough to accommodate Cool, the serpent. It just got up gently. The ice sea shook the waves, and the continental shelf seemed to burst. Sentinel Oki stared at the flying golden figure with cold pupils. The chaos caused by Venerable Skyhammer, the fear spreading in the Atrium world, was enough to restore Q to his heavenly father's strength. The only pity is that the plan to destroy the 8 worlds and break the upper limit has failed. The Supreme Master defeated the Red Tank, killed the Absorber, and the Sentry killed another one. Not only the Venerable Skyhammer, but also the Fear Hammer. It's a big ... ant. Robert Reynolds flashed his psychedelic eyes, seeing Cool the Oki as a huge black spot. Such a response naturally aroused the boundless anger of the god of fear. It raised its head and bumped it hard. It was just this action. The continent shook, and the ice cap broke. Under the deep sea, the huge and innocent body caused a tsunami-like disaster. Boom. The sentry does not dodge or avoid. In fact, he does not know how to fight in his current state. Close 5 fingers, clenched into a fist, and then shook it vigorously. The air seemed to be squeezed into a cannonball, and it blasted towards the head of Oki Kerr. The terrifying power tore a straight channel. The hard scales that were not able to be cut by Edmund alloy weapons violently split apart, exploding a wound. Dark green blood, like a pouring rain, spilled into the ice sea. Just a few breaths, countless corpses floated on the surface of the sea. There are marine creatures, and there are also the Nine Realms Alliance army that unfortunately has been contaminated. The blood of Cool, the snake, is highly poisonous. In the prophecy.metalnovel.com Thor was bathed in the venom of a snake and died. Raw, seemingly feeling pain, the snake raised its head and hissed. The clouds dissipated, and the sky and the earth shook. From its mouth, a large burst of poison gas was ejected, like a cloud of smoke, slowly dispersed! The sentry did not escape. After being contaminated, the skin and flesh were eroded by sulfur, spreading large scars. The shocking pain caused Robert Reynolds to scream. He is just a poor addict, not a powerful warrior. Although he possesses the strength of a rare rival, his will has not been tempered. After was injured, the sentry seemed to lose his fighting spirit and wanted to turn his head to escape. But how could Cool, the snake, let him go? It opens its mouth in a blood basin, has sharp fangs, and resembles the huge pillars of a Roman temple. Took a deep breath, pulling Robert Reynolds like a hurricane. Eat you. Only in an instant, the golden sentry was swallowed by the snake. Kurt. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. The fastest mobile version update URL, Chapter 373. What are you relying on to stop me, Supreme Master Kai Kai? Kai 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 Kai. The abdomen of Cool, the snake, looked like a pool of kings filled with corrosive liquid. The sentry was swallowed by the blood basin and fell down a dark, slippery, sticky passage. The surrounding inner walls kept squeezing, glowing with thick green venom, like an open faucet, crashing, pouring down. It didn't take long to cover Robert Reynolds' lower body. Ah! The screams resounded in the narrow space immediately. The sentry did not have the demeanor of a strong man, and the intense pain made his face especially twisted, and thick blue veins burst out. The nose and ears flew quickly, and big drops of sweat were all over his forehead. Robert Reynolds, who has a strong suit, is no different from ordinary people at this moment. On his face, every muscle was trembling and twitching, as if feeling the delicate process of flesh and blood being melted by venom. After just a few breaths, only 2 pale bones remained on the 2 long, fleshy legs of the sentinel. This was far more cruel and tormenting than Ling Kai's execution. Especially when he saw the empty lower body, Robert Reynolds almost collapsed on the spot. This is a symbol of him as a male creature, and a man's dignity that cannot be deprived of. Pain and fear are as effective catalysts. Let the madness occupying the head become even more unreasonable. I don't want to die. The sentry who feels that he is about to die is like a drowning man desperately struggling. He panicked and waved his fists, no longer stingy with the endless stellar energy. Boom, 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 boom. The force of terror raged, tearing at the serpent cur. The sentinel, who was nearly breaking down, yelled. It hurried all the way along the esophagus, smashing through a spine as thick as a mountain. Raw originally raised his head and looked down at the sentient beings with cold pupils. Cool. The serpent, who thought he had won, suddenly felt a burst of colic like a heart. He never expected that the sentry had not been eroded and melted by the venom in his body. On the contrary, he turned upside down inside his body and ran rampantly. It hurts. The unimaginable gigantic body of Kokul the serpent rolled over involuntarily. As a proud Asgardian, he must have not read the 4 great masterpieces of the Chinese dynasty, especially the book Journey to the West. Otherwise, the Aphir would definitely know that swallowing the enemy into his stomach is a very irrational act. I don't want to die. The sentry flies at full speed, and the melted flesh and blood grows and heals quickly with its super self-healing ability. The torrent of energy from melting gold and iron pierced the tail of the snake Kurt like a giant cannon. He raised his hand to tear open the of this earthly giant python, and got straight out of the cloaca. The real body was injured. Okikyo cried out in pain. It seemed to be stimulated, rolling a huge and incomprehensible giant body. The entire Antarctica was shattered and torn apart, setting off a terrifying tsunami of the doomsday level. There was still a hideous color on the sentry's face, and the severe pain brought him a lot of damage to his spirit, so that he unconsciously activated the self-protection mechanism. For humans, when they cannot bear a certain strong emotion or extreme pain, they will pass out. But Robert Reynolds is different. If his life is in danger, he will fall into despair. The negative personality hidden in the world of his consciousness will appear directly. For example, right now, the sentinel's pupils were out of focus, and his expression dimmed suddenly, like a restarting computer. After a few seconds, the opened pupils were pitch black, and the waves of destruction dispersed. The air is like being held tightly by a big hand, and it keeps blasting. Pinch you to death. The hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the open world. The sentinel moved slightly, and his body moved instantaneously at the speed of sublight. It's like an electric light, coming in an instant. The heavy fist, like a giant hammer that crushed space, hit the head of the serpent cur. Boom! As if a planet collided with him, within a thousandth of a second, that terrible power spread all over the body of the god of fear. The hard scales and huge body burst out, turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Pinch you to death. This ant, the sentry said with a cold face. In his dark eyes, there is no mercy for life, and no mercy for the enemy, only nothingness. After the destruction of everything, the ultimate nothingness that no matter exists, finally willing to let me out. That coward. The sentry used a contemptuous tone to evaluate Robert Reynolds, the original owner of this body. In his opinion, that guy is simply a model that mud can't support the wall. Sora has the hardest fist and the most powerful body in the world, but he doesn't know how to use it. It's good to at least satisfy the selfish desires of human beings. For example, more ambitious. You can kill all the superheroes in the world who resist yourself, and then rule the world. A little bit less ambitious, indulge in sensuality, indulge in desire, and vent the possessive instinct of male creatures. But Robert Reynolds did nothing. In his head, he thought of what a superhero would be. This is ridiculous. Take advantage of the waste to pass into a Kuma. It is better for me to destroy half of the world first, and then admire his pitiful and sad expression. The sentry gave a crazy, nervous smile. It is not difficult for him to explode a planet. It was so happily decided. The sentry who wants to understand. Don't bother to pay attention to the snake cur. It's just a dead snake. www.mentalnovel.com. Destroying the world. It is far more interesting than it. That. Mr. Sentinel, before you destroy the Earth, should you ask my opinion first? Suddenly, there was a flat voice coming from behind. The sentry narrowed his eyes, and with his vigilance, he didn't notice anyone approaching him. This is very abnormal. He turned his head and found that the opponent was wearing a battle suit similar to himself, and his dark red cloak was fluttering. Who are you? Compared to Robert Reynolds, who treats people as ants when he doesn't start moving, the Sentinel of Emptiness seems to be much more polite. The supreme mage of this universe. Luke also smiled and said faintly, Mr. Sentinel, I'm afraid you don't know. Just a few days ago, there was a bad old man who wanted to destroy this planet. Oh, how did it turn out? The sentry seemed curious and asked. I severely beat him up with love and sense of justice of him, so he gave up the idea. Luke answered seriously. Then, Supreme Mage, do you think he is stronger than me? The sentry asked arrogantly, his dark eyes showing a gleam of light. That's not the case. Just calculating from the surface combat effectiveness, you must be slightly better. Luke told the truth. Then do you think you are stronger than me? The sentry asked again. It's not easy to say. Let's see how it works. Luke showed a humble attitude. Then, Supreme Mage, what are you going to use to stop me? Love and justice. The corner of the sentry's mouth was raised, and he sneered. He didn't take this stranger who was killed halfway in his eyes. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Tang San Chinese website mobile version reading URL, Chapter 374 Genuine or Pirated. Who is the strongest on the surface? The sentry's arrogant posture did not irritate Superman, but made a slight arc of his mouth. If it is a complete body of nothingness, there must be no human feelings at all. It is a cold machine that only knows about destruction and destruction, not to mention so many meaningless nonsense. It may not even reveal a trace of mood swings. It can be seen that the Sentinel is not a powerful enemy that can never be confronted. A lawless madman like you, a butcher who ignores life, should indeed receive a probationary education of love and justice. After roughly judging the opponent's strength, Luke ended the process of exaggerating each other's words. The space under the feet vibrated and the air current exploded. The dark red cloak was stretched straight, bringing up a touch of bright color. The hard fist that was enough to sink this half of the ice sheet was constantly magnifying in the sentry's eyes. The super senses that couldn't be more acute reminded him crazily, as if the fist was engraved with a big death word. The sentry who lacked combat experience did not expect Superman to make a big move as soon as he shot. Boom, 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 boom. The atmosphere was squeezed away severely, rubbing out a crimson light. The accumulation of dark clouds scattered and empty, and the entire sky was illuminated. In a 10,000th of a second, Superman's fist hit the sentry. Click. Luke raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashed with surprise. Since his debut, he has faced many enemies. There are not many opponents who can take his fist head and survive. The sentry did it. Luke saw him react in a few microseconds, opening his palms to his chest, and then clenching his fists firmly. As expected of you. Superman's thoughts flickered, and compliments were sent. His terrifying force that sunk the mainland is like a sharp blade, straight through the tall body of the sentry. An inhuman body that is completely resistant to nuclear explosions, like a ragged sandbag. The chest collapsed immediately, and the bones all over his body screamed as shattered. The whole person arched into an amazing arc, as if someone had broken the spine bone, and vomited a mouthful of blood. Although a little embarrassed, the sentry still blocked it. Doesn't the dignified Supreme Master even have any martial virtues? Don't say anything before the fight. Despicable. With a faint voice, the sentry denounced Superman's cunning and shamelessness. His distorted face was dripping with blood, but he showed a crazy smile. Now, it's my turn. The two palms across his chest clenched Superman's fists tightly, as if they were about to smash them. At the same time, the sentry tilted his head back and slammed forward a head mallet. But Luke, who has the Krypton Warrior LV2 template, did not give the opponent a chance. He predicted the movement of the sentry, and rammed it with a hard head first. Boom. The atmosphere was turbulent and thunderous. An iceberg below instantly turned into snow powder and broke apart. Just the sound waves from the battle between the two have such power. Sorry, your turn does not exist. Luke's eyes condensed slightly, and the high temperature rays escaped, turning into arc-like free energy. Boom. As tens of thousands of explosives exploded all at once, setting off a strong air current. The invisible force field held the two of them and threw them away. They are like two meteorites, frantically rubbing the atmosphere, emitting intense flames. In the process of flying at full speed, Superman and the sentry did not stop their hands, but made thousands of fierce collisions. In the most dangerous one, the bodies of both parties collapsed like broken porcelain, with fine cracks. The blood beads condensed into threads, and then evaporated clean by the aftermath of the battle. But whether it's Superman or Sentinel, they suffered such terrible injuries and can still recover quickly in a moment. This is like two machines competing with each other at high frequency. Health, defense, recovery speed. They kept colliding and healed themselves constantly. An infinite battery life that relies on the energy of stars, like a of war bathed in the sun, will never feel tired. The other seems to have an immortal body. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as it is not dead, it will be able to recover in a few breaths. This incredible self-healing ability has far surpassed Logan Wolverine. Bang bang, bang bang bang. The rapid flight of the two brought a series of explosions, leaving a long vacuum channel. In a short time, he hit Australia from Antarctica. Boom. The fists collided, bursting out a strong aftermath. The towering buildings near the battlefield collapsed and shattered like overbaked crispy biscuits. The humans below did not know what had happened, and the two stalwart figures standing above the sky had disappeared. When they reappear, they are already in Paris, France. The sky-shaking roar sounded in the God of War square, causing everyone to look up. However, before they could see the Superman and the sentry clearly, a figure resembling a cannon popping directly broke the Eiffel Tower. The landmark building weighing 7,000 tons was cut through it like a knife burned with butter, revealing a smooth cross-section. After the culprit destroyed the French cultural symbol, he smashed into the ground. The Ares square seemed to have been bombed by a large yield artillery shell, and the hard ground followed the falling figure, and waved in all directions. Do you feel the love and justice of the Supreme Master now? Standing in the air, Superman looked down at his chest and revealed a hideous sentinel. Mom messing with Fack. The sentry uttered an swear word, and those dark eyes were full of madness. The golden figure stretched into a straight line and slammed into Luke. Boom. There was another shock. The high-altitude clouds looked like ripped cotton wool, leaving two clear flight tracks. Where did they go? Iron Man, still in Antarctica, used Stark Industries and SHIELD satellites to capture the battle sites of Superman and Sentry. At this moment, everyone was reduced to a supporting role, unable to intervene in the competition and fight between the two strongest on the surface. Thor, the of Thunder, who should have received much attention and fulfilled the prophecy, looked up at the sky in a daze. Then, lowering his head, looking at the fragmented ice sheet, a small feeling could not help but feel in his heart. It turned out that the gods of Asgard would have such a weak moment. Superman and Sentinel, that is the ultimate battle beyond the Heavenly Father. He is very curious, who will be the winner, the strongest human being on the surface. You can't kill me, you will only make me more crazy. A vague and violent sound was heard in the explosive air current. The powerful muscles twisted into a ball, like a titan giant in ancient times, blocking a punch from Luke. Confronting the pain of broken arms, the sentry raised his knee and slammed into Superman's chest. Subsequently, the two arms that healed quickly, punched a dazzling combination of punches. Uncontrolled, Luke flew directly out of the atmosphere, crashing a satellite of Stark Industries by the way. It's just that with Iron Man's character, he won't seek compensation from himself. Under the dark starry sky, the blue planet gradually shrank. Luke opened the biological force field and stabilized the flying figure. "Let me see how much you can do." He looked directly at the increasingly crazy Sentinel. www.mplnovel.com and provoked mind transmission, direct attack on spirit. The sentry, who felt the contemptuous grin, grinned, accelerated under his feet, and flew away with all his strength. The red-hot gaze swept across the dark starry sky, like a huge sword light sweeping across the universe. On Earth before, Luke always felt tied, for fear of destroying a certain continent or a certain planet. But now, he doesn't need to hesitate anymore. A feeling of invigoration rises from the chest and goes straight to the brain. Superman also moved towards the sentry and waved his invincible fist. M.X. Still looking for Superman free novels? Baidu direct search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 375 Facing Death. Nothingness appears. This is an uphill battle for either party. It doesn't matter if it is Superman or Sentry. They are like two colliding celestial bodies, and the violent rays and high-energy particles formed when they meet each other reflect the deep and gloomy cosmic starry sky. The dark space is the background board, and the stars are like flashing lights. As the protagonist, Superman and Sentry. One side is blazing white and dazzling, melting everything. On one side is the majestic golden light, and the momentum is shocking. The two figures facing each other in the air exude the same terrifying aura. Although the battlefield has been changed to space, the aftermath of their fight is still thrilling, as if a wave of violent energy is set off in the void, impacting the space barrier. All kinds of tiny particles that are invisible to the naked eye collide, burst into brilliant brilliance, and turn into a rare wonder of the universe. Ha ha. Luke was panting violently, his undulating chest resembling a pulling bellows, and the sweat from his forehead was evaporated. The broken battle slowly resumed, and his left arm dropped weakly. He felt like he was playing a real fighting game. The blood recovery speed, block operation, and explosion damage of the two sides are almost the same. The key to victory does not lie in who has the greater power and speed. Rather, it depends on who can last longer in this high-intensity battle. Because as long as it is not a situation of death and spike, both Superman and Sentinel can recover quickly and continue to fight. What kind of monster are you? The whole body was burning with golden light, like a huge celestial body, a sentry across the void, with a very strange look, looking at Luke in the distance. Compared to a somewhat embarrassed Superman, his injury is worse. A hideous hollow was penetrated by the hot side of his chest. Although the flesh and blood squirmed, it gradually grew. Compared to the previous instant recovery, the Sentinel's self-healing speed has slowed down. Monster, in the positive person, okay. Perceiving the other's mental fluctuations, Luke responded with a smile. Now that the battle has progressed, time has become unimportant. If it continues to develop in this situation, let alone a day like Captain America, even if it is a week of energy confrontation, it will be no problem. Will he be tired? The Sentinel's face full of madness gave rise to strong doubts. He couldn't understand that even after a high-intensity battle, even himself, who had the power of 1,000,000 stars, had a sharp decline in his physical strength. But this young supreme mage was still calm and relaxed, and at best, his gasp was a little thicker. It seemed to him that fighting of this intensity was just a 5-astray level in one breath. To borrow a famous quote from a friend of mine, I can type a whole day, a whole week, or a whole month. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up, revealing a provocative smile. But the premise is, if you can hold it. The sentinel at this time is a lunatic with unstable mental state. Wanting to provoke him is simpler than taking the initiative to give someone a head in a game and taunting his teammates on the public screen. Sure enough, after being provoked, the sentinel who had retreated from his anger and planned to stop had a cold light flashing through those dark eyes. In a blink of an eye, the golden flames twisted and flashed. The sentry straddled the void and appeared on the right side of Superman. The arms were raised, bent into elbows, and hit Luke's head directly. The latter reacted swiftly, and also used a flashing trajectory of strong light to avoid the sentry's attack. Such a fierce and swift attack and defense. In just 1 millisecond, there are hundreds of times of switching between them. Obviously it is a close fight, but no one can touch anyone. Every time a fist and a leg are thrown, the vibrations and explosions brought about are annihilated in the dark and quiet vacuum environment, silently. Only the surging torrent of energy destroys the surrounding cosmic dust and crushes it into smaller particles. The two struggled fiercely while moving at high speed. Boom! Superman punched out terrifying energy. The sentry couldn't dodge for a while, and his left arm shook into meat, which instantly decomposed and disappeared. At the same time, Luke's arm was also grabbed by the opponent and torn off severely. The scene is extremely bloody, like two fierce beasts fighting to death. It's just that compared to the sentry retreating quickly and preparing to recover first, Superman is much more fierce. The biological force field was fully opened, and the heavy pressure caused the opponent's action to lag for a moment. Less than a millisecond has become an opportunity to seize. Superman accelerated with all his strength and approached the sentry. The palms were opened and pressed heavily on his head. "Fold your fingers together and tighten firmly." "Ah!" The sentry screamed frantically, and the fear of death immediately enveloped his heart. He clearly felt that the hard skull was sinking, as if being squeezed by a terrible force. The madness before his death urged the sentry to release all his strength. He roared silently, and the sound waves were swallowed by the pitch-black void. The golden flames emanating from his body immediately skyrocketed, and terrifying energy was released from his eyes. A stream of violent particles like a hot sight, like a bank flood, sweeping everything. Kai kai. Kai 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 kai. Even if the huge energy like a stream of gamma rays bombarded his body, Luke still pressed the head of the sentry firmly without letting go. "You haven't learned one thing, sentry." With a relaxed smile, Luke swept across his mind, sending out a message. Fighting sometimes competiges the courage to face death. Bang! When the mental fluctuations dissipated, Superman closed his palms and squeezed hard without any mercy. The head of the sentry, like a watermelon penetrated by a bullet, burst and shattered directly. The red and white mixed turbid liquid, as well as the residue of minced meat, were all evaporated by the high temperature and disappeared. Only the headless body stood quietly in the void. The golden flame, like a candle in the wind, dimmed. Luke couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he noticed that the life of the sentinel was annihilated. The front face was hard to resist a stream of gamma rays, and the Superman's body, which was comparable in mass to the planet, appeared cracks like broken porcelain, about to collapse. He was facing the young, warm stellar object, like hunger and thirst, absorbing radiant light. The arm that was torn off by the sentry quickly grew back. The Ravager template is really easy to use. Luke sighed softly. The Superman in the next studio doesn't have this kind of recovery ability beyond common sense. Today, as long as he keeps his brain intact, no matter how serious his injury is, he can heal. And after suffering an injury, the immune resistance will be greatly improved. It is simply impossible to kill yourself. Superman plus Day of Destruction? Luke smiled and raised the newborn's arm. The light of the sun shines through his fingers and shines on his face. By the way, I almost forgot to make up the knife. Luke looked at the headless body in the void, stretched out a finger, and the extreme energy was compressed and condensed into a dazzling light spot. Call out. Lissing out. The horrible energy penetrated the body of the sentry and exploded from the inside to the outside. Put it on the earth, This is enough to sink the North American continent and trigger a doomsday disaster. Superman will never take it lightly when dealing with powerful enemies worthy of vigilance and respect. What? Luke, who had frustrated his bones and had a one-stop funeral service, suddenly raised his eyebrows and found that something was wrong. The Sentinel, whose head was crushed and lost his breath of life, didn't seem to be completely dead. The Sentinel, who received a high-temperature ray www.mentalnovel.com, is undergoing some weird changes. The energy attack released by Superman did not cause fatal damage to him, but seemed to have been absorbed. Ho ho! A red, sharp limb like blood clotting crawled out of the bursting head. The dark shadow covered the golden flames erupted and released by the Sentinel, and twisted tentacles stretched out, setting off one of the strongest on the surface like a monster. Luke's pupils shrank, his body tightened, as if he had sensed the existence of danger. Nothingness. From his throat, the name was squeezed out. Still looking for Superman free novels? Baidu direct search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 376 Burst the planet and see the sun. Nothingness. It is the negative personality in the Sentinel. As we all know, whitening is weak by 3 points and blackening is 3 times stronger. This law applies to any film and television works and cultural works. The Sentinel claims to have the power of millions of stars, but in fact, under normal circumstances, it is also the power of bursting stars. Only by completely abandoning oneself, letting nothingness dominate, and breaking through restrictions, can the terrifying force that destroys the world be completely released. It's not dead. Can you still let the large power leveling go online? Luke had a headache and rubbed his frown. After blasting his head, and then receiving a smashing ray of bones and ashes, he could not completely kill the sentry. It can only be said that this guy's vitality is really strong enough. The blood-red light, mixed with the pitch-black shadow, merged into the headless body of the sentry bit by bit. The sharp limbs constantly pop out from behind, like open wings. Luke tentatively attacked, once again using his fingertips to send out a high-temperature ray that evaporates flesh and blood. But it was still like a mud cow entering the sea, without causing any fatal injuries. If Superman wears some kind of high-tech glasses for measuring combat power, he will find that the sentry at this time has soaring energy readings and has broken through the original limit. In other words, entering a state of nothingness completely broke the shackles of Heavenly Father. As long as he wants to, he can destroy the planet and become a humanoid natural disaster at the level of the universe. Luke's brain is spinning rapidly, thinking about how to save the situation. At the same time, the Sentinel occupied by the dark shadow grew out a new head. It is still the same face, the look of Robert Reynolds. But compared to before, there was no expression on his face, like a cold machine with no emotions. The darkness of his eyes was full of destruction. Supreme ... Mage. Void raised his head, a heart-palpiting murderous intent. All of the void in a moment. Luke was irritated and squinted subconsciously. It's now. Nothingness seized the opportunity. I saw the tall figure appearing in front of Superman as if it were moving instantaneously. Within microseconds, Luke was attacked fiercely like a storm. The sharp limbs easily penetrated his body, bringing up bright red bloodlines. The fist filled with terrifying power also smashed over at the same time. Luke felt as if one planet after another was hitting himself. The completely healed body of Superman is on the verge of collapse again. The experience of being passively beaten ... This is the first time Luke did not lose his fighting spirit, but was in the mood to tease himself. He posed a defensive posture with both hands, like a boxer waiting for a counterattack opportunity. The explosive attack almost crushed the void. After a long period of time, Superman, with blood bursting all over his body, suddenly became sharp in his eyes. He grasped Void's swinging arm with great precision and twisted it into a twist-like shape, then used a heavy whip to knock the opponent out. Prolonged outbursts will inevitably slow down the speed of punching. Luke was passively beaten for 3 minutes in exchange for this opportunity to attack. Boom! With a single blow with all his strength, nothingness was beaten into meat, and it was smashed to the dregs. He was like a propelled meteorite, moving backward at an alarming speed, and finally fell on an unmanned planet. Is that strong? It's too light. Void stood up peacefully in a huge pothole radiating tens of thousands of miles from the aftermath of the vibration. He glanced lightly. Mental fluctuations covered the planet, and he learned the general information. The temperature of the Earth's surface is between -238 and -218 degrees. It is mainly composed of rocks and ice. The mass is on a sixth of that of the Moon. The surface is covered with a layer of solid nitrogen and a small amount of solid methane and carbon monoxide. Pluto. Nothingness is not like a sentinel. The brain is full of madness and irrational. On the contrary, he is like a cold machine, knowing how to calculate and think. You are here. I thought you would run away. After a while, Luke, who had caught up to nothingness, landed on the other side of Pluto. The former seemed to have seen it, and said so in a tone that didn't have the slightest emotion. In his opinion, this is just a calm statement, not a mockery. This young supreme mage is indeed the most powerful of all creatures that nothing has ever seen. But compared to myself, it was still too far behind. How can you leave your back to your opponent on the battlefield? Luke said with a smile. He looked around, and the planet was an ultra-low temperature hell, almost a match for Jotunheim, where the frost giant lived. Even breathing can freeze people and turn them into ice sculptures. Then wait to be killed by me, Void said coldly. The muscles of his arms swelled up like mountains, and the blood-red flames burst out like a volcano. His whole person is like an unstoppable sharp blade, cutting through the ice on the surface without any hindrance. Rumble. The distance of tens of thousands of miles came in an instant. Luke saw the fist thrown by nothingness in a short time to breathe. He caught the movement trajectory like a streamer, accelerated under his feet, and dodged. The fist of nothingness slammed into the void, and the terrifying force penetrated the surface and condensed into a thick layer of solid nitrogen. The huge kinetic energy is like a ground-piercing cannonball, rubbing against the ice and rocks, and blasting out a spectacular mushroom cloud. With a punch, a radius of hundreds of kilometers was sunken, and billowing waves of air rose. The violent turbulence set off a high-intensity 12-magnitude earthquake. As if the whole planet is trembling. Scream. Then you better kill me all at once, otherwise. Luke let out a mental wave, flashed behind the void, and also blasted a punch. There is no chance. The immense power seems to have distorted the space, brought a stream of light, and went straight away. Void reacted faster. He turned around quickly, but didn't dodge. Instead, they actively waved their fists to meet the offensive. Boom! Luke took a breath. His mouth twitched. He just felt that his fist hit the high-density white dwarf star and couldn't defeat it at all. Stepping into the ground, he immediately sinks deeper and retreats wildly. Nothingness is no better. He received the force of the countershock and flew directly a few kilometers away. The shockwave formed by the collision of fists, centered on the two of them, releases terrifying kinetic energy and heat. The surface of Pluto seemed to light up a huge fireball. The dazzling light spread out, shattering and annihilating everything in it. The hard surface was abruptly scraped off, and large cracks appeared, triggering an astonishing explosion. Next, Superman and nothingness continue to collide. After thousands of fights, the aftermath of energy from the battle finally tore the planet apart. In an unimaginable huge explosion, Pluto completely turned into cosmic dust. However, everything is not over. While Superman and nothing moved at high speeds, they constantly blasted out energy, creating a vacuum zone after another. Compared with the previous stalemate, he experienced a fierce battle and then faced the nihilistic Superman, finally showing a trace of fatigue. Come again. Mentalnovel.com. But Luke still maintains a strong fighting spirit. He tried his best to fly at the speed of light. Nothingness spit in the back, chasing after him. In this way, The two started a cosmic chase. In the meantime, I don't know how many asteroids were crushed and penetrated by them. This jaw-dropping chase at the speed of light seemed to have no end, until Luke saw the fiery light illuminate the void. They reached the sun. Still looking for Superman free novels? Baidu direct search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 377 Falling Down. Gamma ray burst. This is your chosen battlefield. Nihility seemed to understand something, and the spirit wave shot out, looking at Superman who was close to the sun. One after another, they arrived at this huge stellar celestial body. The powerful magnetic field released by it slowed the movement of Superman and nothingness, as if put on a heavy shack, swinging his fists and feet. There is no longer that relaxed feeling. It's just that you should know that this little magnetic field, gravitational field, is nothing to me. Nihility thinks that Superman wants to use stellar objects to restrict his actions and find a chance to come back. Besides, under the same conditions, you will only be affected more deeply than me. Luke smiled, not like a villain, telling his true thoughts. No matter how much you think about nothingness, you may not be able to guess that you are recharging. Facing a powerful enemy with the power of millions of stars, the energy in his body was almost squeezed out. Fortunately, there is a young and energetic yellow sun, and the heat, radiation, and light it releases slowly heals the Superman's body near the edge of collapse. Then give it a try. Who can have the last laugh? Luke threw a provocative look at him, trying to provoke nothingness. A trick that works well for sentinels is useless if you put it on this negative personality. Hey, will the dragon be angry with ants? Void said lightly, indicating that Luke's tricks were useless. The latter's eyes flickered, and he didn't say much. From the battle to the present, physical strength, vitality, recovery, these are all approaching their limits. I have to say that this is since Luke's debut. Experienced the first thrilling battle of crushing and persecuting himself, and was extremely close to failure and death. It's really exciting. Thinking of this, he grinned and showed a slight smile. Unexpectedly, until now, the psychological defense has not been defeated by a sense of despair. Void remained silent, lamenting the strength of the opponent's quality. While accelerating under his feet, he rushed in front of Superman. The sharp limbs behind his back shook wildly, like the minions of a beast, trying to tear Luke's body in half. Luke stretched out his right hand, bringing up the dazzling silver light. The 10th metal slashed past, and the unparalleled edge cut off all the arthropods and tentacles mixed with negative emotions. Damn it. Keep thinking rationally. The cold and indifferent nothingness, as if being greatly hurt, the spirit waved and roared. This is broken. Luke did not forget to taunt. The 10th metal continued to extend, like a spear sweeping across the injured Nihility. The latter fell into the depths of the pitch-black space like a meteorite. Dead. I must kill you. The end of angering nothingness is to attract a more violent attack. Those sharp limbs are the emotional manifestation of negative personality. Luke's attack was equivalent to stabbing the nerves of the human body with a sharp knife, causing a severe sting. Facing the burst of nothingness, Superman waved the 10th metal. The extremely sharp silver trajectory spread all over the body in an instant, leaving no space at all. A touch of embarrassment rose on the menacing emptiness face. After entering the state of full body, he was like a high-density white dwarf, and ordinary means could not cause harm at all. But the dazzling silver liquid in Luke's right hand belonged to an extremely dangerous kind of thing in his own perception. What is it? There was a question in his heart. Luke didn't want to take out the 10th metal at the bottom of the pressure box. The momentum of this battle was too shocking. Who knows if those multiverse bosses will notice? Things from other universes are not so good to be exposed. According to the defensive power of nothingness and the density of flesh and blood, it is logically impossible to be killed or injured by any conventional weapons. Even the legendary artifact, Gungnir, the Gun of Eternity, or Thor's Storm Axe, Mana. In the face of nothingness, It is estimated that it will be difficult to play a role. The only thing that can come in handy is probably the 10th metal from the next studio. You think this will stop me from killing you? A trace of violence flashed across Void's face, and he let the skyrocketing silver glow penetrate his chest. Accompanied by severe pain and injury, the tall body suddenly burst out with the violent energy of the collapse of the celestial body, engulfing the silver orn. Rumbling, the space collapsed. "You are vicious." Luke looked distressed and quickly took back the 10th metal. After taking a few deep breaths, the stellar energy flowing in his body became boiling, providing even more powerful power. After the emptiness of the body exploded, it took less than half a minute to regroup. This has gone beyond the scope of self-healing ability, but the performance of controlling molecular movement in the face of a powerful enemy that cannot be killed. How to defeat it? Luke answered inwardly. He exerted force under his feet and rushed to the front of nothingness. The newly reorganized body seemed to have anticipated Superman's actions. The blood-red flame was almost condensed into substance, erupting in all directions. With a terrifying high temperature, the torrent of energy formed by gamma rays instantly flooded Luke. But instead of going back, he kept going. With the price of half of the body disappearing and melting, the nothingness is firmly locked. "Have you embraced the sun?" Luke's hoarse voice, accompanied by the turbulent airflow, passed into the ears of nothingness. The two suddenly fell down, and the target was the stellar celestial body that had been burning for more than 4 billion years. "You are crazy." "More crazy than me." When the two slammed into the sun's atmosphere, nothingness finally uttered a panicked cry. The scorching high temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius continuously evaporates the flesh and blood of the two, as if being in a hot furnace, letting the sun storm. Solar flares bombarded the body. This is a terrifying zone that even a biological force field cannot resist. Any energy, any existence, will be evaporated and vaporized by the heat released by the star's talent. "We will all die." Void struggled desperately, trying to get rid of the shackles of Superman, but the opponent's strong arms tightened his neck, pushing him to the core of the sun. In just a moment, the two of them passed through the atmosphere of more than 100,000 kilometers and rushed into the core area. The terrifying high temperature of 15 million degrees Celsius cannot tolerate any life at all. The twisted black shadow in the void, like melting snow, was quickly burned. And Superman is not much better. Although he can absorb the energy of stars, when the external environment is enough to kill him, when the absorption is far less than the input, he will also be evaporated by the stellar body, completely gasification. To become a golden Superman, the premise is to evolve to the point of supreme Superman. Otherwise, even entering the core of the sun will not have the qualifications to be strengthened. Afraid? A smile appeared on Luke's dry face, falling into the eyes of nothingness. It was almost like a madman laughing, incomprehensible and terrified. "Die together." The pitch-black eyes flashed through determination, and nothingness was very clear. When they completely entered the core of the sun, they couldn't hold it for a minute. In front of him is a blazing white space, and the terrifying high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees burns everything into gas. Until novel.chameleon. Star. Void greeted Superman's jokes, and brazenly aroused the unimaginable terrifying force in his body. Explosion. It is like a vigorous gamma ray burst that occurs at the core of the sun. The celestial body that was burning blazingly, releasing bright stars, shook suddenly, ejecting high-temperature energy that melted everything. A violent storm followed, and it didn't calm down until a long time later. It seems that everything is over. From that blue planet, the two most powerful beings came to an end together. Still looking for Superman free novels? Baidu Direct Search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 378 Cosmic Odd, Lady Death. It was dark, cold, and chaotic. This is Luke's most intuitive feeling about death. The extremely high temperature of tens of millions of degrees Celsius in the core of the sun melts and burns through the biological force field, let alone a body of steel. Coupled with the force of the sentry to detonate the stars at the end, a gamma ray burst like terrorist bombardment is formed. Under the double injury, Superman faces the closest battle to death in his life. It can be said that half of his foot has stepped into the gate of the abyss. In a daze, Luke even saw the death of one of the 5 great gods in the universe, and he was beckoning to himself. He didn't know whether this was an illusion of dying, or a conjecture caused by mental shock. Ahem. Really embarrassing. Luke breathed the air greedily, and the pure white light overflowed around the broken body, slowly seeping in. This is the light of the soul, used to repair a severe mental injury. His scorched, fully carbonized, shattered body, leaning on a stone throne, healed his wounds with difficulty. Respected master, who caused you to be so terribly hurt? A glamorous woman wearing a tulle with a large caramel skin on her chest, waist and hips, walked in front of Luke. Respectfully, she knelt down below, showing the most humble and most loyal posture. This is the world of Hades. The woman who appeared was the Princess Ammonite, who signed a contract with the Death Seth in an attempt to create a mummy dynasty and reproduce the glory of ancient Egypt. The Grim Reaper setter is more unlucky. In order to resurrect in this world, it was planned for thousands of years, but it was destroyed by the Bogian department under the leadership of Dr. Incarnation. Later, he ran into Superman's hands, was unfortunately deprived of his godhood and authority, and fell into a deep sleep forever. After solving the death set, Luke did not send the soul of the Egyptian princess to hell, but left it behind. He has no time to play the role of death, establish a religion, gather believers, and acquire souls. Chief Aegis, superhero, lieutenant general, of the world, beacon of the world, supreme mage. He has enough titles. If you continue to increase it, you may not even be able to put down a business card. Therefore, Luke asked Ammonite to take care of this long-lost Hades world. The name of Seth, the of Death, has long been buried by the dust of history with the change of dynasties and times. Faithful believers, souls that can be harvested. These are very few. Correspondingly, the underworld world he built was not as terrifying and magnificent as it used to be. It's like an old palace full of dust and no one cares about it. A guy with a sick brain, Luke said truthfully. He fell into the sun with nothingness, not with the idea of dying together. I have the world of the underworld, and I can open it at any time and escape into it. It's just that I didn't expect that in the face of death, the psychological defense line of nothingness would collapse first, directly adopting the method of self-destruction. The energy bombardment of a gamma-ray burst almost sent Luke to hell. But then again, he and Mephisto are still old acquaintances. If I go to hell, I believe I should be treated as a VIP. I hope solar energy burns nothingness. Luke grinned, and after that high-intensity, long-lasting hard fight, the speed of repairing his body has become much slower. The sensation of flesh and blood squirming, like an unbearable itching, made him want to scratch. For another style, I don't like palaces. Shielding the sensory torture, Luke propped one hand on the throne, and following his voice, the dilapidated palace turned into a spacious study. When the Hell Hotel in Mephisto is fully promoted and dividends are received, I will also find time to take care of the world of Hades, a world of the underworld, as well as the power of death. These should be used. Do you have any experience with the construction of the Hades? Luke turned his gaze to Ammonite. The Egyptian princess had cleaned up, but she could actually see it. The curve is round and full, and the figure is strong and strong, revealing a touch of exoticism. If she didn't have a sloppy look that hadn't been bathed in the tens of millions when she was on the stage, with various oil paints on her face, perhaps she would have agreed to the request to roll the sheets. What? Kneeling down, Ammonite looked bewildered. She was a princess of ancient Egypt and had received royal education in fighting, leading, and governing the country. But it was indeed the first time I heard of building the world of the underworld. Dear master, I can learn. Ammonite heard Luke's meaning and said quickly, she is an ambitious woman, otherwise she would not take a huge risk to sign a contract with the Death Set. just to sit in the position of the female pharaoh. Power and status are all attractive to Ammonite. A world of the underworld is more tempting than the pharaoh. Send you to another day for further study, and let the old ink ribbon take you. When it comes to harvesting souls and building a dimensional world, can anyone have more experience than heaven and hell? Luke thinks. Number. Like Damam of the Dark Dimension, Crimson dominates Ceterac. It's all a little joke and some soup. Standby station. Over 90% of the Earth's soul market is monopolized by heaven and hell. Of course, this is also related to the need for soul bargaining chips from the dimension demon god. Not as strong as these new gods. Everything obeys your will, the great of death. Ammonite lowered his head, trying to show the deep gully squeezed out, showing a meek side. Go down. Luke didn't even look, and waved her to step back. The body is broken and incomplete, and the serious injury has not been healed. Where is the unspoken rule of the ancient Egyptian princess? Besides, even if he had this meaning, he would not have enough energy. Luke looked at the bare-framed body, feeling worried. This time, it was a big loss for Emperor Wishan to do the task. Originally, he was only dealing with a Heavenly Father level Oki Cool, but he didn't expect a sentry to emerge from behind, and then nothing would go online. That horrible old man Agamotto is very bad. After he goes back, he definitely can't give up. He must add more money. Luke gasped and complained. Seeing the bones like fine iron, he suddenly had an idea, spread his palms, and a group of bright silver orns flowed into his body. The 10th metal is the original strength of the next studio. Blending into the Superman's body, may make yourself more indestructible. In the future, there will be opportunities to visit, like the emotional spectrum, the anti-life equation, the omega rays. These are powerful forces that can harm Superman. A plan must be made. It's exciting. Luke closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair in the study. The whole body is penetrated by the silver liquid of the 10th metal, and the slow-growing muscles and cells suddenly speed up, making people feel like bathing in a hot spring. A strong drowsiness hit. Luke relaxed, and his breathing became steady. Superman, Supreme Mage, Luke Cavill. In a daze, he heard someone calling himself. Slowly opened his eyes. The dark fog of space dispersed, revealing a tall figure covering a black robe. This is a woman. Luke made a judgment only from the beautiful curve outlined. You are. He wanted to walk closer, but the black-robed woman was always looming, like an illusory bubble. I am the embodiment of death, the master of the soul. The cold, mixed with a faint voice, passed into Luke's ears as if a thunder suddenly exploded. Death. Madam, he said hesitantly, as we all know, there are 5 great gods in the Marvel Universe. They are death, eternal, infinite, annihilation and swallowing stars. These 5 creation gods were formed with the birth of the multiverse. They are the manifestation of the rules, and they are also super accounts with part of the management authority in the multiverse. There are also administrators with higher authority, the life court, and the boss, the sole master of the almighty universe, the creator. Oh, I'm still in the novice village on Earth. How come I have come into contact with the 5 great gods of creation? Luke was a little confused. Generally speaking, this was the level he would only reach after he walked out of the universe and stepped into the sea of stars. The boss ran out without unlocking the new map. What's the situation? Emperor Wishan once mentioned your name to Eternal. The black-robed woman who claimed to be Death said softly. However, Luke still did not see her face clearly. The existence of the multiverse level is still a little far away from him. We have a request. Of course, you can also treat it as a task. Miss Death faced Luke, and under the black robe was an icy gloom that was hard to detect. Behind him, there seemed to be 4 magnificent figures standing above the universe. Task? Luke's eyes flashed, as if thinking of something. Want to climb the wall by yourself? This is the best opportunity. This time www.mentalnovel.com said Eternity. He is the boss of Emperor Wishan, and the earth is said to be his heart. Luke still couldn't see the specific image of this big man, only felt that it was an endless gathering of celestial bodies, as if the vast universe, twinkling stars appeared before him. I hope you can agree, Luke Cavell, this involves a higher level. A gambling game. Eternal speaks vaguely, but Luke can understand its meaning. He lowered his head and glanced at the 10th metal integrated into his body, more sure of his inner thoughts. The best chance. What is the chance? He raised his head and asked. Still looking for Superman free novels? Baidu direct search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 379 The Transformation of the Multiverse. The intersection of two studios southwestern Australia. Nalibo Plain. A red lightning ran along the road. This is the longest and straightest road in Australia, with a total length of 90 miles, extending to cover the southernmost tip of the country. It itself has been abandoned for many years, except for those crazy tourists. Almost no one remembers the existence of this road. Those truck convoys that occasionally traverse here have already changed their driving routes. After all, no one wants to drive along a straight, long highway. The dullness and boringness along the way can make people drowsy. However, for another group of people in the world, this road is simply perfect. You only need to avoid the kangaroos and Australian ostriches that suddenly rush out, and you can run at full speed and wantonly. A straight and long runway, in the eyes of speed people, is almost like heaven. The surrounding scenery became blurred and turned into a flash of light film, and even the sound of the wind gradually fainted until it was silent. The red speed man, known as the Flash, seems to be galloping in a vacuum tube, surrounded by golden lightning, as if walking in another world, with multiple dimensions where time is absolutely still. Barry couldn't feel the existence of any matter, and nothing could hinder him. The sound of wind, air, resistance, everything disappeared. Only the speed that keeps accelerating. This is the wonder of superpower. Barry thought so. He used to come to this place to think about problems. In the process of running at high speed, the thinking will be sharper and faster than usual. Many difficult problems that cannot be thoroughly studied will be solved immediately. But today, Barry just wanted to run as much as he could, and he didn't want to think about any problems. A lingering shadow entangled him, like a ghost that followed him. Even if he can break through the speed of light and surpass time, even if he is the fastest person in the world, the dark shadow hidden deep in his heart always hangs over his head, making a strange smile at his childhood self. No matter how fast you run, there is no time to save everyone. You can't save the people you care about. The words of reverse lightning echoed in Barry's mind. Space-time is like an unconventional circle, with the start and end points often connected to each other. Albert Swan, a future human in the 25th century. He adored the Flash madly, studied the source of his abilities, and finally learned the mystery of superpower. Swan successfully replicated and reproduced the accident that led to the birth of the Flash and became the new speedrunner. With super speed, he was transformed into reverse lightning, and became a fateful enemy with the Flash. In the end, in order to eliminate his opponent, he did not hesitate to break the boundaries of time, travel to the past, and kill the Flash who has not yet grown up. This is the beginning of everything. Time and space entangled into a circle. Swan killed Barry's mother, but also contributed to the birth of the Flash. The Flash has made him a super criminal, nicknamed Reverse Lightning. Barry, things that cannot be changed. We have to learn to accept. When my parents fell in the dark alley, I had already accepted my destiny. The Dark Knight of Gotham once opened up and said, "But, Barry, you can't forget. This is a void in your heart that you can never fill in." The voice of nothingness echoed quietly in my heart, like a faint light in the deep darkness, attracting people to walk towards it. The red lightning is still running, like the giant chasing the sun in ancient mythology. An unprecedented sense of emptiness filled his body, and Barry felt cold inexplicably. Even if he is accompanied by family and friends, the indescribable weakness still envelops him, as if reminding him all the time, "You can save her, but you don't." "No, I tried, Mom." The shadow of childhood came to mind again, and Barry stopped running, with pain on his face. He held his head in his hands and said lowly, just like his companion, the Dark Knight of Gotham will never forget what happened in that alley. He couldn't forget that the woman who used to sit by the bed and read the bedtime story gently and quietly died in front of his eyes. You watched her die for the justice and faith of the so-called hero. You watched your mother die in front of you, the fastest person in the world, even if time can't keep up with you, but you did not save her. The voice of nothingness, like the roaring thunder of a torrential rain, blasted into my mind one after another, and the anti-lightning laughed wildly. The Flash, kneeling on the ground, closed his eyes in pain. The regret that cannot be made up in my heart is like a hole in the canvas of life. No feelings can fill the grief of losing a loved one. Barry, the opportunity is here. Catch up with time, leave it far behind. You can redeem that regret. In the spiritual world, there seemed to be another voice, which was a strong emotion formed by Barry's regret and annoyance. Catch up with time. Recover the regret, the Flash murmured unconsciously. On the highway that can't see the end at a glance, the barren weeds, and the kangaroos that cross the highway in groups in the distance, are about to sink into the warm sunset on the horizon. Barry looked around blankly. The world was so vivid, real, and beautiful. He is the Flash, the savior of Midtown, one of the members of the Justice League, the fastest man in the world, and a superhero that everyone admires. Mom. But now he is like a child who has lost his parents. Let go of responsibility. Let go of the shackles. Run with all your strength. The breeze blew across the plain, and Barry stood up, turned and looked back into the distance. At the far end, there is a city that belongs to him, friends who love and care about him, and friends who insist on staying with him. In the other direction, beyond endless time, there may be nothing there. But there is a gentle woman who is willing to tell him a bedtime story, help him cover the quilt, and sing a lullaby. Mom. Barry turned his head and waved his hand back, as if saying goodbye. In the next moment, the red lightning lifted the airflow and turned into an incomparable streamer. With a bang, a roar erupted in the air, and Barry had broken through the sound barrier. Golden lightning lingered around his body, and vaguely, he approached the world of speed power that existed in another dimension. Faster, faster, faster. The speed continues to increase, and Barry seems to be racing against time. As long as he catches up with the beam of light ahead and surpasses the speed of light, he will be able to open the door of time and space and make up for the void that exists deep in his heart and can never be filled. In a normal world, the red lightning has disappeared, and the surrounding space is like flowing water, rippling with circles of ripples, and the light is gradually distorted, flashing into a blurry picture intertwined vertically and horizontally, like a scene formed by the fragmentation of the void. Hidden deep in everyone's heart of good memories, Barry was indifferent, his eyes full of determination. The golden lightning became more and more dense, almost completely enveloping his body. It was an illusory picture that existed in different timelines, just to slow down the pace of the extreme speed. As long as you hesitate and stop, the turbulence of time will involve you. Among them, he has since been lost in the superpower, gradually assimilated and blended into time and speed. Boom! Countless rays of light intertwined, and tiny dots gradually expanded and expanded. Barry ran with all his strength. He felt like a raging fire, violently releasing the heat and light in his body. The time flowing forward at a constant speed suddenly stopped, and the red lightning seemed to run in the sticky glue, and he was almost reaching the limit of speed. Hurry up! Like a big mountain smashing into the calm lake, a roar and explosion sounded from the void space. Like a rolling thundercloud, time is completely still, like a torrent of rushing forward, frozen by an extremely powerful force in an instant. The whole world seemed to be frozen, and even the mind turning became extremely slow. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the light reversed, like a backflowing tide. Everything is moving back quickly. It is like a clock of time, constantly fiddled with by unknown existence. The world begins to go backwards. Time and space are reversed. In the time and space tunnel composed of endless light and shadow, Barry ran at extreme speed, and the golden lightning produced by the superpower continued to surround his body. Crackling, the torrent of history flashed away, and many things that had happened before, those beautiful, painful, happy, and sad, all turned into streamers. He didn't even look at it, just wanted to run to the end, the place where it first started. Mom! Barry yelled vigorously, and the white light enveloped him, and fell towards the depths of the space-time tunnel. At this moment www.mentalnovel.com The Flash still doesn't know. His impulse made a group of people in the world outside the wall seize the opportunity. Marvel Universe. The deal is concluded. After listening to the eternal explanation, Luke lightly nodded and said, I don't mind coming on a more exciting trip, and by the way, make a small contribution to the multiverse facing crisis. Facing the invitation of the 5 creator gods of the universe, he smiled and agreed. As they said, this is the best opportunity. Still looking for Superman-free novels? Baidu direct search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 380 Cut off the head of the big snake. Whether the prediction will be fulfilled. The 5 creation gods of the universe. Consciousness returned to the body. Luke opened his eyes, tapped his fingers on the seat, sorting out the content of the conversation. He was thinking about the benefits of going over the wall of the next studio and being a stowaway. According to the eternal God, the universe over there is facing a brand new change, which is the opportunity lurking in the past. As for why this is done and what the purpose is, it seems that it is related to a deeper secret, and the 5 creation gods did not say it straight. Brand new changes. Restart the universe? Was it the Flash or Superman? Luke thought silently. Anyway, most of the big events in the next room have something to do with these 2 guys. One sacrificed to heaven, one dropped. Anyway, there must be no possibility of being safe and sound, forming a team. If it was caused by Batman, it would be terrible. Luke had a headache thinking of the Dark Knights who laughed at bats and Barbatos, the World Forge. Except for the laughing bat that everything is in my expectation, the others are multiverse-level bigwigs. He began to regret, why didn't he ask clearly before? If you are involved in this kind of multiverse crisis, even you have to be cautious. Undecided, Luke sat in the study and thought about it for a long time. He still has some time. The endgame left by Okika, and the request for payment from Emperor Wai-Shan, as well as the most important lottery. All these have to be handled by himself. Let's draw a prize first. Luke glanced across the task list, and by defeating the Sentinel, he got a chance to draw a lottery. The long-lost feeling of excitement can't help but surge from my heart. After all, it has been some time since the last draw. As the mind flashes, dazzling light bursts out, forming a variety of Superman templates. Facing the flashing light, Luke remained calm and didn't make a fuss like the first time. Anyway, sooner or later he can empty the prize pool, not in a hurry. Template extraction completed. Super Kryptonian horror. This feels pretty good. Seeing the result, the corners of Luke's mouth curled up with satisfaction. He knew something about this Super Kryptonian. Ha! A Kryptonian is friends with Superman's father, Jor-El. In terms of seniority, it is still Kal-El's elder. According to the content of the comics, he was actually the first explorer to drive a spaceship to the Earth. Compared to Zod's general status, Jor-El's scientist status. Ha is an explorer. He is mainly responsible for finding suitable planets for transformation and habitation. Because of this, the hacker who went out for exploration, avoided the catastrophe of the destruction of Krypton, and became one of the survivors. The reason why he was called Super Kryptonian was because of his great strength. He was once the most powerful fighter of Krypton, and all his qualities were at the top level. Not only has a superhuman body, super senses and other standard equipment, he also masters superpowers similar to mind manipulation. Moreover, the most important point is that he is completely immune to kryptonite. Such a powerful character with no obvious shortcomings. Put in the comics, naturally exists as a villain. He had the same idea as General Zod, and wanted to rebuild Krypton, thus standing in opposition to Superman and the Justice League. All in all, this template is pretty good. At least it will allow Luke to go to the next studio without having to think about the problems targeted by Kryptonite. Open the character panel, and the data above is refreshed. Host, Luke Cavill. Loading templates, Magic Superman, Raider, Super Kryptonian. Level, LV2. Ability, slightly. Brand new power poured into the body, and the muscles swelled up quickly as if they were inflated. Click, click. The hard bones cast by the 10th metal screamed like metal. A horrible breath was released, almost shaking the world of the underworld. Luke took a deep breath, and the study was crumbling, like a storm. Then, he exhaled again, as if the cold current swept through and everything froze. This is the newly unlocked ability, Freezing Breath. Luke, who loaded the new template, only felt energetic, and the exhaustion after the original war was wiped out. All values have improved to a certain extent. In general, the increase in combat power brought by the Super Kryptonian is not small, and it almost makes Luke approach the upper limit of the Heavenly Father. Opening the world of Hades, Luke returned to the Earth. A few flashes appeared in the Antarctic ice sheet. His battle with the Sentinel did not last long. Only in the perception of both parties, the flow of time has been slowed down. It takes less than an hour to fly out of the Earth, fight to the Sun, and then return to Superman. The allied forces of the 9 realms still did not leave. Iron Man, Thor, and others were still in a group with Venerable Skyhammer. After Cool, the Serpent, was seriously injured, he seemed to have retracted into the deep sea and did not show his head again. Rumble. Above the ice sheet, there seemed to be thunder running over. The dull sound resounded through the Antarctic. A wave of terrifying pressure poured down from above, suffocating. Dark clouds are rolling like tides, covering the high sky. The blazing thunder and lightning tore through the sky, revealing a tall figure. Supreme Mage. Superman. Feeling the invisible pressure, everyone raised their heads, with surprised and shocked expressions in their eyes. The Supreme Mage is back. Isn't that a Sentinel? Strange said excitedly. Roar. Seemingly being stimulated, the Hulk standing on the ice sheet raised the hammer of the World Breaker and roared in anger. Then, Luke's eyes swept, and a sharp light erupted instantly, pressing Hulk firmly into the ice. The Superman's body drives the atmosphere like a meteorite. The Hulk raised the hammer and was smashed by Luke with a punch before he even moved. The biological force field was fully opened, like a huge mountain range formed by hundreds of millions of tons of rocks, pressing on the top of Hulk. No matter how angry this angry beast is, no matter how hard it roars, thick blood vessels burst out, and it can't break free. Call. At the same time, extremely cold air blew up above the ice sheet. The air current, like a blizzard, spit out from Luke's mouth, directly freezing the remaining Skyhammers into ice sculptures. From his appearance to Hansen, it only took half a minute. The chaotic scene calmed down immediately. The powerful enemy who fought fiercely with Thor, also instantly retreated. Okikir. Luke smashed the Hulk with 2 fists, crushed the hammer of fear, and scanned down with his supervision. After discovering the specific location of Cool, the whole person rushed into the water like a cannonball. Boom, 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 boom. A turbulent undercurrent was rolled up under the calm ice sea. Like a violent roar, it set off a huge wave. This movement lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Wow! A figure broke through the ice sea. Luke carried Kerr, the big snake who was beaten and bruised, and threw it in front of Thor. Come on, fulfill Asgard's prophecy. The fat house Thor and Thor glanced at each other, and the two raised their weapons at the same time. With the storm axe, Mjolnir smashed down. The head of the big snake flew high, and the green venom sprayed out. 2 Thors were poured over his head and face. Bath in the blood of God, take 7 steps, and die. Heimdall of Asgard thought nervously. If Saul died, the prophecy would be fulfilled. In the gatekeeper's sight, after the 2 Thors were stained with the blood of the serpent, They staggered forward 7 steps and fell heavily. The depressive atmosphere of sadness and sorrow instantly enveloped the ice field. "Help me," the weak voice sounded, and Heimdall's eyes burst with surprise. He saw the fallen Thor and stood up with each other's arms. "Although his face is pale, he is still alive. The prophecy is broken," the goalkeeper said excitedly. Loki, who was close to the battlefield, rushed over for the first time, supporting the fat house Thor with one hand and Thor with the other. "You are so heavy." Metalnovel.com Loki complained to the fat house Thor. "You too." Before Sol gloated, she said again. The 3 brothers and sisters of Asgard had a rare scene of harmony. One Thor's fate is shared by the other, and such a result is expected. Luke brushed his clothes and flew high into the sky. There was a burst of cheers of celebration from below, and he personally drew a successful conclusion to this story of Asgard. Next, we should embark on another journey. Still looking for Superman-free novels? Baidu direct search, "It's easy to read novels" equals. Chapter 381 The Man Who Crossed the Wall of Origin, Paradise Island. After finishing this firefighting mission, Luke took the time to return to Universe 1024 where he was. He stayed for a full month, finishing all the things that should be arranged. During this period, the 5 creation gods of the Marvel Universe did not urge Luke to leave quickly. But it's normal to think about it. For a multiverse like them, time is not important at all. Even reshaping a single universe is a matter of minutes. The reason why I fancy myself is more likely because of the 10th metal. It was a peculiar thing that could pry and penetrate the wall of the origin of the next room, and it had been integrated into Luke's Superman. What do you think? If you have to choose a person over the wall, he is indeed the most suitable person. Cosmic mercenary. Luke has given himself a resounding name, from Gui to Emperor Wai-Shan, and then to the 5 great gods. He felt that it would not be long before, perhaps like the Court of Life, and the supreme existence of the almighty universe, they would have to come and contact him for business. It is worth mentioning that before Luke's return, Emperor Wai-Shan took the initiative to pay the reward. Ever since he had face-to-face communication with the eternal god, the rigid old man Agamotto has become much more gentle. It can only be said that even in the Marvel Universe, the hidden rules in the workplace culture still exist. Yi worked for Emperor Wai-Shan, and Emperor Wai-Shan worked for the eternal god. When Luke came into contact, he changed from his subordinate to the immediate boss. Wai-Shan naturally did not appear to be too cold, and faced it with the original condescending attitude. Now it's really a firefighter. Luke appeared at Carmitage with such self-deprecation. "I happened to see a bald-headed mage who just finished his morning exercise. Those strong muscles full of explosive power, like hard rocks, felt particularly oppressive." In just a few years, Strange had gone from a former doctor without the power to bind a chicken to a berserker who killed a mammoth with one punch. The style of this guy is getting crooked. Luke glanced at the Doctor Strange, who was gradually developing like a devil muscle man, and wanted to make the other party embark on the road of berserkers, completely abandoning the magic that requires a price to cast. No matter the Marvel Universe, or the studio next door, Faye has never been a good career. Embarking on this path rashly often means that they will bear a huge price. Supreme Mage. Seeing Luke's appearance, Strange showed a surprised expression on his face. As the person who saves the world, the prestige of the Supreme Mage has increased dramatically. Not only was he respected by Mordor and the Three Sanctuary, but also the gratitude and admiration of the Avengers. Although it is said that the person who killed the head of the snake was Thor, the of Thunder. But everyone with a discerning eye knows that if Luke hadn't come to the rescue and solved the venerable Skyhammer and the God of Fear, the Earth might be in danger. Go on. I am very optimistic about you. Luke patted Strange's broad shoulders to express encouragement. He poured some chicken soup for the other party casually, and he walked into the central hall of Carmitage. The pure white light of Emperor Wai-Shan shot out, like a signal light, crashing into the cauldron of all things. Buzzing. The bronze round tripod shook a few times, and three figures appeared. Let's go, Luke said to Emperor Wai-Shan with a relaxed look. He has experienced cosmic travel, but it is still very strange to cross two multiverse universes. This is an unprecedented game, Superman. Agamotto said in a deep voice. Your behavior is related to our world, and even the survival of many worlds. This bald head is still so serious, so serious. Luke curled his lips, seemingly not paying attention. He has his own ideas and will not obey the 5 great creation gods. Since I am so important, what good things you have, you'd better give it to me to protect my safety. Luke resorted to white prostitution, and the light of Agamotto dimmed in an instant, and he didn't reply anymore. Start teleporting. Oshatu and Hogs did not wait for Luke to say anything. The majestic beam of light enveloped the tall figure. The body and the soul were dragged out of this world together. Almost in the blink of an eye, Luke seemed to rise infinitely and came to the barriers of the multiverse. He saw countless magnificent and huge lights and shadows, standing in the upper reaches of the multiverse, overlooking the world downstream. Among the familiar ones, there are only 5 creation gods. Behind them, the golden giant is located higher, and the 3 faces rotate and change. These are all beings classified into the role of multiverse manager. Luke suddenly turned his head, and numerous bubbles floated, flashing with brilliant light. From it, he found Universe 1024 where he was located, and as his gaze posted past, a series of digital numbers appeared in that world. This is one of the rewards given by the Eternal God. Luke will have a universe alone. Big Guy is still credit-worthy. He smiled with satisfaction, and continued to follow the pulling force to break through the barriers of the multiverse. Behind the infinite boxes one after another is darkness and nothingness. With a wave of his hand, to bid farewell to those big guys who were watching him, Luke flew at an unimaginable speed until he hit a solid barrier. This is the Wall of Origin. Luke rubbed his aching head, and he saw a huge wall with no boundaries up and down, and no end to the left and right. Compared to the Marvel Universe, the next room is different. It has boundaries. The Wall of Origin in the Prometheus galaxy is the source of all existence, connecting the souls of all new gods. This huge wall also has a special nature. Anything in the universe will be stuck to the wall as long as it touches it. Those who fail to reach the origin through it will also be hung on it. Even the supreme little Superman, who is as strong as Yuga Khan, the father of Darkseid, and has a dazzling record, they have all become part of the Wall of Origin. Him just digging a hole, it shouldn't affect anything. Right? Luke shook his fist. He was already integrated with the 10th metal, and there was no risk of being hung on the wall. Boom! Amidst the loud noise of movement, Superman smashed through the Wall of Origin, and then rushed in. That is, in the process of crossing the huge wall, he seemed to see many stalwart and secret ancient existences. Just like the 5 creation gods and life courts of the Marvel Universe, they are also guardians or observers of this multiverse. It's just that Luke didn't have time to take a closer look, and was pulled by the force of inertia to move on. The splendid light and shadow exploded in front of his eyes, like a ball of radiance, impacting his spiritual consciousness. He could only see a golden figure, rushing at a speed beyond imagination. Is that the Flash? Then, a surging energy enveloped Superman. He seemed to be caught in the torrent and rushed in an unknown direction uncontrollably. I don't know how long it took. When Luke opened his eyes again, he saw the blue and clear waves beating on the beach, and the calm sea had a few white spots passing by, and it was seagulls flying and praying. Taking a deep breath, the moist ocean current airlifted Superman's spirit. Lying on the fine sand, the afternoon sun is warm and comfortable, the soft light is gently spilling, and the fresh sea breeze is like a mother's touch. If you ignore the identity of the stowaways and the tasks of the 5 gods, this may seem more like a vacation. Are you a man? There is a clean, heroic face, breaking into Luke's sight.mentalnovel.com in those clear eyes without any impurities. There is a little curiosity and a little surprise, as if to see the same as some kind of novel creature. Of course, Luke nodded, and said with a smile, "Is there anything I don't like?" On the surging beach, the young couple looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. the girl was because she had never seen a man creature, and the man did not expect that she would fall into this place. Paradise Island, the home of the Amazon warrior. It is also the birthplace of Wonder Woman. Still looking for Superman free novels? Baidu direct search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 382 The Outside World, The Difference. What are you doing here? After learning that Luke was a man, the girl showed a look of surprise on her face. She stared at each other carefully, subconsciously trying to reach out her hand, but immediately retracted. Baking in the sun, Luke shrugged and said with a smile, "I don't mind being touched by a beautiful girl." Hearing this answer, the girl took 2 steps back, with a sense of vigilance in her eyes. "This is a trap, right?" She suddenly became serious, and made a defensive posture. "I deliberately used you as a bait to let me relax, and then I fell into a trap." Luke's mouth twitched. What kind of brain circuit is this? Is the Amazon thinking so strange? Why do you think so? Luke sat up and asked with interest. "I have hunting experience. Don't want to fool me." The girl seemed to be more sure of her inner guess, clenched her 2 small fists, ready to fight back at any time. "So she treats me as some kind of dangerous carnivore?" Luke held his forehead, saying that it was a little difficult to communicate with the other party. It took him a long time to explain the difference between a man and a beast with patience and patience, although in certain circumstances, the 2 essences were similar. "Did you come from outside?" The girl sat cross-legged on the beach, tilted her head to look at Luke. That little head was thinking, what is the difference between a man and an Amazonian? "Can I touch you?" After thinking hard and not getting the answer, she made a request that made people think about it. Only for the upper body." Luke scratched his head. He felt a sense of guilt to deceive a child. For Wonder Woman, who has never been to Paradise Island and has never seen a man, her mind and children are indeed no different in this regard. That's right. The girl in front of her was wearing a neat long braid. The limbs are strong and vigorous, full of youthful vigor. That delicate face is like the most perfect creation in heaven. Coupled with the extraordinary pair of silver bracelets in his hands, Luke can easily determine the identity of the other party. Diana Prince, Wonder Woman, Amazon Princess. She has many origins. One is that the clay figure made by the queen of the Amazon, Hippolyte, was given life and soul by the Greek gods. The second is that the illegitimate daughter of Zeus has a demigod bloodline. No matter which one, Wonder Woman has the talents bestowed by the 12 gods of Olympus, such as the power of nature bestowed by the agricultural lady Demeter, which allows her to be comparable to powerful generations such as Superman and Shazam. The goddess of wisdom Athena grants the sight of insight, which can be immune to most mental attacks and mental manipulation. Aphrodite, the of love and beauty, gave the gods amazing beauty, and so on. Therefore, Wonder Woman is completely another Superman in the Justice League. In addition, her standard equipment is Mantra Lasso, Guardian Silver Bracelet, Vulcan Sword, Divine Power Shield, Starlight Crown, etc. created by Vulcan Hephaestus. Wait. A luxurious artifact. So Luke only glanced at the silver bracelet on the girl's hand to confirm that she was Wonder Woman. "It feels like we are not much different." The girl Diana poked a little bit and said after satisfying her curiosity. "The difference is huge." Luke suppressed the urge to teach Wonder Woman about gender issues. He glanced at the snow-white skin and the bottomless arc of ravines that appeared in front of him. He felt that the difference between men and women was actually quite obvious. At least he doesn't have such flamboyant pectoralis major. "I want to take you to the Amazon Queen, which is my mother." The girl Diana thought for a while, and decided to take the first man back on Paradise Island. "Anyway, you just said that you have nowhere to go, right?" Luke pondered for a moment, but he didn't mind seeing the Amazon Queen. I'm just a little worried whether the other party will take out the Mantra Lasso and bundle himself up with P. Although, there is the spiritual resistance of the magic Superman, plus the power of his own heavenly father. He might not be caught and be bewitched by the power of Olympus, but the basic awareness of prevention must be maintained. "Is this a meeting with the parents?" Luke said a joke that Diana couldn't understand, and then replied, "At the moment, I really have nowhere to go, but I have to figure out some questions. For example, which world is this? He stood up, patted the gravel on his body, and shook his head to reject the other party's proposal. The 5 creator gods of the Marvel Universe have limited information. They only say that the next room is undergoing a brand new transformation and will undergo tremendous changes. Other than that, nothing was explained. Luke still doesn't know what era he is in. From the fact that Wonder Woman has not left Paradise Island, many conclusions can be drawn. For example, during the First World War, according to the original plot, a pilot named Steve Trevor will fall to Paradise Island and then take Diana to the outside world. Or, it may be another era. He appeared in the origin story of Wonder Woman, and there are all kinds of possibilities anyway. Do you want to leave Paradise Island? The girl Diana was a little unhappy, as if a child had lost a novel toy she had just acquired. Then what is the outside world like? Her clear eyes flashed, showing a look of longing. Well, it's hard to describe. Luke picked out some interesting things and told Diana vividly. In fact, there is a collection of books about the human world on Paradise Island. Amazonians learn about the outside world and outside knowledge by reading books. Then can you take me? The girl Diana listened quietly, and suddenly had the urge to go to the human world. Paradise Island is very beautiful, but staying here all year round is a bit boring for her. This is back to the beginning. I can't hide your mother, the Amazon Queen, and take her daughter away. Luke smiled. If he abducts the girl Diana into the human world, it is estimated that the Greek gods will be chased and killed. Also wanted for Paradise Island. You must know that this island, which is actually called Shermis Jailar, has a nickname Shrew Island. Amazonians are similar to Asgard in the Marvel Universe, and they also have extremely powerful physiques and long lifespans. As a smuggler, Luke didn't want to cause a big storm when he first came to this world. Why are you afraid of my mother? Don't want to see her? The girl Diana was puzzled, blinked her eyes and looked at Luke. Although it was clear that there was a radical element in this, Superman couldn't help it. When has he been afraid? Well, Diana, take me to see the Queen of Amazon, but I guess your mother will not allow you to leave here. Luke took the initiative to step into the Amazon princess speech trap, and perhaps from Hippolyte's mouth, he could know what the world looks like. After reaching a consensus, Diana led Luke through the magnificent ancient Greek city-state complex. Along the way, the women warriors in full armor and spears were fighting with each other. When they saw the Amazon princess walking side by side with a man, they all had incredible eyes. The unabashedly surprised look that seemed to have seen some rare creature made Luke somewhat unbearable. The Amazons live on Paradise Island. This isolated giant island was created by the 5 goddesses of Mount Olympus and later became the residence of the Amazon tribes who believed in the goddess of the earth, Gaia. Since thousands of years have been isolated from the world, no one has ever broken into this Paradise Island. The Amazons living on the island have never seen a real male. For them, a man is just a word in books. I was suddenly a little scared. Will they eat me? Luke was joking. He couldn't help but be a little curious. All Amazons are women, so how should they bring offspring? Or are they all gay? The Amazons are kind and brave warriors. They can't eat people, and he will protect you. The innocent girl Diana raised her head and said, obviously not understanding that it was just a ridicule. Growing up on the Paradise Island similar to a feminist society, Diana always had this kind of dumbfounding when communicating with this young man who claimed to be a traveler. This is caused by the huge difference between the two civilizations. The Amazon princess is not like the girls Luke once knew. She is more like a brave and unyielding warrior, advocating justice and fair fighting, and respecting the warriors and the strong. Under this level of identity, she is a young girl who knows nothing about the world. Having withstood the test of those fiery sights, Luke stepped into a towering palace. There is an ancient Greek-style columnar architecture, with intricate patterns carved on the tall columns, like a surging wave, but also like a swaying flame, exquisite and elegant. The whole is full of harmony and perfection. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty hall, and Diana took the lead. A charming mature woman sitting on the throne. She was talking with her head down and a tall woman in armor next to her. The Amazon princess rushed to hug her mother, pressed her cheek affectionately, and whispered in her ear, "Human, you claim to be a traveler." After listening to everything, the Amazon queen looked at this young man who broke into the Paradise Island for the first time in history. Hippolyte stared at each other with scrutiny eyes. As the Amazon queen, she was once a strong demigod who could stand alongside the gods of Olympus. The calm eyes carried incomparable majesty, like howling thunder, with shocking power, and the beautiful face made people dare not profanity. Under her eyes, mortals would only tell the truth tremblingly. "Yes, Your Royal Highness." Luke learned of the noble status of the seated person, leaned slightly and bowed gracefully. "I set off from the North American continent, drifted around the world on a ship, and admired the customs of different countries. My life was too mediocre, and the adventure life on the ocean was rich and colorful. Not long ago, I went to explore the glorious history of ancient Greece. Unfortunately, I encountered a storm near the Aegean Sea and drifted here along the ocean current." Luke's tone was sincere and his eyes were calm, as if all this happened in reality. He is indeed a traveler who unfortunately encountered a storm. "Outsiders, Paradise Island is not where you should be. This is the home of the Amazons," Hippolyte said lightly. She did not dispel doubts. The complexity and change of mankind, the gods of Olympus all understand. "I'm sorry to disturb your peaceful life. I will swear to the gods, I will never say a word about this." Luke made a serious assurance that he desperately wanted to return to human society to see where he had arrived. Here. I'm glad you can keep a secret for us." Hippolyte smiled, seemingly satisfied with the answer. "In return, we will send you back to the human world." Luke nodded. The Amazon queen shouldn't believe in herself so simply. "It's just that for a certain purpose, the other party didn't use a more crude method." Hippolyte stood up, draped in a luxurious and supple dark golden robe, outlined a slim figure, and radiated with the healthy and lively daughter beside him. "Because the Paradise Island is blessed by the 5 goddesses, the Amazons will live forever and live forever." The queen has not been devastated by the years, and still maintains a charming charm, like a full and rich sweet fruit. Looking at it this way, Zeus, who is planting all over the world, has a good vision. "As for when to send you back to the human world, we still need to discuss. Diana will arrange a place for you. It's best not to walk around. Traveler, Paradise Island is not a world where humans live. It has many dangerous places." The graceful and magnificent Amazon queen watched the outsiders and their daughters leave. The afterglow of the setting sun shone from the sea level. Only her and another tall female warrior were left in the huge and empty palace. "Antiope, what do you think of this man who broke into Paradise Island?" the queen asked the people next to her. "This tall, cold-tempered female warrior is the only general on Paradise Island and the bravest warrior of the Amazons." When Hippolyte encounters doubts or hesitates, he usually consults and considers her opinions. "Not honest enough, but not like a liar, and it doesn't look like a weak human being." The female general confessed her inner feelings. Her resolute face seemed to be covered with icy frost. Hippolyte nodded, and she recalled the scene where Luke had met. The opponent is tall and straight, full of calmness, without the slightest panic or surprise. "As if the scene in front of me was like a mythological legend, I couldn't shake my inner peace at all." In Deep Eyes, Yu reads www.uukanzu.com is even more mysterious. "It really doesn't look like an ordinary person." She thought so. "This outsider is not the real threat we have to face. The human world is." Hippolyte's expression was solemn, and his voice became low. "After a long time, the Amazons can no longer be independent from the world. Sooner or later, mankind will discover the existence of Paradise Island. We have to let things develop in a good direction. We need to communicate with the outside world. We must have a white dove messenger who will go out of the Paradise Island to spread the peace of the Amazons in the human world." The queen looked at the setting sun sinking into the sea, Her calm mood was like a seagull passing by, with little ripples. Still looking for Superman-free novels? Baidu Direct Search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 383. Who is knocking on my window? Who is beating my heartstrings? The night is like water, and the bright moonlight falls on the sparkling sea, reflecting silver brilliance. A light breeze drifted quietly across the mountains and forests, swaying the leaves of the branches, making a rusty sound. Luke stood on the spacious balcony, sipping a glass of Amazonian special fruit wine. To outsiders, the group of demigod warriors living on the island did not show any obvious hostility. It is more novel, surprised and unabashedly hot. After all, in Paradise Island, this purely female country, men are a species that has never existed before. Is it really just the origin story of Wonder Woman? Luke took a sip of the fragrant fruit wine, and many doubts arose in his heart. According to the 5 creation gods, a brand new transformation is more like a description of a major event. Moreover, before he came to this world, he clearly saw the Flash Barry Allen. It's hard to guess the correct answer. Looking at the rising tide on the sea in the distance, Luke shook his head and smiled, leaving the question behind. He can always figure out the time point, and before that, he still observes this strange world quietly. The Amazons are behind the Greek gods, and they are divided into old gods, the original Titan giants, such as the of Chaos and Gaia, the mother of the earth. Amazons believe in the old gods, but Wonder Woman is the heir of the new gods, that is, the group of Zeus, Hera, and Poseidon. The relationship between the two parties is mortal enemy, and the internal interests are intertwined. Like Asgard in the Marvel Universe, the history of the Greek gods is essentially family conflicts. Father and son kill each other, brothers kill each other, cheat and derail, sow seeds everywhere. Those gods have no ethics. For example, Hades had thoughts about his niece, Wonder Woman Diana. Luke couldn't help feeling a headache when he thought that it was just a paradise island with such a complicated background. The water is too deep, he said with emotion. What are you talking about? Too deep. A delicate and clean face appeared on the edge of the balcony without warning, interrupting Luke's divergent thoughts. I thought only Amazon people would have the habit of talking to themselves. The girl Diana climbed on the railing with both hands, poked her head out and stared at Luke. There was a triumphant smile on her face, as if something great had been done. With a strong support with both hands, like a vigorous female leopard, it easily jumped into the balcony. Diana, the Amazon witch, should have said that ladies will not run around at night, and a noble princess should not break into a strange man's room in the dead of night. Luke glanced down and said helplessly. His room stood on the edge of the cliff, close to the coast. There are steep rock walls all around, and there is no place to stand. If it weren't for the exceptionally strong physical fitness of the Amazons, and Diana was blessed by the 12 gods, climbing with bare hands would be an impossible task. As long as you don't say it, no one will know. Diana didn't care. In her opinion, the small cliff could not stop the courageous Amazon princess at all. Mother said that Amazon's competitive conference will be held tomorrow. Their warrior who wins in the end will send you back to the human world and build a bridge of communication with the outside world. Luke nodded thoughtfully, and then looked at the girl with a hearty smile, which was different from the long hair and bravely dressed in cloth armor he saw during the day. In the evening, Diana put on a white robe, and her long black hair like seaweed was scattered, adding a bit of femininity invisibly. Will you participate? Luke asked curiously. He felt like he had replaced Steve Trevor's role as the one who brought Diana out of Paradise Island. My mother didn't allow me to participate. She refused me. Diana lowered her head, obviously depressed. Being influenced by the culture of the Amazons since childhood, the princess is eager to prove her bravery and meet the powerful conditions of a true warrior. But the Amazon queen, who has always been gentle and amiable, refused her request to participate in the competition without thinking about it. But I really want to see the outside world. Diana's mood was a little depressed, and she said softly, there is no steamship as you said, nor those interesting fairy tales and circus performances on Paradise Island. By the way, what happened after you told the story during the day? Jack and Ruth, they met on a ship called the Titanic. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched, reconnecting the unfinished story. To be honest, facing the refreshing night breeze, tell a story to a beautiful girl. No matter how you look at this atmosphere, it seems a bit subtle. In this way, the story has come to a successful conclusion. When Luke finished speaking, Diana didn't show any emotion on her face. Instead, she was slightly puzzled and asked, Ruth did not make it clear to her fiancé that she had an incorrect relationship with Jack. Isn't this a betrayal? And she also took away that expensive Heart of the Sea. Is this the theft of other people's property? Furthermore, Jack knew that Ruth had a marriage contract. They called it an affair. Even in the human world, this is an immoral behavior, right? Hearing Diana's constant questions, Luke only felt that his head was getting bigger. According to common sense, after listening to the Titanic, the girl shouldn't be moved to tears, and then rushed into her arms. Well, this is actually an infidelity story between a tramp and a rich lady. Luke shrugged and said that Diana made sense and that Jack and Ruth were the third party and bitch. Do you think there is any way to get my mother to approve me to participate in the competition? After chatting for a while, the topic returned to its original point. Diana complained that she should have been wary of strangers from outside. However, due to her distinguished status and Amazonian hierarchy, the girl cannot find anyone to talk to. Diana has friends and partners, but they also respect the Amazon Queen and will not question any decision of Hippolyte. Parents always don't want their children to grow up. Maybe you want to prove your courage and the excellent qualities of an Amazon princess. But obviously, your mother doesn't think so. She feels that you are still a child and need to live in under her protection. The outside world is not safe and full of dangers. She is just afraid that you will be harmed. Luke plays a qualified listener, and the Amazon Queen obviously has other purposes. To send an outsider who broke into the Paradise Island back to the human world. There is no need for such a big fanfare. But I am not a child. I want to be a qualified Amazon warrior. Diana was sitting on the balcony railing, her slender legs dangling in the air. It doesn't depend on what you think, Diana. When I was very young, my father wanted me to be the best kind of person, but I rarely satisfied him, even if it's on the transcript every time. He always said that I lacked courage. Then I asked the teacher what is courage. The teacher told me that I dare to challenge the impossible, knowing that I will lose, but still rush forward. This kind of seemingly foolish behavior is true courage. Then what did you do to prove your courage to your father? Diana asked curiously. She leaned her head and stared into the young man's eyes. I had a fight with the strongest fat guy in my class. Every transfer student and lower grade student had been bullied by him. I wrote him a whole semester of homework. That day, I came home with a swollen nose, like it's a dirty puppy. But I saw my father's satisfied gaze. He told me that the world is both realistic and cruel. Only brave children can protect and get what they want. Luke spoke lightly, smiling at the corners of his mouth. The dark clouds piled up on the horizon are scattered. www.mentalnovel.com. The stars are like pearls dotted with the night sky. Diana seemed to understand something, with firm determination in her eyes. As an Amazon princess, she has never lacked the executive power to put ideas into action. Thank you, Luke. I really want to see the outside world, travel around the world like you, Diana said quietly. The girl's heart is always full of beautiful fantasy and illusory vision for the unknown world. The world is not beautiful, but it's worth seeing, Luke said with a smile, and the night wind blew past them gently, seeming to be stroking Sumion's heartstrings. X. Still looking for Superman free novels? Baidu direct search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 384 Athletic Convention. The final winner. The morning light slowly rises from the sea level, and the faint golden brilliance and the blue water surface reflect each other, shimmering. Above the lofty palace, there is a noise that is rare in ordinary days. In the center of the empty competition square, There are many heavily armed Amazonian warriors. They are wearing armor and holding weapons, lined up like an army, waiting for the arrival of the respected queen. Hippolyte, dressed in luxurious robes, stood on a wide stand above the square. The Amazon queen bathed in golden light. The whole person is full of holy, graceful and noble atmosphere. Looks like her on the sacred mountain of Olympus, making people unconsciously want to worship the brave Amazon warrior. The brilliance of Gaia, the mother of the earth, protects us. For thousands of years, the Paradise Island has been independent of the world. No one can set foot on this fertile land blessed by the gods, and now, mankind discovered us, and the two civilizations collided for the first time. I am determined to send a messenger of peace to contact the outside world and spread the peace concept of the Amazons everywhere. She will become a friendly communication between the two civilizations. Bridge. My people, for honor and peace, go and fight. Luke sat on a high platform. Next to him were the cold-tempered General Antiope and the Amazon Queen, full of maturity. He was quite interested, and he looked around and admired this extraordinary battle. The Amazonian competitions are somewhat similar to the Olympic Games in the human world. Various traditional projects have appeared one after another, such as archery, javelin throwing, driving a chariot. They are all symbolic tests of courage and force. Innate talents, coupled with the blessings of the gods, make Amazons have stronger physical qualities than humans. They have been influenced by martial arts since they were young, and everyone is a natural warrior. Luke watched carefully, compared to the popular boxing matches in the human world. These female fighters with vigorous posture and outstanding physical ability can attract his attention even more. After all woman fighting, it's much more exciting. Travelers, how do humans face powerful enemies? Are they as brave and fearless as the Amazons? Hippolyte laughed softly, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. As an Amazonian who has been blessed by Gaia, the mother of the earth, she has enough confidence to make such an attitude. 7-8 Chinese first release www. 7 meters.7. In the eyes of the Amazon Queen, human beings living in the outside world hate each other, are full of greed, and are constantly conquering, without the bravery and kindness of the Amazons. We rely on wisdom. Luke smiled slightly and replied, human physique is not as strong as beasts, and there is no such long life as the Amazons. Therefore, we learn knowledge and create tools, and we have a strong spirit of exploring unknown areas. You can't swim in the ocean like marine creatures, lurking in the deep ocean. So we build ships and submarines. If we want to fly into the sky, we make hang gliders and airplanes. Knowledge and wisdom are our weapons. Just like the Amazons rely on spears and swords, and there are also warriors and warriors among us. They will also have a passion for them and will face those powerful enemies that are difficult to defeat. Luke said lightly, whether it was the original world or the Paradise Island he was on. These races with talents superior to humans always adopt a condescending attitude. But they didn't know that their innate and powerful talent made them temporarily ahead of mankind. But they lost the motivation to move forward. For example, Asgard. For thousands of years, they are still in the period of medieval civilization and have not climbed to a higher level of civilization. And it takes only a few hundred years for human beings to rush along the evolutionary road at an explosive growth rate. Wisdom is a more rare talent than bravery. Feeling Luke's calm attitude, Hippolyte nodded. The female General Antiope next to her, her eyes were contemptuous. A man who can only talk. How can you defend your homeland and protect your compatriots without strong force? The competition in the arena is in full swing. With the passing of each game, fewer and fewer female fighters remain in the center of the arena. In the end, there were only 2 Amazons wearing helmets and masks. They held swords and shields, and displayed ancient and exquisite fighting skills with each other. The dull metal collision sound, the 2 strong shields slammed hard, the long swords fought with a sonorous sound, and the wonderful battle attracted the cheers of countless Amazons off the court. The sun rose to the sky at this time, and under the dazzling sunlight, The two female warriors showed the bravery and courage of the Amazons. The sword's edge drew a beautiful arc, escaped the swift and fierce attack, and stabbed forward. Glang! Blood blossoms. One of the female soldiers knelt to the ground, clutching her injured right arm. The opponent's strength is better than her. She loses the ability to continue fighting, so she has no choice but to drop her weapon and declare defeat. The cheers of the mountain whistling tsunami erupted like a violent wave. The victorious female warrior raised her long sword, slender, vigorous and brave, like a beautiful silhouette. The clean face hidden behind the helmet visor showed a joyful smile at the same time. She is eager to be recognized. Every Amazonian wants to be a powerful warrior. This is a great honor and achievement. The bravery of the Amazons is beyond doubt. I really look forward to seeing the female soldier walking with me. Luke's eyes flickered, and he said with a deep meaning. The face of the Amazon queen sitting next to her changed slightly. www.mentalnovel.com and calmed down immediately. Next was the coronation ceremony that was highly anticipated. Hippolyte slowly got up from his seat and looked at the female soldier who was walking up the platform. Containing her inner emotions, she calmly said, "Brave warriors, show your true face, accept the cheers and respect of the Amazons, and you will be honored with honor." The female soldier half kneeled on the ground, raised her hand and took off her helmet, her long black hair falling like a waterfall. There is a heartfelt smile on that delicate and clean face. "Mother Diana." Hippolyte's eyes moved slightly, a little surprised. She did not expect that her beloved daughter would violate her order and secretly participate in this competition. The outside world is full of malice and chaos, coupled with the conflict between Olympus, the old gods and the new gods, and Diana's life experience. Various complicated reasons caused her to refuse her daughter's request, but now everything is irretrievable. "I never doubted that you would be the pride of Amazons, Diana." Hippolyte sighed silently, and reluctantly put the golden starlight crown on her daughter's head. "You will become Amazon's bravest warrior, and the only messenger to the human world." Diana stood up, holding a sword and a shield, her golden crown gleaming with her black hair. She turned to look at the young man who gave her confidence, smiling brightly, like a victorious Valkyrie. Chapter 385 Aquamanatha, World of Flashpoint. Pieces of grey clouds were piled up in the air, and the sea breeze was blowing the waves and beating on the solid wooden boat. The sparkling water splashed and wetted the hair and clothes of the people on the boat. There was a rumbling roar from the horizon, as if the gods were driving a golden chariot on the sky, making a loud noise, like a rolling thunder. "Diana, don't rush to breathe the free air. You have to put up the rain cloth with me. Otherwise we will soon become two fools sitting on the boat in the rain." Looking at the intoxicated girl, Luke said helplessly. Perhaps it was because of the Titanic that he had said. Diana stood on the bow, opened her hands, and assumed a classic posture, as if to embrace the ocean. The Amazon princess secretly participated in the competition meeting without telling her mother, and successfully won. Under the eyes of everyone, Hippolyte couldn't go back and had to make Diana a messenger to the human world. In order to protect her daughter's safety, the mantra lasso, Vulcan sword, starlight Mayan and other equipment were all arranged. In this way, wearing a guardian silver bracelet made by the of fire Hephaestus, the heavily armed Diana set off with Luke, leaving the Paradise Island and heading for the outside world. The two rode on a wooden sailboat made by Amazons and floated along the ocean currents of the sea. To be honest, Luke has been slandering in his heart more than once. Sitting on this sturdy and humble ship makes them look not like messengers of peace, but criminals in exile. Thunder roared in the sky and dark clouds drooped. Lines of blazing white, ferocious silver snakes tore through the haze, and before long, a torrential rain would pour down. Even if it rains, there will only be a rain-drenched fool, Amazon warrior, who never fears the storm. Diana said seriously, if later Luke showed a slight disagreement. She is sure that she will read a long quotation from Amazon warriors to persuade fellow men. "I'm such a fool to reason with women." This feminist society. With a silent complaint, Luke began to set up the tent. Apart from the white sails raised on the wooden sailboat, There is no other shelter. I really don't know why the Amazonian manufacturing technology is so crude and backward. Maybe they never thought of giving me a good boat. Luke couldn't help sighing at the sharp look in the Amazon Queen's eyes before sending off. The daughter who abducted her was lucky not to be hammered to death. Fortunately, the space of the sailing boat is large enough, and Luke quickly fixed the rainproof brackets. The waves slapped against the edge of the ship's gunwale, and water droplets splashed on the thick rainproof cloth. After a while, big raindrops crashed from the sky, crackling and hitting the ship. Wave after wave, the wooden boat of solid material was thrown up and down. The two people sitting on the boat are like riding a roller coaster, constantly up and down. Fortunately, you are not seasick, Luke said to the girl like this. He now doubts whether this way of sailing along the ocean current can successfully land on land. Judging by geography and climate, they are currently near the Aegean Sea. If nothing else, it will finally land in a port in Athens. Amazon talents don't get seasick, Diana murmured. She was full of longing for her future life, and she only felt that a wonderful adventure was about to begin. But Luke has a headache. He is also very new to this world, and many things are waiting to be explored. With the future Wonder Woman, is it a wise choice? How should I get in touch with those superheroes? Luke lowered his head and thought, although the origin story of Wonder Woman is generally relatively backward. But in case something changes, fast forward to the formation of the Justice League. Then what identity will he use to face Superman and Batman? Am I your long-lost cousin of Krypton? Are you missing your family? Seeing the men who were walking with him suddenly fell silent, Diana asked softly, soon you will be able to reunite with them. They are in another world. Luke shook his head slightly. His eyes seemed to penetrate the clouds. Sorry, I don't know you. Diana seemed to be wrong, thinking that Luke had an unfortunate past, and quickly apologized. Ships are rising and sinking in the turbulent waves outside, the turbulent currents, the circling undercurrents, and huge forces collide and strike each other. The vast ocean roared like an angry behemoth. Thunder and lightning flashed high above, and violent energy burst out. Lightning tears through the clouds, and thunder resounds through the sky and the earth. This kind of weather is not normal. Luke vaguely felt a little strange. He let go of perception, and the undercurrent was raging under the deep sea. A dark green sea monster with countless tentacles slammed into the water and rushed out of the sea. From the outside, it looks like a king squid, but its head looks like a sea dragon, with its huge pupils shining with cold light. The sailboat was hit by the waves and turned over. Diana exclaimed and fell. As an Amazon warrior, she reacted very quickly. She drew her sword, cut off the entangled tentacles, and shouted Luke's name. At this time, what the girl worries most is not her own safety, but the safety of the human being. Wow! The sea monster whose tentacles had been cut off suffered pain and seemed to be irritated. Dozens of tentacles with the thickness of the pillars of the Paradise Island were strangled severely. Diana swung the Vulcan sword and cut off a part, but being in the ocean made her a little hard to focus on. A slippery tentacle suddenly wrapped around the girl's ankle and rolled it up. The mouth of the blood basin opened directly, spewing out a fishy smell. Damn monster! Diana's eyes flashed an angry light, thinking that Luke might encounter an accident. Even more mercilessly, the Vulcan sword cut across, breaking off the slippery tentacles that were hard to damage by bullets, and then leapt out of thin air to blind the sea monster's eye. The viscous liquid splashed out and stuck to Diana's body. The sea was polluted with dark green blood, emitting a cloud of poisonous smoke. Diana took a few breaths, feeling bad. Her face was pale, and a strong sense of dizziness enveloped her brain. Stop it, Growl! With a loud shout, the sea monster's aggressive behavior was stopped. A figure came out from the rolling sea. He had blonde hair, his features were as tough as a marble statue, and he held a trident in his right hand. Who are you? Suffocating the dizziness, Diana pointed her sword at the opponent. This strange face can not only control the sea monster, but also in the sea, but it seems to be flat. The golden armor like fish scales is even more majestic. All this indicates that this person's identity is extraordinary. My name is Arthur, Arthur Curry. The blonde man raised his hands and surrendered, indicating that he had no intentions. I am the master of this ocean and the master of Kroll. It sprang and accidentally injured you. I'm really sorry. The blonde man who called himself Arthur Curry had a gentle tone. He tried to get close to Diana, but was pushed back by the Vulcan sword. You indulge a monster to hurt others. The girl's eyebrows were cold, and she didn't mean to understand her. It ruined my boat and hurt my friend. Thinking of Luke who disappeared, Diana's heart became more angry, but the more she stayed in the sea, as the dark green venom penetrated into her body, the dizziness became stronger. Kroll's blood is very poisonous. You are now in danger and need treatment. Arthur Curry tried to express kindness, and by the way, he looked at Diana with surprise. Living in Atlantis, he has never seen such a woman. Strong, brave, and beautiful. Stay away from her. The voice of dissatisfaction echoed on the surface of the sea. Tophivi, Diana, who was about to faint at any time, only felt a strong arm around her waist. Afterwards, she was taken into a wide, warm embrace, and she leaned against the other's solid chest. You have not. Diana's vision was blurred, but there was a smile on her face. Of course, I won't have anything. Mtlnovel.com. Luke nodded and said, looking at Diana, whose breath was weak, his eyes turned cold. The eyes condensed slightly, and the terrifying high temperature burst out, instantly evaporating the sea monster. Before Arthur Curry could say anything, the sea vibrated and the waves moved. The tall figure that suddenly appeared and disappeared quickly turned into a black spot high in the sky and sank into the clouds. I finally know which world this is. Luke, who was flying at high speed, was about to return to Paradise Island, with a curved corner of his mouth. Flashpoint, distorted time and space born by a mistake. Still looking for Superman free novels? Baidu direct search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 386 1 Nightmare, Cause and Effect. The dazzling sunlight awakened the sleeping Amazon princess, and she slowly sat up from the bed. M.Lps boss. The gentle sea breeze blows from the windowsill and lifts the white gauze curtain. Diana leaned against the head of the bed blankly, watching the tiny dust floating in the air. Her eyes were slightly lost, as if she was reminiscing about something. A piece of the thin quilt slipped from his shoulders, revealing a large area of white skin, without even noticing it. Dizzy. She felt dizzy, like a hangover. After a while, Diana, who was slightly cheered, stepped barefoot on the soft carpet. There seemed to be something wrong, but she couldn't remember it all at once, so she could only look at the furnishings in the room. Everything is familiar. It is her bedroom in Paradise Island. Hanging on the wall is a brilliant painting of Gaia, the mother of the earth. In Greek mythology, this mother of the gods created the world, which was the golden age of the gods. After the silver age of the 12 titans, Zeus joined other brothers and sisters to overthrow his father Cronus and finally ascended to the throne. He established a new ruling order on the Mount Olympus, composing the Bronze Age of the new gods. Long swords and shields hung on the wall, and flames burned in the fireplace, emitting bursts of heat. Diana's consciousness seemed to fall into a hazy psychedelic. All the scenery looks illusory, but it is real. The quaint armors of Amazon women warriors are lined up on the shelves, with exquisite patterns carved on them. She gently stroked the complicated lines, and the inexplicable feeling in her heart became stronger. He took off the silk-like white robe, and his tall and vigorous figure was exposed in the room. The shiny skin glowed with a faint light. The interlacing of slenderness and perfect circle outlines the perfect curve, like a statue of beauty. Why did I return to Paradise Island? Diana put on close-fitting clothes, and then put on a metal armor made by Vulcan Hephaestos. The skills far beyond ordinary people, and the special materials, make this body flexible and defensive at the same time, and will not delay walking, sitting, lying, and fighting. Holding the long sword tightly and holding the shield, Diana walked out of the room with her head high and chest up like a Valkyrie. The wide promenade was quiet and silent. only the sound of Tartar footsteps echoed. The Amazon princess finds it strange that Paradise Island rarely has such a quiet moment. Usually full of noise and shouting, the sound of those strong and powerful Amazon female warriors fighting with each other will always reverberate over the island. Walking slowly, Diana stepped out of the promenade, and the dazzling golden brilliance fell on her. As if crossing a certain boundary, the noisy and clamorous sound rushed toward the face. Like a turbulent wave overwhelming the sky, it suddenly poured into both ears. The noon sun seemed a bit dazzling. Diana's eyes were in a daze, and she narrowed slightly. Only then did she see the hot scene clearly. As always, the Amazons are training hard and honing their skills. The spear and the sword fought with each other, and there was a loud and powerful metal crashing sound. Ancient and primitive cold weapons, placed in the hands of these powerful female men, can exert tremendous damage that people can't imagine. The violent wind swayed round and round ripples from around, and they were in pairs, conducting fierce and dangerous combat. Training. For the Amazon female warrior, bloodshed and injuries are not terrible. They enjoyed the hearty feeling of the battle, and the comfort of squeezing out their potential. Diana, my daughter. Hippolyte turned his head, his gentle eyes fell on the Amazon princess. In the distance is the blue sea, and a few white seagulls pass by the water. The tide rises and falls, beating the beach. The sky is clear and the sun is shining. Everything is so beautiful. Paradise Island? How can I be on Paradise Island? This question came out of my mind again. Suddenly, Diana remembered. He clearly wants to travel with a man to the human world. But who is that man? Diana had a headache, and her consciousness seemed to be swept away by the tide of memory. A faint mist enveloped all of this, and the vivid scene in front of him quietly passed away. Like an illusory dream, the world gradually blurred. When the fog cleared, Diana opened her eyes wide and saw the sky covered with dark clouds and lightning and thunder. A huge sea monster filled her sight. The slippery tentacles slapped like a thick whip, shooting waves several feet high. Diana wanted to hold a sword to meet the enemy, but found that she was unarmed. An unprecedented sense of weakness enveloped the Amazon princess. I saw the terrifying sea monster as huge as an iceberg, opening its mouth wide, seeming to engulf her. The infinite darkness approached. Diana was a little helpless. She subconsciously called to her mother. Do not be afraid. The low voice sounded quietly, as if the light dispelled the darkness, making people calm down. Diana's flustered mood gradually calmed down and disappeared. Those fragmented memories flooded like a tide, and the spiritual world fell apart in an instant. Luke, why are you here? This is Paradise Island. The Amazon princess, who woke up again, saw a pair of soft eyes, and that young face that looked particularly kind appeared in front of her. The blood of that sea monster is very poisonous, and even the strong physique of the Amazons is still affected. Luke pushed Diana back, who wanted to sit up, and said with a smile, but I'm not a doctor, so I can't provide treatment. I can only take you back to Paradise Island and give it to Queen Hippolyte. They gave you the blessings of the gods, and they did some magic. It should be fine now. The Amazon princess slept in a dazed manner, completely unsuccessful in her former heroic posture. Is that so? Am I awake now, or am I still dreaming? Diana held the quilt in her hands. Her whole body shrank inside, only her head exposed. You can squeeze yourself, if it hurts. It means you woke up from a dream. Luke shrugged and joked. Maybe it was because the mind turned too slowly and didn't react. Diana actually did this. She squeezed her cheek severely, and then let out a cold breath with a hiss sound. It seems that I need to ask Queen Hippolyte whether the sea monster's poison will leave a sequelae of lowering IQ. Luke laughed blankly, and Diana, who had awakened, looked like a simple child of 4 or 5 years old. By the way, did you have a nightmare just now? Diana stared angrily at the bad guy in front of her who was making fun of herself, and shook her head vigorously. How can an Amazon female warrior have nightmares? We are fearless. Oh, is that so? I must have heard it wrong. Someone seemed to panic, calling Queen Hippolyte. Luke smiled and said jokingly, damn fellow, if I still have the strength, I will definitely jump out of bed and give you a nice look." Diana was speechless for a while, and said angrily, "As an Amazon princess, when did she get ridiculed like this?" "Well, since the princess doesn't want to see me, then I retire." Luke raised his eyebrows and went back to Paradise Island, which he didn't expect. Of course, there are many things beyond his expectation, not just this one. "I didn't say that." It seemed that Luke had been hurt. Diana was a little lacking in confidence, and explained weakly, "By the way, how about that sea monster?" "And who is that?" "The guy with the harpoon?" "Well, it seems that the Amazon princess has also learned the trick of changing the subject. That is a sea beast domesticated by Atlantis, called Kroll, which means a poisonous and dangerous monster." Luke's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that the new changes in the 5 Marvel gods would actually be the Flashpoint paradox. "The guy with the harpoon, named Arthur Curry, is the Prince of Atlantis." When he saw Aquaman appear, he probably guessed that this is the world of Flashpoint. If it were the origin story of Wonder Woman, there could be no existence of Arthur Curry. Moreover, the sense of sight of this accident is very serious, which makes Luke feel inexplicably familiar. If he guessed correctly, according to the original plot, Diana should have gone to sea alone, leaving Paradise Island, wanting to go to the outside world. The result happened to hit the sea monster Kroll and Arthur Curry. Diana was poisoned and passed out into a coma. Then he was taken back to Atlantis by the young Sea King to recuperate for a while. Because of this, Paradise Island and Atlantis, these two also hide their existence, and their overall strength is higher than the existence of the human world. They have come into contact. The people under the sea and the Amazons exchanged for the first time. And serving as a bridge of friendship between the two sides are the Amazon Princess Diana and Sea King Arthur Curry. The young men and women collided with a spark of love in a Flashpoint world where everything was distorted and turned upside down. Paradise Island and Atlantis, the two forces have reached a marriage. But this matter did not go smoothly, and it caused dissatisfaction and opinions from the Atlantis opposition and the conservatives on Paradise Island. So at the wedding, Mera, who was supposed to be the Queen of the Sea, as well as Arthur Curry's younger brother, the Lord of the Sea, and the female general of Paradise Island, united to plan an attack. The Amazon Queen Hippolyte was unfortunately killed, and then the King of Atlantis also died, and they became sacrifices. The vengeance of killing the mother is not shared, and the marriage of Paradise Island and Atlantis naturally spoiled. Instead, there is a raging war. Diana became the goddess of vengeance and cut off Mera's head with her own hands. And Sea King Arthur was blinded by hatred, and blew the horn to counterattack Paradise Island. The fierce conflict between the two forces has also involved the human world. First, London was flooded by the tsunami caused by Atlantis. Paradise Island took the lead in occupying Athens, Greece, and invaded the land. In this way, because of a failed marriage, the world once again stepped on the brink of destruction. This is the main thread of the Flashpoint world. The reason why Luke would say, this is a distorted space-time born out of mistakes. The main thing is that everything in the Flashpoint world has changed. First of all, the Krypton spacecraft carrying Superman did not fall on the farm in Kansas, but fell into the metropolis, causing huge casualties. Superman, who did not get the name Clark Kent, was taken and detained by the military. He had not been exposed to the sun once since he was a child, and he has become the material for various experiments. Then, Gotham, that sinful alley where every mention of the birth of Batman has to be taken out. It was not Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne who died in the shooting, but Bruce Wayne Jr. His father became Batman because of this, and his mother became the Joker. Is this some kind of official appointment, indicating that Batman and the Joker are a destined pair? There are countless similar changes. Every member of the Justice League, their destiny trajectory has shifted. Hal Jordan did not get Abinsu's green light ring, just an ordinary pilot. The treatment of Sea King Arthur Curry and his brother, the Lord of the Sea, has been exchanged. The former was deeply trusted and favored by the King of Atlantis, while the latter was not to be seen. Of course, The most important thing is that the Flash Barry Allen fulfilled his wish. He saved his mother and didn't let her die in the murder of Reverse Lightning. The price paid is the disappearance of the Speed Force and the identity of the Flash. This is the Flashpoint world. The impact has spread to the multiverse, leading to a new chapter in the DC studio, Atlantis. Diana thoughtfully. She had heard of this name in her possession on Paradise Island. Damn the undersea people, if you meet again next time, you must definitely teach them a lesson. Diana didn't notice it. Her destiny trajectory shifted again. The Amazon princess, who was full of justice in her heart, clenched her fist and said seriously, "There will be a chance." Luke smiled meaningfully. "Since it's the world of Flashpoint, it's time to play. Should I go to Barry Allen first, or Reverse Lightning? Apart from the two of them in the world, only oneself knows the truth. This is a distorted space-time born out of mistakes, which will be corrected sooner or later, so that it will condense and die. Therefore, no matter how big a disaster occurs in the Flashpoint world, it will not have a direct impact on the main universe, but it is also the only way for Luke to lead to the main universe. Allowing the situation to develop will only make himself trapped in this distorted world, corrected by the inertia of time and space forever." After clearing his thoughts, Luke came back to his senses and found Diana in a daze, looking at himself. "Is there anything on my face?" He raised his brows slightly and asked calmly. "I have a lot of questions. Such as, why did you disappear after the ship capsized? How did you escape from the huge sea monster? And why did you not get poisoned? How did you bring me back to paradise?" Diana frowned slightly, seemingly full of doubts. "Then you can tie me up with a mantra lasso and let me be honest." Luke's smile remained unchanged and said lightly, "Forget it. My mother said, don't explore other people's secrets too much. It will only make things worse." Diana pondered for a moment, waved her hands freely, and said softly, "And I remember that in the book about the human world, many married couples have their own secrets between each other, which is something that no one can share. So, let you keep the secrets, and tell them when you want to tell me." Luke chuckled, as if he thought it was funny. "This Amazon princess has never been to the human world, but always pretends to know everything. I have to say that such Wonder Woman is indeed a little cute. Anyway, thank you for saving me." Diana looked at the young man sitting in front of her and said solemnly, Why are you looking at me with such a strange look? Is it because you are moved?" Luke shook his head, pointed his finger at the Amazon princess chest, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "No, I want to remind you that the quilt slipped off." The proud scenery appeared in his sight without any obstruction. "Can only say, what a big evil. If you bury your head in, you will surely suffocate, right?" Luke thought so. After being reminded, Diana hurriedly lifted the quilt to cover up the snow-white skin and attractive curves. Although there is no difference between men and women in Amazonian common sense, she has not exposed her physical habits and habits. When this episode was over and Diana raised her head again, the man sitting on the bedside had disappeared. Only the white curtain floated slightly. Mysterious guy. The Amazon princess packed up her delicate mood, shrank into the quilt, and thought to herself, Midtown www.mentalnovel.com Police Department. Barry Allen awoke from the darkness and opened his eyes. He seemed to have slept for a long time. He didn't regain his energy, but felt very tired. "I don't want to wake up your dreams. The police station is very busy these days. You really need to rest, but Barry, you still have a lot of work to do." The voice of adoptive father Joe reached Barry's ears. The other party held a cup of coffee and handed it over. Superman HTML book 80390 index.html. Still looking for Superman free novels? Baidu direct search, it's easy to read novels, equals. Chapter 387 One Family Affection, Lost Love. Barry Allen, a forensic examiner in the Midtown Police Department, is a sunny and cheerful boy. It's just hard for outsiders to think that when he was 11 years old, he experienced an extremely cruel childhood nightmare. The father, a doctor, was accused of killing his wife and was arrested and sent to prison. This is a reality far more painful than losing a parent. Let a child accept his father and become a murderer. The tender mother died by her husband's knife. It's too dark. If you put the background in the dark Gotham, Barry Allen will not be surprised to become a supercriminal or gang leader. Then he joined Batman's huge fan group, in and out of Blackgate Prison and Arkham Asylum all year round. Fortunately, this is Midtown, the few cities in the DC universe that can be regarded as normal. Even the villain's rogue gang pays attention to principles and never bullies the weak. Compared to Gotham's mental illness, lunatics, and anti-human elements, they are simply like angels. Barry Allen, who lost his parents and was left unattended, was not sent to the orphanage after that. Constable Joe West of the Midtown Police Department adopted him and used him to graduate from college. The other party is a friend of Barry's father, an honest policeman and a good-hearted man. After graduating from university, Barry chose to enter the Midtown Police Station, hoping to get rid of his father, who was sentenced to life imprisonment. Yes, he never regarded his father as a criminal who destroyed humanity. Because young Barry has witnessed a murderer. There were two red and yellow lightnings in the room at that time, entangled with each other. It's just that no one believes that. They all felt that Barry was traumatized, and hallucinations occurred. What an 11-year-old child said has no weight at all. Therefore, with the firm idea of reuniting with his father, Barry successfully entered the Midtown Police Station. He works while looking for new clues, until the lightning fell from the sky, breaking his peaceful life. The big explosion of the particle accelerator, combined with the mixed liquid in the laboratory and the lightning that fell, completely changed Barry's fate. He gained superb power and became a speeder. Since then, Midtown has ushered in the first superhero, the Flash. Barry used his swift power to punish evil and promote good and fight crime, while tracking down the tragedy that happened in childhood, and finally learned the truth. A future man named Reverse Lightning and Albert Swan. It was he who traveled to the time of the Flash and murdered Barry's mother. The real goal of Inverse Lightning is actually the young Barry, but he was prevented by the future Flash. In order to vent his anger, he killed Barry's mother and caused the birth of the tragedy. It's just that Reverse Lightning ignores the continuity of time and space. He relied on copying the Flash's accident to obtain superb power. Once Barry Allen does not become the Flash, he will also be affected and lose everything. In other words, Lightning personally shut himself in this space and time, and could no longer return to the future. Because he didn't have superpower, he couldn't continue to walk around the endless corridor of time and space. In order to save himself and return home, Lightning can only wait silently for Barry Allen to grow up, and then personally create the accident and make the Flash reappear, thus forming a closed loop of time and space. This is the entanglement between Reverse Lightning and Flash, the grievances between the rivals. It seems that I slept for a long time and had a long dream. Barry Allen, who was awake, took the coffee from his adoptive father Joe. He was like after a hangover, his brain's thoughts tangled in a mess. I just felt that a large number of pictures flashed past, like shattered memories. You are probably under too much pressure, Barry. Joe pressed the young man's shoulders and comforted, but there's no way. We've spent 18 hours on this case, but we still don't have any clear clues. The citizens want to know the truth, and the media are also fanning the flames. Everyone is under great pressure. So you work harder, Barry, and try to extract more critical clues from the physical evidence found at the crime scene. Joe is an experienced policeman. He and his colleagues are investigating a murder case recently. Through preliminary judgment, the murderer is likely to be a supercriminal. Well, thank you for the coffee and the refreshing pre-war declaration, Joe. Barry smiled and nodded. After drinking the steaming cup of coffee, he habitually started to work with superb speed. This. Where is my superb power? Afterwards, Barry Allen, who was sober, felt something was wrong. Superpower, no more. That wonderful force that is not bound by the laws of physics is not only able to accelerate Barry when he runs hard, but its help is also indispensable in life. As long as you use superpower, the flow of time will seem to slow down. Barry can accomplish several times the work with amazing efficiency. For example, after reading all the archives in 10 seconds, and then running 2 laps around Midtown, tracking the criminals through clues, and then sending them to the police station, test endorsements, take takeaways, do experiments. Even if you can't get up in the morning and want to sleep late, Barry will quickly finish washing with superb speed, and then rush to the Midtown police station. It can be said that the Speed Force is simply the best tool for the Flash. But right now, it disappeared. Barry's thinking is still running slowly at the usual speed. What can be done in 1 millisecond? But now it's in minutes and hours. Barry feels very uncomfortable. He is like the sloth called Lightning in Zoo City. Everything is so slow. What's the matter, Barry? Joe asked with a frown. He noticed Barry's abnormality, and the other party seemed very uncomfortable. I feel like nauseous. Barry worked hard to adjust to the normal pace of life. By the way, Joe, if this is a murder of a supercriminal, what should we do? Asked the Flash for help. While pretending to be working, he changed the subject and diverted his adoptive father's attention. But then, Joe's answer completely stunned Barry. Who is the Flash? What are you talking about? Did you drink too much last night? Joe had weird eyes and didn't understand Barry at all. To confirm the identity of the criminal, of course it is to ask for the help of Cold Citizen. He is the greatest hero in this city. Chilling Citizen? Barry's eyes widened. What Joe said, shouldn't it be the Cold Captain of the Rogue Gang? When did that guy become a superhero? Barry felt that everything was wrong. He was filled with too much confusion, but no one could provide answers. Forget it, Barry, you'd better go back and take a day off first. You look too tired. Joe shook his head and said, this usually clever young man is so nonsense today that he looks like a drunkard. Okay, Joe. Barry nodded and agreed. He needed to figure out all this and figure out what happened. Putting on his coat, he ran as usual, only then did he remember that the superpower had disappeared. My ring. The ring that contained the Flash suit was not in Barry's hand. When his thoughts diverged, he stepped on the steps to go downstairs. He rolled and fell down, and his head hit the ground heavily. After the impact, the brain seemed to be stimulated, and a large amount of strange memories burst out in an instant. Without the tragic experience at the age of 11, his mother was not murdered, and his father was not sent to prison. He didn't become the Flash. The greatest hero in Midtown is called the Citizen of Cold. Those villains of the Rogue Gang have become positive figures respected by all. Iris. Barry thought painfully. www.mentalnovel.com. Iris West, who was supposed to be his wife, did not join him in the marriage hall, but became the wife of others. At this moment, Barry was full of bitterness. He didn't know whether he did it right or wrong. Won the affection, saved the mother. But after losing love, the wife and the next door Wang healed. No, I have to find a way. Barry struggled to get up and patted the dust on his clothes. A bold conjecture vaguely surfaced in his heart, but he dared not confirm it. If the world is completely changed, only one person can help oneself. Batman. The brains of the Justice League. No matter how unbelievable weird things are encountered, Batman can always accept them quickly, and then give a solution. When he reached Barry on the side of the road, he immediately reached out and stopped a taxi. Go to Gotham, he said to the driver. Superman of American Comic. https. Chapter 388. The Dark Knight. Aquaman comes to the gate when the world is nearing destruction. Ordinary people can seek the help of superheroes and pin their hopes on them. m.hxzw.me. What about superheroes? Barry Allen looked solemn, staring at the street sign that was 13 miles from Gotham. I don't know if it is getting closer and closer to the city that is always shrouded in clouds, and there is a patter of light rain outside. Just like his bad mood at this time. Whenever a member of the Justice League encounters an unsolvable problem, or perceives a harbinger of a crisis, the first one always thinks of Batman, the Dark Knight, who always concealed himself under a mask and regarded Gotham as a hunting ground. After so many years of fighting side by side, from birth to death, All members of the Justice League have been willing to entrust their trust. If everyone is to vote unanimously, who can save the world when the doomsday comes? Batman and Superman are definitely the first choice. Although the latter possesses great power, it is well known that Superman will always follow Batman's advice. Their friendship is perhaps one of the strongest things in the world. Superman, I just asked the driver. He has never heard of this name. There is no Superman in Metropolis. But why is the Lex Luthor? Barry Allen's brows furrowed tighter. He is now in a mystery and can't find a clue at all. Arthur, Diana, Hal. How are they? After an hour and a half, Barry came to the door of Wayne's house. It is desolate, overgrown with weeds, and withered and dilapidated, as if no one has lived in it for a long time. This gave Barry a bad feeling. He stepped over the collapsed iron gate and pushed open the front door of the mansion covered with cobwebs. Crunch. The sour voice sounded. The door is not locked, but the rusty metal rubs against the wood, creating a harsh movement. Hey, anyone? Alfred. Barry seemed to have broken into a haunted house. All around him quietly, only his voice echoed. The floor was damp. The doors and windows were broken, and it looked bleak as if it had been visited by thieves. The Wayne family is the richest man in Gotham. How could it have fallen to this level? With doubts, Barry walked up to the second floor, removed a crooked clock, and found the secret door behind him. Fortunately, this has not changed. He is a forensic examiner and has a keen observation of the environment. Maybe not as good as Batman, the greatest detective in the world, but it's easy to find the dark tunnel designed by the other party. Entering the secret door, Barry saw a long stairway, not knowing where it led. Batcave. He breathed a sigh of relief. Batman's secret base still exists, so there should be no problem. The Flash of the main universe once visited the Batcave under Wayne's mansion. He was deeply impressed by the Batmobile and various high-tech equipment. Flash. Walking along the steps to the end, a swarm of bats flapped their wings and passed through underground caves, like a black storm. A little bit different. Barry did not see the bat chariot that looked like a tank, nor did he see the large monitoring platform with hundreds of screens spliced together, nor did he see the Robin uniform displayed in the glass cabinet. There is only a semi-automatic pistol and a family photo. Crossbows, hooks, flying claws, bat darts and other items were randomly placed on the table. Compared to the main universe, this place is simply too shabby. What are you looking for? Like the hoarse voice of a patient with advanced laryngeal cancer, it suddenly sounded from behind Barry. Before he could turn his head, he pressed a broad palm on his shoulder. With so much strength, he almost crushed his shoulder blades. Before he could answer, Barry was caught in a beautiful grapple, turned and fell to the ground. Who are you? Why are you here? Immediately afterwards, a threatening roar rushed into Barry's ears, making people feel terrified subconsciously. Why are you shouting so loudly? He just felt his ears buzzing. Bang! Answer my question. You thief who broke into someone else's house. The guy wearing a bat hood with red eyes picked up Barry with one hand and pressed it heavily against the wall. Barry only hesitated for a moment, and the other party broke one of his fingers. Wait, Bruce. It's me. Barry Allen. Barry, who was severely beaten, was worried that he would be more cruelly abused, so he hurriedly reported his name. He has heard that Batman often has the habit of beating criminals half to death and then sending them to prison. Bruce, Batman's fist was stopped. I know your identity, the identity hidden under the mask, just as you know my name is Barry Allen. Barry spoke quickly. Yes, Batman is Bruce Wayne. This is no secret in the Justice League of the main universe. Since the Tower of Babel incident, Batman's defense plan for other members of the Justice League has been stolen, almost killing all members. In order to restore the trust of the team, Batman chose to take off his hood and disclosed his identity. Who is Barry Allen? Batman didn't torture Barry further, but the arm holding his neck still exerted force, creating suffocation-like pain. I don't care which you sent, there is one thing you must remember, and you must not mention the name Bruce again, because he is dead. I watched him fall in a pool of blood, but there is no way to save him. Save my son. Barry focused on the family photo, and then turned back to the Batman in front of him. Unshaven, burly physique, angry tone, and red bat mark. The memory fragments emerging from the brain suddenly became clear, and he said in an incredible tone, "So me God, you are Thomas Wayne. Paradise Island. Diana, you can actually go to the front door." Luke looked helplessly at the girl who stepped in from the balcony again. After a short rest for half a week, the Amazon princess finally recovered. "When you visited me last time, didn't you also sneak in from outside?" Diana snorted softly and said, "I learned this from you." As an outsider, I went directly in and out of the Amazon princess bedroom. It was not very good to spread, Luke explained. He found that the Amazon Queen Hippolyte.mtlnovel.com looked at his eyes more and more wrong recently. If he had known to the other party, he had not only watched Diana, but also ran into the latter's bedroom and stayed for more than an hour. In addition, he had previously attempted to abduct the Amazon princess. If several crimes are summed up together, I am afraid that Hippolyte will summon the Amazonian warriors and rush into his own room. Then as an Amazonian princess, I have nothing to go in and out of an outsider's room, and it's not very good to spread it out. Diana was eloquent, with her head high and her chest high, mainly highlighting a big character. Seeing the girl activate her skills, Luke decisively stopped and focused on the scenery in front of him. "I just asked my mother, and she refused to ask me to leave the island again." Diana was lively for a while, then became glum again. "Listen to Antiope, Atlantis sent people over. I don't know what they are for." Luke's eyes flickered, and his eyes fell on Diana thoughtfully. "He has already beaten an Atlantis Sea King. I hope he doesn't need to beat a second one. If Arthur Curry is interested." Superman of American Comic https. Chapter 389 Union Dynasty. Never forgive. In the main hall at Paradise Island, Hippolyte is receiving the messenger of Atlantis. She has a good attitude towards Ming, who hides herself like an Amazonian. "His Majesty the Queen, I think Atlantis is very similar to Paradise Island. They are ancient peoples with a long heritage, living in a place far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. We are also a country of warriors, always ready to fight." The representative of the Atlantis mission was Arthur Curry, who talked in front of everyone. "Of course, in addition to being born strong, we also have kindness and love peace." This flattering speech won the approval of Amazons. Even the female General Antiope, who had always been serious and rigid, had a smile on his lips. "No one hates praise and praise." "His Royal Highness, Paradise Island welcomes you." Hippolyte smiled, even though she was dissatisfied that the sea monster tamed by Atlantis had hurt Diana before. But now, the other party took the initiative to come to the door and express his apologies. Such a sincere performance has allowed the Amazon Queen to take back her previous bad impression. The misunderstanding between Paradise Island and Atlantis was resolved. "We have been thinking about the same problem for a long time." Arthur Curry's gaze swept across the audience, but he didn't find the shadow of expectation. He put away the loss in his heart and continued, "That's how to integrate into the outside world." Hippolyte nodded. It was because of this consideration that Diana could take the opportunity of sending the traveler back to the human world to feel and learn about the externalization. It is best to build a peaceful bridge of friendly exchanges between the Paradise Island and the human world. "Your Majesty, we are all worried about the possible consequences of exposing ourselves to the world." This time, Arthur Curry came with a diplomatic mission. "Visiting the door to apologize is just a reason. Of course, it is not known whether this young Sea King has other thoughts hidden in his heart. Do you have any ideas, Prince Curry?" the female General Antiope asked. "As humans intensify their exploration and have their footprints all over the world, they will discover our existence sooner or later." Arthur Curry carried the manuscript written long ago and expressed his opinion. "Rather than waiting for them to knock on the door, it's better to be open. This world is naive and fickle, and the human race is still struggling to compete for land and resources. They have narrow-minded eyes and can only see the tiny benefits. Atlantis, as well as the Amazons, we have the responsibility to save this planet and to share advanced wisdom and experience with mankind. We can bring a better future to this world and make the Earth the original Garden of Eden. Arthur Curry talked a lot about it. In summary, Atlantis and Paradise Island should lead the backward human beings, and then grow bigger and stronger together, and create greater glories. Basically belong to the set of the third-rate boss of the leatherbag company sprinkling dog blood. Paradise Island has no intention of creating conflicts and intervening in wars. Hippolyte shook his head. She understood what Arthur Curry meant. Paradise Island and Atlantis should be leaders. Have you asked others for their opinions? In order to realize the above-mentioned things, it is necessary to launch a war. And even many wars. Paradise Island does not have the idea of going to war with humans. It is meaningless, and nothing can be gained. Amazons are all demigods, with a long lifespan, and the Olympus gods behind them. Only when they are full, do they take the initiative to provoke war. Even if you rule the world, there are only a few people on Paradise Island. How should you manage it? Spread to every country. Every city is not enough. War is only the last option, and it is also the result we don't want to see. Arthur Curry seemed to have guessed Hippolyte's thoughts, and turned to say, the first question before Atlantis and Paradise Island is how to make the human world accept us and dissolve the vigilance and hostility of both sides. Your Majesty, I think that Atlantis and Paradise Island are in such a similar situation that they can form an alliance and form a united dynasty. When the land and the ocean are connected to each other and join hands to form a huge whole, even if human beings are hostile, they will seriously consider the consequences instead of lightly igniting the fuse of the war. Hippolyte seemed to be moved. The Amazons had no prejudice against the Atlanteans living under the deep sea. The living areas of both parties are different, and there is no direct conflict of interest. The proposal of alliance can be considered. Bookstore. His Royal Highness, let Antiope take you around in a moment. Paradise Island is a land blessed by the gods, and there are many rare and exotic objects that are hard to see from the outside world. Hippolyte did not agree directly, but left some leeway. She hasn't figured out the true purpose of Atlantis, and hastily made a decision, which is unwise. Okay, on behalf of Atlantis, I offer my sincerest blessings to Her Majesty the Queen. Arthur Curry said goodbye very graciously and left the hall with the delegation. It was Bruce who was killed in the crime alley that night, right? He replaced you. In a trembling tone, Barry told this cruel fact that was distorted by fate. He looked at the family photo, and then at the angry and violent Batman in front of him, as if he understood everything. I said. Batman was unmoved. He let go of the hand that was pinching his neck, and then twisted Barry's body. You are not allowed to mention Bruce's name again. Click. Clench your 5 fingers and break it hard. Ah! Barry screamed in pain, and his tall body couldn't help curling up. His 5 fingers were violently broken by Batman. As the saying goes, 10 fingers connected to the heart. This kind of pain is absolutely tolerable. Ho ho. Barry was panting heavily, dripping sweat from his forehead. The whole person knelt on the ground, unable to speak a complete sentence for a long time. Now, remember, Barry Allen. Batman looked down at him condescendingly, with no emotion in his eyes. If you mention that name again, I will break every bone in your body. Don't doubt my ability. If you really investigated me carefully, you should know that I was a very good one. Doctors. Facing the threat of Kaigiwago, Barry obeyed his inner choice and nodded vigorously. He didn't want to accept Bruce Wayne's beatings and tortures from his father anymore. It was a nightmare. Those criminals in Gotham are really pathetic. Thinking of the villain in this city, what he faces every day is a superhero who doesn't mind using violent means at all. And Barry feels that the Rogue Gang is really lucky. Midtown is so much better than Gotham. Then, now, the hoarse voice of a patient with advanced laryngeal cancer passed down Barry's head again. It's quiz time. Barry Allen. Tell me, why are you here? Did the clown send you? Remember, I need to be honest. www.mentalnovel.com and answer quickly. If you hesitate, or try to cheat, then, I will start with your hands, slowly crush your finger bones, and then break your legs, so that you can only stay in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. I have seen a lot of wicked bastards, but they all cried and begged for my forgiveness in the end." The middle-aged Batman paused, seeming to think of everything that happened in that criminal alley. Little Bruce fell into his mother's arms, beating the guy who shot him so much that he couldn't speak. From that day on, Thomas Wayne's heart was filled with anger that could not be vented. He treated every criminal with more brutal methods than Gotham's villains. Even an old friend of the Gotham Police Department, James Gordon, has persuaded himself several times. Thomas Wayne did not waver. "These scumbags should go to hell. They don't deserve to be forgiven. I am not the Dark Knight of Gotham. I am the Knight of Vengeance." Batman said so. Superman of American Comic https. Chapter 390 Superman, issue a team invitation to the Flash. Batman in Flashpoint world. He doesn't have the principle of not killing, and he doesn't mind using guns. 2 days ago, when he was tracking the clown, he blasted the killer crocodile's head with a shotgun in the sewers of Gotham. Earlier, in order to vent the anger of losing his son, in order to eliminate the inner nightmare, he even took a step ahead of the police, found the murderer who shot in the crime alley, and then killed the opponent. In this collapsed world, all superheroes have become completely different. They will act completely different from usual. Even Batman is no exception. "Dr. Wayne, please trust me." Barry clutched his broken finger, tried to make himself look sincere, and explained, "I have another identity that cannot be disclosed, just like you. I am also a superhero. My name is the Flash. I used to be a celebrity from Midtown. Until one day, a bolt of lightning hit me and turned me into the fastest person in the world." Bang! Batman swung his left uppercut and hit Barry's cheek hard. The corners of the opponent's mouth were cracked, and a series of blood flowed out. "The fastest man in the world can't even hide my fist." Thomas Wayne obviously doesn't believe in Barry's innermost words. He thinks this guy may be a serious paranoid, insane lunatics, perverts full of abnormal ideas, antisocial personality, high IQ people. These are all Gotham's specialties. Arkham Asylum and Blackgate Prison are their gilded holy places. If you haven't entered these two places, you don't deserve to be called a villain in Gotham. At best, you can only be a small guy. Midtown? There are indeed masked heroes in that city, punishing evil and promoting good, and fighting criminals. But they are called cold citizens. Flash. Thomas Wayne has never heard of this name. That's because I lost the superpower, a super ability that can ignore the laws of physics and let me enter the realm of bullet time. Barry was panting violently. He didn't expect that one day he would be beaten crazily by his friend's father. Compared with the Batman of the main universe, Thomas Wayne is more irritable and merciless. Switching to Bruce, he will at least listen to the explanation before doing it. Can be replaced with this middle-aged Batman. Barry even has no chance to speak. "I must have ran too fast, and came to another world, another parallel universe, so that all this happened." Barry, lying on the ground, blurred his vision. "No. You just need psychotherapy," Batman said coldly. He was more certain that the guy who broke into the Batcave was actually a lunatic with a mental disorder. "The Arkham Asylum is where you should be." Thomas Wayne grabbed Barry, who fell on the ground, with both hands, lifted him easily, and pressed his thumb on the opponent's temple. A burst of pain suddenly awakened the memory fragments deep in Barry's brain. His body began to twitch, and various images flashed in front of his eyes. Some have happened, and some are about to happen. The direction of this world is clearly presented in front of Barry. Atlantis, Paradise Island, and war. He saw Sea King Arthur Curry set off as an army that flooded half of Europe. I also saw Wonder Woman leading the Amazons to blitz London and occupy Buckingham Palace. This is not the Earth of parallel universes. This is the real world. Barry seemed to understand that while predicting the future picture, the original memory deep in his mind was also being covered. Maybe it won't take long before he will completely forget everything in the main universe. "I made all this. You want to leave Paradise Island alone?" On the beach, with bare feet, Diana stepped in the waves and mud, looking at the man in front of her with a bitter look. Then leave me here? Yes, take me to the circus and taste ice cream. Diana, who kept the Amazonian warrior thinking, felt that this was a kind of betrayal. Abandon the partner, leave alone, shameful behavior. I will be back, this is just a short outing. Luke shrugged helplessly. Whenever a man faces an angry woman, he is always at a disadvantage. Even Superman is no exception, because at this time, reasoning often doesn't help much. Diana akimbo, and said dissatisfied, "It's still my mother who is right." Men in the outside world, they don't have a sincere truth in their mouths. The Amazon princess in the angry stage turned on the map cannon. Paradise Island does discriminate against secular men. I have my own task to complete. I told you before, Diana. Luke slowed down, his voice soft, as if to coax a child. Paradise Island is at an important moment for the alliance with Atlantis. Queen Hippolyte will not let you go. At least for now. Diana lowered her head and said nothing in silence. She is not an unreasonable character, and she naturally understands that Luke is right. He is an Amazon princess, and Paradise Island forms an alliance with Atlantis, and then appears in public and enters the sight of the human world. She must be present on such a critical occasion. But I will be back soon, and I can bring you a gift at that time, Luke said with a smile. Although Wonder Woman's favorability level has not been fully used, consider that the Flash should have discovered anomalies in this world. In order to prevent accidents, and to ensure that the only way to return to the main universe is not a problem, Luke still decided to find Barry Allen first and send out the team invitation first, in case because of the butterfly effect, or other problems. If the Flash is killed, he will be trapped in this time and space forever. Gift. Diana cast a puzzled look. That is a traditional way of expressing friendship in the human world, Luke explained. There seems to be no birthday habit on Paradise Island. Well, I want what you said, that kind of sweet, icy ice cream that melts in your mouth, Diana said excitedly. Whether in the main universe or in the Flashpoint world, Wonder Woman is an out-and-out sweet control. This point has not changed. I remember. Luke nodded, then glanced at Diana's perfect curve. Just don't know if Amazonians eat sweets. Will they have the trouble of getting fat? After all, there is Asgard's fat house Thor, and that image is placed before. It is also difficult for him to say that Wonder Woman will never be affected. Then I am waiting for your ice cream. Diana, who had never been to Paradise Island, was still easily satisfied. However, maybe before you come back, I will go to the human world with Amazon's mission.metalnovel.com. Luke just smiled when he heard the words. Intuition told him that even with his own influence, there would still be war between Paradise Island and Atlantis. In this broken world, everyone will be affected more or less. This is like the Batman of the Dark Multiverse. They will embark on the path of the villain because of various life tragedies or accidents. The will of the world and the attributes of existence are doomed to all of this. The same is true for the Flashpoint world. I don't know if there is a chance to meet my big cousin. Luke looked up and looked at the sea and sky in the distance. He had automatically taken the role of Kryptonian's cousin. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 391 Tactician. Surprise meet Gotham is a city shrouded by clouds all the year round. The towering chimneys emit exhaust gas, and the raindrops are scattered. Under the surface of the bustling city, there are narrow and cramped alleys and filthy drains, street girls with scratching heads, and homeless people with numb expressions. If you add a colorful billboard, rendered as a light pollution effect, it can be used as a cyberpunk game map. Luke crossed his arms and stood on the clouds. Such a city with simple folk customs and outstanding people can be used as a characteristic attraction of the DC universe. There are too many places to visit. For example, the Blackgate Prison and the Arkham Asylum where various supercriminals have been admitted. The classic program of Batman's solo show. Every time he was taken out of the crime alley where the corpse was Whiplash and the 2 gunshots. There are also the chemical factory where the clown fell, the plant garden of the poison ivy, Robin's circus, and so on. If there is a chance, Luke would like to arrange a 5-day tour of Gotham City for himself to enjoy the wonderful scenery of this city. Of course, he does not recommend ordinary people to do this, because the risk is higher. In case of bad luck, you may encounter obsessive-compulsive disorder that haunts you and makes you guess riddles. Toss a coin alive and ask you whether the face is disfigured or the reverse. The most unlucky thing is to meet a madman in a purple suit and ask you, why are you so serious? What an interesting place. Luke's divergent thoughts, supervision spread all over the city, and soon found the location of the Flash. The Batman of Flashpoint world did not build himself a lead safe house. Otherwise, his supervision may not be so useful. This guy ... who beaten him? Luke raised his eyebrows, seeming a little surprised. Barry Allen seemed to have been severely beaten. The face with a swollen nose and a cracked mouth might be difficult to recognize even if his girlfriend came over. TSK Tusk, Dr. Wayne is too ruthless. Luke reacted quickly, somewhat gloating. After a little analysis, you can guess that the person who did it must be Batman's father, Thomas Wayne. After all, no matter which time and space Batman is, he will be more or less suspicious. It is difficult for them to believe a stranger, especially a stranger who is full of nonsense. Boom, boom, boom. Superman accelerated under his feet, and only flashed across half of Gotham and came to the door of Wayne's house. He did not choose to fall from the sky, but to walk from the front. Too high-profile way of debut will inevitably arouse the vigilance and disgust of others. The secret passages and secret rooms in the mansion were placed in front of Super Sight, and they were barely covered. This once again fully proved that the Batman in the Flashpoint world did not even know the existence of Superman. Even the minimum insurance measures are not arranged. Barry Allen, you are more delusional than the clown. As I said, the Arkham Asylum is your home. Thomas Wayne digested Barry, whose brain was stimulated and his expression was complicated, and the information he had said before. This guy said to him just now that he is actually a superhero, and he also has a mortal enemy with similar abilities. The origin of the other party is even more amazing. A future scientist in the 25th century can travel through time and space at a super speed and change history. Dr. Wayne, I'm not crazy or lying. All of this is true. Barry Allen held a ring with a lightning bolt, which fell out of his pocket. There should have been a Flash uniform there, but now it has turned into a yellow uniform against the lightning. It was like a silent mockery, mocking Barry's situation at this time. He felt that the enemy who had hit had once again entangled himself. When I was 11 years old, my mother was murdered and my father was convicted for this. To prove his innocence and to catch the murderer of my mother, I tried my best to study, join the Midtown Police Department and become a judicial appraiser. Barry Allen gripped the lightning yellow jersey tightly, and gritted his teeth and said, but I never found any clues until I became the Flash. Enemies who have not yet settled their grievances are locked. Dr. Wayne, that's reverse revenge. Reverse lightning comes from the other end of time and space. He is the murderer who killed my mother. But in this world, my mother is alive and well. There is no doubt that he and I have rewritten history once again. After initially determining that Barry was a threat-free intruder, Batman did not slap him again. You said history has been rewritten. What about Bruce? Thomas Wayne cares more about the names Barry blurted out when he broke into the Batcave than those weird plans that require imagination to understand. I remember, you called me Bruce before, right? You know him? Barry hesitated for a moment, the broken finger still aching. Considering that he is not good at lying, and it is impossible to lie to Batman, he truthfully said, in the world I live in, you and Mrs. Wayne were shot instead of him. Bruce became Batman and Gotham City. The criminal forces are in confrontation. He is a superhero and the brain of the Justice League. So, you mean Bruce survived? Batman, who had remained angry and full of violence from the beginning, suddenly trembled for a moment. The only thing that can be touched, except for his crazy wife, is probably his dead son. Yes, Dr. Wayne. Your son used to be one of my closest friends. We fought together against the darkness. Barry seemed to realize that if he wanted Batman's help, He had to use Bruce to impress him. Playing the emotional card is the most effective way. In turn, he was ashamed of such thoughts. Using the father of a good friend, this does not seem to be a glorious act. Thomas Wayne got the answer. His tough face hidden under the mask softened. He saw through Barry's thoughts, but didn't care. If this crazy guy, everything said is true, then maybe there is still a chance. I can also save this terrible life. Barry Allen, tell me, can you change this world back to the way it was? Back to the way I was dead and Bruce is still alive? Thomas Wayne asked seriously. He stared into Barry's eyes tightly, trying to determine if the other party had any signs of lying. He can do it. Mentalnovel.com, and he is the only one who can do it. The magnetic voice with a smile suddenly sounded in the Batcave. In the dark shadow, a tall figure came out. It is Luke. It seems that I need to upgrade the security equipment here. Thomas Wayne pretended to be depressed, sighed, and then threw out 2 bat darts without blinking his eyes. Call out. Call out. The sound of breaking wind hit head-on. The target is the thighs and shoulders. It seems that Batman didn't want his life either. The heart of playing tactics is dirty. Luke thought silently. He saw his eyes condensed slightly, and his hot sight instantly melted the 2 bat darts into a plume of smoke. Superman. Clark. Is that you? Standing on the side, Barry shouted with surprise on his face. The tall figure and the iconic hot sight made him think of Luke as a Superman. Superman of American comic. https. Chapter 392. Lightning reappears. Poseidon Authority. Superman? Luke grinned and walked out of the shadows. I didn't expect to see you here, Clark. Barry's surprise voice stopped abruptly, because the man who appeared in front of him was not one of the big 3 of the Justice League. Although the opponent is wearing a similar battle suit, a dark red cloak, and a metallic armor. Moreover, they are equally tall. The broad shoulders and strong body are full of oppression. But without the small iconic curls, it's like losing your soul. The 2 are completely different in temperament. The man standing in front of him is more aggressive, or a kind of fear that makes one's heart palpitating. Do I remind you of a friend? After Luke showed his supernatural ability, Batman took 2 steps quietly and pressed his right hand on his belt. Through supervision, he saw that the belt contained smoke bombs, gas bombs and various bat darts. Sure enough, no matter what the situation, Batman will always be prepared in advance. But in the face of the disadvantage of lack of time and effective information, Luke believes that even if Bruce Wayne himself comes over, there will be no waves. Speaking of which, Bruce Wayne is the real father of the editorial department. Isn't Thomas Wayne their real grandfather? Luke teased silently, because many people in previous lives said that Superman is the prison of the editorial department and slaps any supervillain. But Batman is the father of the editorial department and slams any Superman. These 2 most popular superheroes have perfectly formed a food chain. You are from this world, Superman? Barry asked hesitantly, finding that Luke is not the real Superman. Clark Kent. He has other speculations. Although there are too many different changes in the Flashpoint world, every important person still exists. Barry did not find any trace of Clark in keywords such as Superman and Metropolis. But another way of thinking, maybe he, like Batman, has been modified by the fate that should have happened. For example, it may be Clark's father, Jor-El, who came to Earth in a spacecraft. Or General Zod. Before Luke could answer, Barry made up a reasonable explanation for the other side. I'm Superman, but not Clark Kent, nor Kal-El. You know what I mean, Luke said lightly. He finally became a riddler, and gave an answer similar to Know-It-All. There is a chance that lies will leave flaws, but if you leave the problem to someone else and let the other person fix it, you can avoid a car rollover to the greatest extent. As for the identity setting, Luke also prepared a copy. Superman's big cousin. Anyway, there is a Supergirl Kara in the main universe. There is a big cousin of Krypton in that Flashpoint world, which is also a very reasonable thing. Understood. Barry showed a clear look. Inside the Batcave, only Thomas Wayne looked dazed, and could not hear the encrypted conversation between the 2 people at all. I'm not malicious, I'm here to help. Barry Allen. Luke sent out a team invitation, and it was obvious that the Flash was not doing well. Before showing strong evidence, Batman can hardly believe him, let alone provide any help. At this time, a strong teammate is needed to stand up and break the deadlock. Help. Barry glanced at Thomas Wayne next to him, his face tangled. When Superman and Batman appear in front of him at the same time, which one should he choose? I know what happened in this world. Luke made no secret that he needed the Flash to fix the Flashpoint error and return to the main universe with himself. Barry Allen, you need super speed power now. Super speed to disappear. Barry nodded vigorously, revealing a trace of excitement on the face that was beaten so that his mother didn't even recognize him. Finally someone can understand their situation and provide a solution. Thinking of Thomas Wayne's beating, Barry decisively pressed the light on Luke and accepted the team invitation. Dr. Wayne, I hope you can join in. If Barry Allen succeeds in correcting this mistake that has already occurred, then your son, Bruce Wayne, will be alive. Perhaps he was used to being director of Aegis. Luke was automatically brought into the role of giving orders. But at this time, no one ran out to fight for the right to speak with him. The Flash has never been a leader, and Thomas Wayne wants his son to survive. If you can save Bruce and save all of this, then I am willing to join. Batman nodded and agreed, although he hadn't fully believed the Flash's rhetoric. But the opportunity is in front of us, and everything is worth a try. Very well, it seems we have all reached a consensus happily. Luke slapped his palms, expressing satisfaction. By the way, Dr. Wayne, I forgot to remind you. If Barry Allen fixes this world, then you will no longer exist. I mean, you and Mrs. Wayne will die in that crime alley. Up to date, Thomas Wayne still hid a low tone, and his hoarse voice did not waver at all. He looked at the family photo and said calmly, this is exactly what I want to see, letting this terrible world collapse in the torrent of time and space. Luke smiled. For this heavy fatherly love, he thought Bruce Wayne should be moved to tears. What is needed to replicate that accident? After mutual determination of the willingness to cooperate and their respective goals, Thomas Wayne entered the stage of implementation. He doesn't like a procrastinating character, and he does what he needs to do quickly to fit Batman's style. Lightning rod, chair that can be energized, ninhydrin. Barry made a long list. Fortunately, he still remembers the chemical reagents in the laboratory. As Luke said, the top priority is to let the Flash regain his superb power. The simplest and most effective way. Naturally, let Barry Allen be struck by lightning. Pushing chemicals on yourself and then attaching a lightning rod will turn you into the fastest person in the world. Thomas Wayne couldn't restrain his inner impulse, and asked, in his opinion, this is no different from suicide. That's how I became the Flash the first time. Barry moved the things he had prepared onto the roof of Wayne's house. The most indispensable thing in Gotham City is rainy weather. Thunder and lightning are simply commonplace. This saves him a lot of time. Otherwise, just waiting for the lightning to come, I don't know how long it will be wasted. Barry, have you heard a word? Lightning won't hit the same place twice. Luke raised his head to look at the dark, leaden clouds of thunder. To be honest, he didn't know whether the Flash would succeed. In his memory, Barry seemed to have experienced a failure before regaining his strength by luck. Many people told me that it was the lightning that chose me. Barry sat on an iron chair, wearing a helmet with lightning rods, and tied his hands and feet with restraints, like a prisoner who was sent to an electric chair to execute the death sentence. Now is the time to prove whose destiny is inclined. Click. Silver-white lightning tears the clouds. Here. Come on. Come here. Barry was like a madman, calling out to the thunder. The cold raindrops hit his face, adding a chill. 10 minutes passed. His throat was already hoarse, and there was no lightning strike. This made the Flash's courageous behavior a bit silly. I suddenly felt that I was a little stupid, and I was showering with you on the rooftop before waiting for this guy to be struck by lightning. Batman said silently. The lightning rod stood up straight, but no lightning bolt was attracted. He didn't know whether to say that Barry was lucky or unlucky enough. Otherwise, come again at another time. Barry, trembling in the cold rain, seemed to feel that waiting for lightning to strike him was an unreliable plan. Maybe he should change place, such as under a tree, or tie himself to a kite. Wait, don't rush to give up, I may have a way. Luke frowned and thought about it, and drew out a golden trident from the underworld world. When he beat Namor before, he confiscated the opponent's weapon, which was the Trident of Atlantis. Later, it was turned over to SHIELD, and it has been kept in the warehouse of the secret base, and it has not come in handy. Deprive the Grim Reaper privilege handle www.mentalnovel.com after getting the right to use the world of Hades. He threw all those miscellaneous things inside. After all, the security level of S.H.I.E.L.D. is superhuman. Are you imitating Arthur? Barry looked dumbfounded, looking at Luke holding up the trident. Using the image of a Superman, doing the movements of Neptune, it seems a bit contrary to everything. I wish you success, Barry. Luke glanced at the Flash waiting for the lightning strike, holding the golden trident in both hands, triggering changes in the sky. Click, boom. An electric light, like a spear of a god, was cast straight, and it was in the middle of Barry Allen sitting on the chair. Zzz. The electric current traveled all over the body, and after a few breaths, the roof was filled with a burnt smell of barbecue. The Flash teppanyaki ... Too greedy, oh no, too cruel. Luke squinted his eyes and stared at Barry, who was about to turn into Coke. Superman of American Comic https, Chapter 393 Cosmic Treadmill, Whereabouts of Cousin. The start of the new domain name chapter begins just as Barry Allen wanted. The lightning fell and hit him in the body. Zizzy. Batman flipped his cloak, stood in front of him, and then jumped out for a certain distance to avoid being affected by the electric current. Luke stood still. He even walked through the core of the sun. This point of damage is estimated to be a problem. Relying on the golden trident, it drew an electric current and concentrated on Barry's body. Zzz. That iron chair firmly imprisoned the struggling Flash. The glass bottles of chemical reagents exploded, and various potions were poured on them, mixed with electric currents, and suddenly a raging fire ignited. Just as Luke described it, Barry, tied to a chair, is like the ingredients on a teppanyaki grill, being grilled. Hurry up and save people. Seeing that Barry was about to burn into charcoal, Batman dashed up, preparing to extinguish the flames with his cloak. Hold on. Luke prevented Thomas Wayne's move. With the golden trident in his hand, controlling the intensity of the current, he can ensure that Barry Allen is not life-threatening, although the Flash has been severely burned and is in a state of dying. But according to Luke's prediction, the opponent may still be able to hold for 4 or 5 seconds. Superheroes are usually more life-saving, and he thinks he can look at the situation again. You are crazy. He is dying. Boom. Another flash of lightning fell. It looked like a spear pierced through Barry, and strands of glowing electric light enveloped him. It's done. Luke nodded in satisfaction, as if he didn't need to wait again. Thomas Wayne stared at the clusters of chemical liquids that violated the laws of physics and floated upwards with shocked eyes. The lightning that struck down seemed to form a certain force field, covering Barry Allen. My superb power is back. The most direct feeling is Barry himself. He feels like time has slowed down, and everything has slowed down. The stimulating energy that surged like lightning surging in the body again. It's like blood, blended with milk and water, and born with it. I am the Flash. Barry broke free from the restraint of the chair through high-speed vibration in just a moment. Then, he quickly ran a circle around Wayne's mansion, regaining the long-lost sense of invigoration. The sound of wind and airflow are all assimilated by the superpower, and the whole person is turned into a wonderful experience of electric light. Dr. Wayne, as I said, I am the fastest man in the world. Barry ran into the Batcave and found the uniform of the anti-lightning, and used high-speed vibration to change the fiber organization, so that the yellow suit turned into the red of the Flash. Putting on the brand new uniform, he appeared in front of Thomas Wayne, waiting for the unbelievable shock of his eyes. Well, for men, Being too fast is not something to show off. All that Barry did was placed in Thomas Wayne's eyes, and less than a second passed. But he didn't show too obvious emotions. Instead he casually said an adult's nonsense. This calm look made Barry a little embarrassed, and he could only look at Luke. However, the latter is also very calm. Luke snapped his fingers and said softly, "Congratulations on getting back your own superpower." "Then, it's time to reverse everything. It's just that, I have a question. Barry, can your current speed open the passage of time and space?" He asked this knowingly. The Flash is definitely unable to do it at the moment. On the one hand, the existence of reverse lightning prevents him from exerting his full strength. Every time Barry takes a step, the superb power generated will be absorbed by him and the lightning. Unless reverse lightning is willing to cooperate, it will be difficult for him to open the space-time wormhole again. On the other hand, he only got back super speed and was in a weak state. It's hard. Barry also knows himself. When he ran around Wayne's mansion just now, he noticed that his speed was slowing down. Then is there any way to get you back to the original speed? Luke continued to guide Barry. He actually had several ways. The easiest way is to kill reverse lightning and allow the Flash to absorb the complete superpower. It's just that the guy Albert Swan is probably hiding in a corner at this time, and it is not easy to find him. Cosmic treadmill. Barry seemed to think of something. The Flash has a treadmill specially designed for speed users. If there is a situation where he must travel through time and space, he will run with all his strength and use the resonance between himself and the universe to determine where to go. This sounds like no scientific basis, but the speed force itself is a thing that rubs the laws of physics on the ground. Well, I've heard of this amazing treadmill. Luke nodded. This is currently a more feasible method. However, I need a helper who can perform professional data analysis and model calculations, and it is best to have a supercomputer. Barry made a request. He had seen it just now. There was only a desktop computer with a slower internet speed than a snail in Wayne's house, and there was no scientific research equipment that met the requirements. No matter how top-notch scientists are, it is impossible to rub materials out of thin air. Dr. Wayne should be able to handle it. These are problems that can be solved with money. Luke looked at Batman, but he shook his head unexpectedly. The Wayne family, who has never lost in wealth, actually said that they were powerless. Now even Barry was shocked. You must know that Bruce Wayne has always appeared in front of everyone as a wealthy and lavish rich man. In fact, a large part of the Justice League's financial expenditures, as well as scientific research funding, come from Batman's sponsorship. In addition to his role as a think tank and leader, he is also the father of the Gold Master. I'm sorry, the Wayne Group is not under my control, and I have not been a doctor for many years. I am afraid I can't help you with supercomputers and purchasing materials, Thomas Wayne said frankly without any embarrassment. Then what do you live on? Barry asked suspiciously. Being a superhero is actually a relatively expensive career. The purchase of various outfits and the creation of secret bases all require certain economic strength. The Flash himself is funded by the laboratory and sponsored by investors. Superman has a legacy of Krypton, a lonely fortress located in Antarctica, enough to solve all problems. Batman, Arrow, this kind of rich people don't have to say much. Even Wonder Woman has the rich accumulation of Paradise Island as a reliance. All in all, superhero is not a popular profession. Anyone can do it. I open a casino. Thomas Wayne coughed twice and said unnaturally, "That's right. Batman of Flashpoint World partnered with Penguin to contract a third of Gotham's underground casino business. Compared with the group boss, this is indeed not very decent and not glamorous." "Well, I thought Batman will always be the richest person in any world," Barry complained. "We have to think of another way. The cosmic treadmill is not something that can be done with a small amount of money, and its cost is quite expensive. In this regard, someone should be able to help." Thomas Wayne's eyes flickered, and he thought of the cyborg who worked for the government. You reading www.uukanzu.com is one of the members of the Justice League of the main universe, Steel Bone. In the Flashpoint world, He didn't get the mother box technology, but transformed himself into a half-human existence. This guy is the spokesperson of the government. He is responsible for supervising instability factors like me, the scientific research team and funding issues. He can handle it. Thomas Wayne added, cyborgs have approached him many times, wanting Batman to join the government. But neither Thomas nor Bruce likes to intervene in politics and are very resistant to the government. Luke was thoughtful, but he did not forget that the Superman of the Flashpoint world fell into the hands of the government. The Krypton spacecraft that was supposed to fly to the Kansas farm saw a change in direction and fell directly into the metropolitan city center. This also led to Superman, who had become an alien from the very beginning and became the military's private property. I think this plan is good. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up. Finally had the opportunity to meet my little cousin. Superman of American Comic https. Chapter 394 Falling to Metropolis. Experiment 0 Cool notes from Superman novels. Find the latest chapters. I have to admit that since the last time, 2 months ago, you refused to join the government department, I did not expect to receive your call. As soon as the cyborg saw Batman, he said this ambiguous opening remark. Frankly speaking, if you ignore the cyborg, it is a man who is more than 2 meters tall and covered with 2/3 of his flesh and blood, all covered with metal parts. Judging from the above remarks alone, Barry might think that Dr. Wayne has some secret affair. Just like his son, Bruce Wayne, the entire Justice League knows privately that Batman, Gotham's criminal Catwoman, and Talia, the daughter of the ninja master Xiogu, have an ambiguous relationship. Wonder Woman and Aquaman also made a bet on this, and Barry also participated at the time. The bet was 2 days of breakfast money. After Superman expressed the opinion that I don't think Bruce will ever get married in this life, he remained silent. Barry is more optimistic about Catwoman. He thinks that the female thief who also likes to be out at night is quite suitable for Batman's work and rest. Unexpectedly, the former is silent, and Talia, the daughter of Master Ninja, has even a son. This caused Barry to lose his bet and could only rub the lab sandwiches and instant coffee for 2 days. Victor, you look taller and stronger. Barry converged his divergent thoughts. This is the case with the speedy ones. The brain runs too fast and it is easy to think a lot. Most people chat with them and can't keep up with the rhythm at all. Therefore, he will be like a chatter. Every time he encounters an enemy, he will start the mode of chattering to himself. Do we know each other? The cyborg looked suspiciously at the face in front of him who was wearing a red uniform with a lightning bolt on his chest. Batman has always disliked teamwork and is used to fighting alone. When did he have 2 newcomers around him? The gaze passed by the Flash, and the cyborg's gaze shifted to Luke, who was silent. Compared to harmless humans and animals, Barry Allen is not a bit aggressive. The first impression of the latter is that it is indestructible, strong and powerful. It feels oppressive to stand there alone. This may be the passive aura brought by the body of steel. No, you have never seen it before. Luke hooked Barry's shoulders to stop the guy from continuing to reminisce about the past. He is a newcomer to Gotham, with super speed, called the Flash. The cyborg has a weird expression, but he didn't take it to heart. His focus is only on Batman. You asked me to come? Maybe you don't want to introduce 2 new people, and then talk about the old, right? Cyborg looks at Thomas Wayne, who is silent. As superheroes and supercriminals become more and more active, the government needs a strong regulatory agency. In his opinion, no one is more suitable for this role than Batman. Make a plan without a mission, and never mix any personal feelings, and always maintain a clear view of the overall situation. Of all the superheroes I know, only Batman can fulfill the above requirements. Do you still lack a think tank position in your team? Thomas Wayne glanced at Luke and Barry to explain why. I can join or help. Really? The dark face of the cyborg showed shock without concealment. Will Batman change his mind? This is really surprising. But Thomas Wayne admired the emotions exposed by the cyborg for a few seconds and uttered this gnawing word. I have to build a team according to my ideas and my way, and I will select the soldiers. The cyborg narrowed his eyes, and he seemed to understand what Batman meant. Then, he looked at the two newcomers next to each other. Do you want to form a team? No problem. The cyborg nodded in agreement. What he needs is Batman's mind and his appeal. The Dark Knight of Gotham, in fact, has a high reputation in the hearts of superheroes and supercriminals. Winning to each other will save a lot of effort in doing things in the future. 600 novels. Why would supercriminals worship Batman? This is easy to understand. Just like the Clown, the Riddler, the Double-Faced Man, the Penguin Man, and many other Gotham villains, they are all members of the Batman fan club. These supercriminals are keen on fighting Batman every day, designing each other, and then being imprisoned in the Arkham Asylum for a vacation. This is where the joy of life lies. If Gotham doesn't have Batman, the villains will probably want to move boringly soon. Then, starting with the Flash and Luke, they are the first two members of the team. Seeing the cyborg quickly agreed, Batman probably figured it out. This is not the bottom line of the other party. There is room for continued demand. In addition, activity funds, logistics personnel, scientific research forces. These are all indispensable. The cyborg considered it for a moment and nodded in agreement. Anyway, after the establishment of the Supervision Department, it will be under the jurisdiction of the military, and the funds will also be allocated by the Pentagon for them. More than 100 billion military expenditures are spent every year, and an additional 100 million points is nothing. I can satisfy all your requests on behalf of the government. Cyborgs are full of confidence. If they can curb supernatural crimes, which are rising sharply every year, the White House and the Pentagon will not care about spending issues. Seeing that a consensus was reached, Luke timely interjected and asked, since I have joined the government department, do I have the right to obtain some information? What do you want to know? One eye of the cyborg is flashing red, and various data streams are scrolling fast. He is connected to the Pentagon and the data centers of various intelligence agencies, and can read those classified documents at any time. About the meteorite that fell in the metropolis 30 years ago. Luke is going to rescue his Kryptonian cousin Kal-El, who has been imprisoned by the military since childhood and has never been in the sun. According to the image in memory, it is probably the thinnest among all Superman, without strong muscles, but like a dried pork ribs. Are you interested in that? The cyborg was a little surprised. He glanced at Batman. We are in a team now. This is not too demanding. Thomas Wayne did not know why Luke was interested in the disaster in the metropolis. Barry's eyes flickered on the side, and he caught keywords such as metropolis and meteorite. Could it be Clark? Not surprisingly, the Flash thought of Superman. Well, let me search. The cyborg's mechanical eye was constantly flashing red, and the screening work was completed in less than half a minute. I found it. According to the Pentagon's secret files, it was actually a spaceship, which was transferred to the Metropolis underground base, and there was a team of tens of thousands of people working on a certain project, their Superman plan, as the military calls it. There is still a part of the report data that was damaged. They seem to have found something else in that spacecraft Experiment 1. The cyborg did not hide, and shared the information it knew. Thank you for your help. Luke smiled and exchanged glances with Barry. They knew what they meant. There is no doubt that Superman is likely to be imprisoned in a secret base in the metropolis. After half an hour, when the cyborg left, Batman looked at Luke and Barry with sharp eyes. Do you two have other plans? Or, are you going to secretly carry me and the cyborg and do something? Thomas Wayne's observation ability is quite keen. It was only through Luke's unusual questions and Barry's expression that they could see their thoughts. Dr. Wayne. Facing the questioning, The honest Flash would inevitably become a little flustered, and his words became hesitant. "Dr. Wayne, the reason I found you was actually to find relatives." Luke has a much better psychological quality than Barry.mentalnovel.com. He is serious nonsense. "I have a cousin who took a spaceship and landed on Earth a long time ago. Due to the problem of space navigation, I came here much later than him and lost his whereabouts." Barry suddenly realized that he made a surprise expression of "I guess I didn't guess wrong. You are Clark's cousin. I knew that you have the same strong body, the same cloak and battle suit, and a hot sight." Thomas Wayne sighed. If it weren't for his son Bruce, he really didn't want to mess with these two guys. From the Flash who traveled through time and space to the aliens who descended on the Earth. In just one day, his knowledge was constantly refreshed. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 396, Falling Metropolis, Experiment Number 0, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 395, Krypton's Little Cousin, Young Affection. Cool notes from Superman novels. Find the latest chapters. In the next half-month, Luke began to assist Barry in making a cosmic treadmill. In name, Batman is forming a team to assemble a powerful force against supercriminals. But behind the scenes, all the activity funds are invested in the construction of the treadmill that can travel through time and space. It is not easy to hide from the cyborg. The Flash turned into a red afterimage, swiftly running back and forth in the room, and his voice was accurately transmitted into Luke's ears. This seems very unscientific, because every word he utters will be torn apart by the airflow no matter who is moving at super high speed. But Shinsuli is so unreasonable. Even if Newton and Einstein uncover the coffin, it can push the two big men back. It's okay, there is Dr. Wayne. Luke believes in Batman very much, whether it's Thomas Wayne or his son. Everyone who becomes the Dark Knight of Gotham is very good at how to use the trust of their teammates to deceive and use. It sounds like a derogatory meaning, but it is actually some kind of alternative compliment. After all, this is a dark studio. It is impossible for all superheroes to be as sunny as Superman or Flash. Batman, like Gotham, acted as the dull tone. "You seem to be very familiar with us," Barry chatted while working. Through these days of getting along, he discovered that Luke, the Kryptonian cousin, seemed to know a lot. Like the formation of the Justice League, there are also the origin stories of each member. The other party can say a few words, maybe some details are wrong, but the general direction is all right. This puzzled Barry, knowing that in the time and space of the main universe, he had never heard of Clark having a cousin. There is one cousin, the Supergirl Carla, who is a beautiful blonde girl. "Is there anything wrong with this? Clark and I have different personalities, Barry." Luke smiled and said softly, "I am not as passive as him. I always wait for things to happen before solving them. I like to take the initiative. So after coming to the Earth, what I did the first time was to collect intelligence and analyze data." Barry stopped, touched his chin, and said with emotion, "This is more like Batman's character." Luke didn't comment on this, and continued to look at the video on the computer. A female reporter named Louise Lane is reporting on the spot in Australia. At the time when Luke and the Flash teamed up, the United Dynasty formed by Atlantis and Paradise Island appeared for the first time in the human world. 2 days ago, the Amazon Queen Hippolyte and the King of Atlantis, together they issued a request for diplomatic meetings of various countries. This is a contact that shocked the world. The extent of its sensation and the scope of its influence are simply hard to summarize. Luke was not surprised. The trade diplomacy between Atlantis in Marvel's world and the land world was facilitated by him alone. Those media reports and the country's reaction have already been staged once in another world. The only problem that Luke worries about is probably that according to the inertia of the distortion and collapse of the Flashpoint world, this time of peaceful diplomacy cannot be successfully concluded. Accidents will happen, but I don't know when it will happen. which is really a headache. Luke raised his head and thought silently. Paradise Island and Atlantis started the Third World War, but the main line of Flashpoint. By the way, Luke, have you found Clark's whereabouts? Seeing the big cousin Krypton was in a daze. Barry thought he was worried about Superman. From the cyborgs' mouths before, they knew that there was a secret base under the metropolis and the ongoing Superman project by the military. However, considering that the cosmic treadmill has not been built yet, the Flash has not directly rescued it. From the first day I arrived in the metropolis, I found the location of the secret base. The corner of Luke's mouth was raised. How could a mere reinforced concrete building block his footsteps? However, after in-depth internal investigation of the base, he discovered that the group of scientists had really researched a lot of things. For example, the use of lead to isolate supervision, and the red sun-like radiation to inhibit Kryptonian cells. I am afraid that this is also the reason why Superman still cannot escape the control of the military when he grows up. Like Dr. Wayne said, I can't act immediately, it will alarm the government. Luke tapped his fingers on the tabletop, seemingly thinking. But the cosmic treadmill is almost finished. Tonight may be the right time. Barry nodded, and he could finish the treadmill at the latest tomorrow. 360 Literature Network. If all the friends in the Star Lab are there, with the help of Cisco and Catherine, he can cut the time by half. I don't know what happened to Clark. I hope there is nothing wrong with him. There was a flash of worry in Barry's eyes. Putting military and Superman together can always produce some bad associations. Help so. Luke stopped tapping his fingers. He felt that after he rescued Superman, he should go to Paradise Island to meet Diana. It is best to work with the Flash to correct the mistake of Flashpoint World before the accident happens. This is the perfect script. Australia, Sydney Opera House. Representatives of all countries have arrived, are waiting for Paradise Island, and Atlantis will speak. One island from the land and the other is from the sea. The alliance formed by these two civilizations and two nations shocked the world. In the face of the United Dynasty with a longer heritage and a more profound heritage, mankind showed a friendly attitude. Diplomacy, peace talks, trade, exchanges. These are all progressing steadily. I don't like attending such occasions. Diana looked at the silky white evening gown and said with a sullen expression, "You are the princess of the Amazon, the best female warrior on Paradise Island. How can you be absent from such an important meeting?" Hippolyte rebuked softly, "Don't be capricious. This is the best time to show us to the outside world." Diana narrowed her mouth. She couldn't refute her mother. She could only mutter in a low voice, "I would rather go to a battle than wear this kind of clothing that is completely unsuitable for combat." According to the customary thinking of Amazon women warriors, this tailored evening dress is in no way comparable to combat armor. This is true in terms of defensive power and the impact on swinging spears and swords. Can a few spliced cloth strips withstand the enemy's attack? Paradise Island seeks peace, and besides it can be obtained from the battlefield. It must be reached at the negotiating table. Hippolyte is heartwarming. Diana is too young to receive any experience, and still lacks experience in how to become a queen. I promise you that when this meeting is over, you can act freely and ask you to find the human traveler. Seeing her daughter's reluctant expression, the Amazon queen softened her heart and had to say so. The young man who hurriedly left the Paradise Island seemed to take Diana's heart with him. "I didn't want to find him. That guy still owes me a gift." There is a saying in the human world, if you owe something, it is perfectly legitimate and absolutely legal to ask him for something. Diana held her head up and defended her pretentiously. Hippolyte shook his head, not revealing his daughter's thoughts. "Remember, it's just a human, Diana." Before leaving the room, the Amazon Queen reminded, "He may not be ordinary, he can stand alone against the sea monsters of Atlantis, and he can leave the Paradise Island alone, but no matter what, he is a human being. Compared with the lifespan of a demigod, his life is too short." Hippolyte was aware of Luke's extraordinariness, and the other party had a very weak spirit. It may be a patron of the Olympus sacred mountain. It is not surprising that Zeus, Poseidon, and the gods of Hades like to live in the human world. Occasionally, if you are in a good mood, you will bless some mortals. Therefore, the Amazon Queen has a very good attitude, and does not treat other mortals as a prisoner. Human, what's wrong? Diana remembered that vague dream.metalnovel.com Luke, like a powerful warrior, solved the sea monster cleanly. That upright figure, like a burning brand, cast a mark in his heart. Hippolyte heard his daughter's argument and sighed deeply, looking helpless. The Prince of Atlantis, that is, the young man named Arthur, seemed a bit interesting to Diana. Taking into account the alliance relationship between the two parties, if a political marriage can be reached, it is actually a good choice. It's just a pity that Diana is not interested in it. Young people's feelings, Hippolyte said with emotion. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 397 Krypton Little Cousin, Young Feelings, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 396 The Red Sun, Inside the Fortress. Cool notes from Superman novels. Find the latest chapters. Dr. Wayne, you don't actually need to participate in this rescue operation. Barry lowered his voice, bent over, and walked into a dark sewer. He originally planned to join Luke to sneak into the military's secret base tonight to rescue Superman. But Batman, not surprisingly, discovered their actions. According to the other party, it was when the Flash had finished saying, "Oh, I worked so hard today, I want to go back to sleep." Batman easily judged that this was a lie through his contrived tone, guilty expression, and flashing eyes. Then, he sat in the hall silently, waiting for Barry, who put on his battle clothes, and Luke to come out to complete this wave of waiting. The scene at that time was quite embarrassing. Luke was very calm. He had never thought of deceiving Batman, avoiding the other's sight. As long as it can reverse the Flashpoint world, successfully rewrite the present, Thomas Wayne doesn't have much opinion on anything else. But Barry was still too young and had a thin face. After he was caught, he wanted to find a place to sew in. His psychological activities were like a high school student who was about to sneak out to attend a party late at night, but was caught by his parents. Mainly highlight an embarrassment. Do you think that bringing me will drag you down, or will it hinder you? Thomas Wayne gave a cold snort and asked a proposition. Neither. Well, I mean, if the cyborg finds out all of this, it may affect your friendship. Barry stammered and explained. No matter which Batman he faces, he will always be at a disadvantage. In fact, apart from Superman in the Justice League, no one likes to face the Dark Knight of Gotham alone. Because of the other party's hoarse voice and serious tone, it is hard not to remind people of the interrogator. You think too much. My friendship with cyborgs is probably similar to that of Penguin. Thomas Wayne said so. The corners of Barry's mouth twitched, and if this was heard by a cyborg, he might be angry and swear words. Sure enough, no matter what time and space they are in, steel bones are tool people. Turn from here and walk to the second fork in the road, where there is a secret entrance. Thomas Wayne has no expression on his face. He has this attitude towards most people. After all, you can't expect a middle-aged man who lost his son and his wife became a lunatic. How enthusiastic and sunny he is for people and things. How did you know? As usual, Barry acted as a shocked passerby. In the name of searching for the Metropolis supercriminal, I asked the cyborg to retrieve the structural drawing of the sewer, and then downloaded the base drawing of the Superman project without paying attention. Thomas Wayne spoke in a dull tone of shocking operations. In fact, it is not easy to bypass the cyborg's computer brain and complete the above actions. By the way, the cyborg has been disbanded by me and went to Australia to participate in the diplomatic peace talks between Paradise Island and Atlantis. He then added, Barry's expression was even more shocked. If the cyborgs are removed in advance, Doesn't this mean that Batman has predicted their escape plan a long time ago? It's so dark, the Flash thought silently. But because of this, the Justice League also trusts Batman. He can always give people a sense of security. All in my plan. This is a multi-story facility located underground, with traces of alteration. Luke walked behind. His supervision could see the secret base. When I just scanned some important places, I was obstructed by the lead wall. A group of 3 people walked along the secret entrance to a solid alloy door. I think Dr. Wayne, you probably have the password, right? Luke looked at Batman. This alloy door had complex iris recognition and encrypted numbers. If he was alone, his eyes melted directly, then directly break into the secret base and push it all the way. But now with the Flash and Batman around him, he doesn't bother to do it himself. It is true. I not only obtained the password through the cyborg, but also borrowed the iris disguise. I saw Thomas Wayne put something similar to a contact lens potion on himself, and then entered the password to perform iris recognition. Click. The pneumatic valve opens. The secret base under the metropolis appeared in front of them. At this late hour, there should be only the minimum quota of personnel still working. If Barry can remove the security cameras in the corridor and let the guards fall asleep by the way, we will be able to pass unimpeded. Luke had done his homework in advance, and it was 3:30 in the middle of the night. Except for the squeezed social animals in this space, they continue to work overtime. And those high-level people have long since disappeared. No problem, wrap it on me. Barry patted his chest, then turned into a red afterimage and disappeared. When he came back again, all the cameras in the corridor outside were disassembled into parts, and the guards were thrown into the corner. Nailed it. In Batman's consciousness, only a moment passed. Wi-Fi Chinese network. The Flash gave him a standard sunny smile as if he had never moved. If you're time and space, superheroes have such weirdly powerful abilities. How did Bruce join in? Thomas Wayne expressed doubts. Could it be said that his son is not an extraordinary person? This is complicated to say. Barry didn't know how to answer for a while, because Batman is indeed the only normal human in the Justice League. Superman is the son of Krypton, Wonder Woman is a demigod, Flash has superb power, Green Lantern has an emotional spectrum, Aquaman is a hybrid of Atlantis. Only Batman, he relies on brain and technology. Your son has the ability to make money, Dr. Wayne, thanks to the family business you have left behind. Luke replied with a smile. Batman uses his actions to tell everyone that there is no enemy that can't be solved by Krypton gold. If there is, it must be that there is not enough Krypton. Bruce Wayne is much more capable of execution than Iron Man's useless targeting plan. With kryptonite and Hellbat armor, he can deal with terrifying enemies like Superman and Darkseid. That's really pleasant. Thinking of Bruce slamming the Wayne family bills and acting as a superhero fighting criminals, Thomas Wayne smiled comfortably on his face. This is the real rich man. A group of 3 people went through the corridor and went deep into the secret base. Any guards encountered along the way, the Flash can solve them quickly. Although Barry can neither kill nor fight, his art of binding is not bad. This is experiment number 2. Batman walked into a huge room, which displayed the things carried in the Krypton spacecraft. Among them is a skeleton that looks like a canine creature, marked with the words experimental subject number 2 inches. In addition, there are some bizarre biological skeletons immersed in formalin, which are probably defective products made with Superman's blood. Probably Superman's pet dog. Luke's eyes flashed, and Superman had a dog named Little Krypton. Although I don't know why Krypton also has a dog like this creature, it fell to Earth with Clark Kent. The most outrageous thing is that because of the yellow sun's radiation, this Kryptonian dog has acquired similar abilities to Superman. Flight, power, speed, and hot sight are all available. If it is used as the standard of combat effectiveness, then without any equipment, Batman probably really can't even beat a dog. Moving further, Luke saw the Krypton spacecraft carrying Superman to Earth. The metal shell was disassembled, and various huge parts were hung on the steel frame. Most of the cutting-edge technology that appeared in this secret base must have come from the military's deciphering of Krypton technology. This is the meteorite. Thomas Wayne glanced faintly. He was deeply impressed by the spacecraft. It fell in the metropolis, killed more than 30,000 people, and instantly made headlines in the news. The official explanation was that the meteorite fell first, and then changed to an explosive attack by a terrorist organization. Yes, it should have fallen on a farm in Kansas, or a collective farm in the Soviet Union. Luke played a red Superman terrier, but the others didn't understand it, and their attention was all on the Krypton spacecraft. After looking at them for a while, they continued to move forward, and finally came to the gate of the huge fortress. A rough estimate is that the gate alone is hundreds of centimeters thick. Even if it is bombed with artillery, it will be difficult to break through. Batman entered the password again and opened the heavy metal door. This is what you call the most powerful creature on the planet. The interior of the fortress is empty, with red radiant light spreading across every corner, as if to simulate a certain ecological environment. In the innermost corner, there was a thin figure curled up. How so? Witnessing this scene, Barry's voice trembled a little. He didn't expect Clark's situation to be so miserable. Looking at his pale skin, he probably has never seen the sun before. Luke walked over and stretched out his hand. Don't be nervous, everything is okay, Kal-El. The other's eyes were full of fear, like a cub locked in a cage. He doesn't have a name, only experiment number 1. This code name. We are you who came to save you. We are your friends. Luke pulled Superman up from the corner, and this guy struggled to get up, looking at the dense pinholes on his arm. Mentalnovel.com. It is estimated that the military takes blood as a white mouse every day, living in a simulated red solar radiation environment. The opponent is no different from ordinary people. Friend? Superman Ribs said the word hesitantly. From small to large, he faced only doctors, scientists and generals. Friend is a very unfamiliar word. Yes, he is your friend, he is your friend's father, and I. Luke smiled, showing an honest and believable smile. It's your big cousin who has been long lost. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record this chapter 398 Red Sun, inside the Fortress reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 397 Illegal Detention, Interstellar War. Cool notes from Superman novels. Find the latest chapters. Big cousin. The brain of Superman Ribs is down, and it seems that he doesn't understand the meaning of the word. He was brought into this secret base by the military since he was a baby. He has never received the education he should, and he has not developed basic thinking skills. In everyday life, there is nothing more than various tests, training, and blood draws. Relatives, friends. These concepts are too unfamiliar to him. It feels so warm. Superman Ribs held the palm of Luke's stretched out hand, and felt the surging stellar energy from it. He hadn't seen the sun at all, with a look of surprise in his eyes. In this man who claimed to be his eldest cousin, Kal-El saw the radiating golden light. He didn't know what it was, he just felt as if he had returned to his mother's arms, full of peace of mind. The panic that was originally mixed up suddenly disappeared like a cloud. Big, watch, brother. Superman Ribs learned Luke's tone and shouted stiffly. There was a smile on the thin, pale, bloodless face. It's like being kind and showing a good response. Poor little cousin, see what these humans have done to you. Luke originally wanted to make a full set of the play, and planned to stage a touching scene where the brothers recognized each other. Just considering that the world of Flashpoint will be repaired sooner or later, the Superman of the main universe time and space may not remember, and regretfully gave up this idea. He pulled the Ribs Superman up and handed it to Barry aside. There was some guilt in Flash's eyes. After all, this twisted and collapsed Flashpoint world was created by him and Inverse Lightning together. Superman has fallen into such a situation, and he is inseparable from him. Don't think too much. As long as you can make up for this mistake, everything is nothing. Luke patted Barry on the shoulder, comforting. By injecting insignificant stellar energy, he made the ribs Superman look much better. At least the opponent can stand firm, so that he doesn't even have the strength to walk. Get out of here quickly. Luke frowned slightly. He didn't like the simulated lighting environment inside the fortress. Although the radiation of the red sun did not make him weak and lose all abilities, it was a little uncomfortable in the end. I didn't expect that. What you said, the most powerful person on the planet, is a guy who seems to be blown down by a gust of wind. Thomas Wayne looked at Superman pork ribs, with a clear look of disappointment on his face. This guy was as thin as a dried sausage, with no muscle at all. He even felt that if he punched it, he would beat the opponent to death. The alarm has sounded. The military has discovered our infiltration. Barry supported Superman, and when he walked out of the fort, he heard a harsh buzzing sound. Then came the sound of rapid and neat footsteps. The gates inside the base were slowly closed, forming an absolutely closed cage. The Flash and Batman's face changed slightly, with a ribbed Superman who had difficulty in moving. They wanted to break through, and it was not easy. It's okay, I'm here. Luke walked ahead, opening the biological force field. The teams of soldiers who arrived, after receiving instructions that they could shoot the invaders, they opened fire without hesitation. DADA, DADADA. Metal bullets bombarded the invisible barrier of the biological force field like a storm. However, this little move could prevent Luke from taking a step back. Hide behind. Don't get too far away from me, Luke said lightly, and then moved forward. The biological force field is like an invisible copper wall and iron wall, blocking the fierce fire outside. Those American soldiers who tried to rush in were directly bounced off and squeezed away. In this way, Luke led everyone behind him into the corridor unobstructed. If you say that this is the most powerful person on the planet, maybe it's worth believing. Thomas Wayne looked at Luke's upright back and thought silently. This man who claimed to be from Krypton came to Earth to find his little cousin. It does not seem to be any different from humans, but in fact it is not the same species at all. Thermal weapons could not cause him the slightest harm. The American soldiers in the base, including the howitzers and rocket launchers, were moved up, and they couldn't break the invisible barrier. If this is put on the battlefield, it is simply the existence of a single army. If he is my enemy, what should I do? Batman habitually thinks about it, and formulates the problem for the plan. All right, Carl, you will see the sun soon. 137 Novel Network. Luke didn't put those conventional weapons in his eyes. Walking through this corridor was the Metropolis sewers. Back along the original route, they can leave the underground, so that the Superman, who has never felt the light in his long life, can see the sun again. Sun. Kal-El's eyes were a little dazed. He has only seen descriptions of it in books on learning to read. Intruder, stop your steps, we can talk. When Luke and the crowd approached the end of the corridor, a tall old man with a pale head stood in front of him. Look at his clothes and epaulets. It should be a certain general of the Pentagon. General Ryan, Batman, and that. The Flash. And this Mr. Anonymous, you broke into the military powerhouse without authorization and tried to take away the military's private property. General Lane, like other bureaucrats in the Pentagon, came up with a big hat. This is a felony. You are fighting against the entire country. Luke stopped, and he glanced at the opponent and the densely packed soldiers behind. Through the walls and pipes, Super Sight saw dozens of destroyers in the Metropolis's harbor. In this way, General Ryan did not have the sincerity to negotiate, he just wanted to delay time. Oh, the US military conducts inhumane living experiments. How should this be counted? Luke sneered. He himself was the young lieutenant general of the Pentagon, and he knew the virtues of the bureaucrats too well. Be the first to be labeled as treason, illegal intrusion and other crimes, and occupy the commanding heights. Then exert psychological pressure, and use the general trend to suppress people. This set is already outdated. This has nothing to do with us. It's all made by the temporary department. General Ryan denied it and threw the scapegoat to the almighty temporary worker. General Ryan, might as well tell you directly, this man considered by the military to be Experiment 1. His name is Kal-El, from Krypton, the greatest scientist on our planet, Jor-El's son. Luke's eyes flickered. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he started talking nonsense seriously. Because of an accident, he was forced to take a spaceship while he was still in his infancy and fell to the earth. You found Carl, detained him illegally, and conducted unethical cruel experiments for 30 years. General Ryan's eyelids twitched fiercely, and suddenly he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after a short pause, Luke continued to use an angry tone and sternly accused, Mr. Jor-El's life is very great. He has done meritorious service for Krypton and shed blood for Krypton, but his son has been abused and imprisoned by the people of the Earth. This is something that no Kryptonian can tolerate. General Ryan, congratulations, the Earth is about to usher in an interstellar war. I have signaled that the warships of Krypton are making a light-speed leap. It won't be long before the artillery fire that destroys everything will cover every corner of the Earth and burn everything created by human civilization to ashes. Luke's stern condemnation, like a cannonball falling in the crowd, caused an uproar and discussion. The headed General Ryan reluctantly kept his composure and restrained his panic. He is the supreme leader of the Superman project, and he naturally knows how terrifying the Kryptonians are, not to mention their individual strength. Just the level of technological advancement demonstrated by that spaceship can throw the Earth out dozens of streets. If there is really a war, it will be unthinkable. This may be a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, General Ryan's attitude softened. He can't afford to take the initiative to provoke an interstellar war. If what the other party said is all true, then he and the Pentagon will definitely be firmly nailed to the pillar of shame in human history. If the Earth still existed at that time, misunderstanding, then the destroyer that you stopped outside, ready to fire, is also a misunderstanding. Luke snapped. I immediately let them retreat. General Ryan touched the sweat oozing from his forehead. He had been brought into the rhythm and lost the ability to think. So, what are you doing in front of you? Don't you plan to let me go? Luke held his head up and asked again. Or, do you want to kill someone? General Ryan shook his head again and ordered the soldiers behind him to make way. Batman and Flash. Novel.com. They are both good people with noble morals and kindness, and they are also friends of Krypton. Leading everyone through the military team, Luke looked directly at General Ryan and said lightly, Kryptonian warships will arrive on Earth in a week. It depends on your performance whether there will be peace or war. Although General Ryan still had doubts in his heart, he dared not express it. Since even aliens can exist, it is not uncommon to have an alien civilization. Besides, the Kryptonians are not the only visitors who have visited the Earth. Long ago, the military had discovered another alien. His name is Abinsu and he claims to be a member of the Green Lantern Corps. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 399 Illegal Detention, Interstellar War, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 398 Green Lantern Corps. Sinister cool notes from Superman novels. Find the latest chapters. You can kill them all just now. After stepping out of the Metropolis secret base, a group of people walked along the sewer to the ground. Batman looked at Luke, who was holding the ribs, and Superman basking in the sun. With his observation power and his own psychological knowledge, it's easy to judge what Kryptonian battleships, space wars, they are all lies. I'm afraid General Ryan didn't fully believe it either. He just found a step down due to the pressure given by Luke. Politicians, bureaucrats, what are their virtues? Once Gotham's biggest capitalist, Thomas Wayne knew nothing better. Yes, I just need to take a gentle breath, and those who stand in front of me will turn into ice scum. Luke raised the corner of his mouth and replied lightly. Or, with a little thought, the pressure of the atmosphere can squeeze their heads. Barry, who was supporting Superman with ribs, felt a little unnatural on his face when Luke said so cruelly. Compared with Clark, who is very talkative, this Kryptonian cousin's temper seems to be much more violent. But who made me a good person who loves peace? Luke grinned, his eyes sincere. He didn't need to create a tyrannical image for the Flash by creating a meaningless killing. Everything in the Flashpoint world will be corrected afterwards. When returning to the time and space of the main universe, other people will not remember this disaster. But Barry is different. He is the initiator of Flashpoint and the last saver. Everything that happens will be deeply imprinted in the brain. As the conscience of the Justice League, expecting the Flash to identify with an indiscriminate murderer is basically a fantasy. Therefore, Luke maintained a great degree of restraint and allowed himself to act as a positive person as much as possible. The personality of Krypton's cousin must continue to be maintained. This is much more upright than the identity of the stowaways. Good guy. Batman silently stopped talking. He can tell that this is not what the other party is saying. If it were normal, Thomas Wayne would definitely regard this Kryptonian as the most dangerous bomb in the world, because the opponent is extremely powerful, and what they do is worthy of vigilance. But now the situation is different, and the collapsed and distorted Flashpoint world needs to be corrected. No matter what kind of person Luke is, it has nothing to do with him. Keep these problems and leave them to Bruce to solve them. Grandpa Bat thought so. Big cousin, of course he is a good person. Luke's confession was affirmed by Barry and Superman, especially the latter. In his opinion, this big cousin who has been separated for many years and reunited is completely his lifesaver. The sun is wonderful. The sense of weakness in Superman's ribs is being wiped out. The strands of radiant light penetrate through the surface like water droplets, and then are absorbed cleanly by every cell. The pale skin gradually showed bleeding colors at a speed visible to the naked eye. Probably the strength when I first became Superman. Luke used his supervision to scan Kal-El's thin body. The speed at which this guy absorbs sunlight and reacts with the cells in his body is much faster than he was at that time. As the only natural person before the destruction of Krypton, the potential of Kal-El himself is hard to estimate. Even if he was kept inside the fort and living in the red sun, he still showed strong adaptability and learning speed. Unfortunately, there are still flaws. Luke realized that after fusing several Superman templates, the red sun rays, kryptonite, magic and other attacks had little effect on him. I was directly exposed to the light environment of the red sun just now, and I didn't feel any discomfort. At most, I felt a little uncomfortable psychologically. How could the big cousin lose to the little cousin? Luke smiled with satisfaction. The biological force field enveloped everyone, slowly ascending into the sky. On the destroyer not far away, General Lane witnessed this scene with a strange look in his eyes. How is the situation of Experiment 3? He dialed the satellite encrypted phone and asked with a heavy face. There is a Kryptonian who has grown up on this planet, and I need number 3. Looking at the figures disappearing behind the clouds, General Ryan expressed great concern. Why don't you take Clark back to Gotham, but to Midtown? Half an hour later, Luke and others appeared in the Flash's apartment. Barry changed into his red uniform and moved around in the kitchen with swift power, preparing a simple lunch with plenty of stuff. After each run, the speed person needs to replenish a lot of nutrients and energy. From the Wayne mansion in Gotham, to the metropolis, and then back to Midtown, I was already hungry in such a big circle. At this time, Barry felt that he could eat an elephant. The weather in Gotham can let him get in the sun. Luke leaned on the sofa and asked rhetorically, Dream Chinese. Superman Ribs has been arranged to rest in the guest bedroom of the apartment, and the poor little cousin has gone to sleep with a happy and contented face, basking in the sun. Well, what you said makes sense. Barry was speechless, chewing on an energy bar to satisfy his hunger. The weather in Gotham seems to be shrouded in rainy weather all year round. It is rare to have sunny days. By the way, Barry, Do you know about Hal Jordan? Luke turned on the TV casually and chatted while watching the news. Hal. He is now a test pilot for Ferris Airlines. He has not married Carol, nor has he received the green light ring. Barry quickly made a dozen sandwiches, and then swept them away. The life of good friends has also changed. Hal is still an adventurous and bold pilot, not a space police Green Lantern. Abinsu didn't reach the Earth. Luke was a little surprised, and asked softly. I searched for related news and found some unexpected clues. Barry's information about his good friend Hal Jordan is quite convincing. I heard Hal talk about his becoming the Green Lantern. Abinsu is the greatest Green Lantern in the Legion, but he encountered an accident while performing the mission, and the spacecraft crashed to Seaside City. When he was seriously injured and dying, Abinsu chose to hand over the ring to Hal, or the green light representing the power of will, and took the initiative to find Hal. In this way, he became a Green Lantern. Barry babbled, then the conversation turned and frowned, but in the world of Flashpoint, Abinsu is not dead. He was rescued by a cyborg, and he reached cooperation with the government to act as a diplomatic ambassador. I read the old newspaper, and there are pictures of him and the president. Luke's eyes flickered. No wonder he felt that General Ryan was a little too calm towards aliens and the existence of alien civilizations. It turned out to be Abinsu. What about now? Krypton's cousin squinted his eyes. He was very interested in the emotional spectrum. If you wait until the chapter of the lamp group is opened, which lamp ring will you be selected? Anger? Will? Greedy? Fear? I don't know. Abinsu has disappeared for a long time. Some people say that he has left the Earth long ago. Barry shrugged. Not clear. Luke didn't press on. He thought of Hal Jordan and the Green Lantern Corps only on a whim. A hotel in Europe. Inverse Lightning folded his hands on his chest and looked down at the city under his feet. It's a nostalgic world. He commented so. The trajectory of the superhero's destiny was changed, and the supercriminal was transformed into a star figure loved by all. The most interesting thing is that there is no Flash in this time and space. Only Barry Allen. It's so happy. From the perspective of Inverse Lightning, this is something worth celebrating. His feelings for the Flash are very complicated. Worship, jealousy, and disgust are mixed together, turning into a twisted hostile relationship. The superhero wants to save his mother. Hey, Reverse Lightning knows exactly how all this is caused. The murder of his mother was a void in Barry's heart that could never be filled. As a result, the Flash, who was stuck in the past, couldn't help himself. One day, he broke through the barrier of time and opened up the wormhole between the past and the future. It's like a calm lake. Cast a stone, it will ripple along the center. Start with the family and friends around Barry, and then expand to the Justice League and even the whole world. Everything is changing, all changing. Reverse Lightning can even be seen, and the aftermath caused by this is still radiating outward. The multiverse is at stake. But what does it matter to me? He laughed loudly. As a speed person, the stronghold of Reverse Lightning is in the future, located in the upper reaches of the long river of time and space. The huge crisis of the multiverse has minimal impact on him. I can't waiting to appreciate Barry's expression knowing that he has ruined the world. Inverse Lightning thought maliciously. Albert Swan. Suddenly www.mentalnovel.com. There was a voice that broke the imagination of Reverse Lightning. He almost immediately entered a state of superb power. What came into sight was a strange guy with dark red skin in a green uniform. Who are you? Killing intent appeared in his mind. And before the world went to destruction, he had to hide himself so that no one would find out. My name is Tal Sinister, and I am a soldier in the Green Lantern Corps. The strange guy who appeared in the hotel room silently reported himself. I'm here for the Flash. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record this chapter 400 Green Lantern Corps. Sinister reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 399 The Spirit of Existence. The Light of Will. Cool notes from Superman novels. Find the latest chapters. Tal Sinister, he is an excellent green light fighter, at least for now. This man with red skin like a volcanic rock came from Kluger planet in Sector 1417 of the universe. He was once a close friend with the fallen Abinsu. If there is no Flashpoint event, the pilot Hal Jordan of the seaside city will get the green light ring of Abinsu, and then join the ranks of the Space Police Green Light Army. At the same time, Sinister will become the leader of the opponent. As we all know, superheroes always need one or more enemies. Sinister's complicated relationship with Hal Jordan is like Batman and the Joker, Superman and Lex Luthor. They are always entangled together, keeping a delicate distance. The two were former teachers and students, as well as teammates fighting side by side, and even enemies facing each other with swords. The suspicion of the Guardian of the Universe. The pursuit of absolute power. Not surprisingly, Sinister betrayed the Light Group and moved towards the opposite camp. After that, he was expelled and exiled to the antimatter universe. Then get the yellow light ring that represents the power of fear, and build your own legion. Of course, the above things haven't happened yet. Even Sinister himself would not have thought that one day he would become the worst enemy of the Green Lantern Corps. At this time, he was still a green light soldier thinking about saving the universe and redeeming his regrets. I'm here for the Flash. The power of will shines over the hotel room, and Sinister explains his intentions. He was inspired by a prophecy and needed the power of the Flash to help him achieve his goal. Flash. This kind of opening remarks aroused the interest of Inverse Lightning. He continued to maintain his superb power, so that he could use a high-speed vibrating hand knife to solve the alien at any time. While pretending to be hesitant, he asked curiously, "What you said is Barry Allen the culprit who caused all this?" Sinister said affirmatively. "I learned about the occurrence of Flashpoint through the reminder of the Guardian of the Universe. There is a person from the Earth who changed history and affected the future. Not only this world, but the entire universe is being covered. For me, this is a disaster and an opportunity." Reverse Lightning's eyelids twitched, and the alien seemed to know a lot. He thought that he was the only one who could see through the nature of this world and know the answer. But now it seems that is not the case. "Albert Swan, you are the future man of the 25th century and the enemy of the Flash." Sinister clearly came prepared, and had long understood the causes and consequences of the Flashpoint incident. "I think you can help in dealing with the Flash." Lightning's heart was even more surprised, and then he smiled. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Even the light troops are mixed in. Against the Flash, what does this alien want to do? "First of all, why should I help you, Mr. Sinister?" Lightning put his hands on his chest and asked with a sneer. "He is not a selfless dedication superhero. How can he do good things without any profit-driven good people? The reason why you came to Flashpoint time and space, isn't it just to get rid of the enemy of the Flash?" Sinister was full of confidence, and he walked in front of Lightning, seemingly not worried that the other party would suddenly kill him. "I can help, Mr. Swan." Inverse Lightning threw a scornful look, even disdainful to say more. "Does he need someone else's help to deal with the Flash?" "Everything is under control." Barry Allen, who has lost his speed, has no ability to resist in front of him. The reason why I didn't do it was just wanting to appreciate the other party's regretful expression when he learned the truth. "You should update your news channel, Mr. Swan." Sinister seemed to have guessed the reaction of the Reverse Lightning, and he stretched out the green light ring in his right hand. The power of will transforms the light and outlines a tall figure. "This person, I don't know his identity for the time being. I can only judge that he is the same as the Superman of the Justice League and is a survivor of Krypton. In addition, Thomas Wayne, the Batman of Flashpoint World, and Kal-El, who was imprisoned by the military. They all gathered around the Flash. Mr. Swan, tell me, how do you fight a Batman and Superman?" The emerald light is like a holographic projection, projecting the teammates the Flash has found in front of Inverse Lightning. Reverse Lightning, who was still full of confidence just now, instantly became silent. Fiction. How is this going? How come two supermen come out? This is obviously not the case with a well-developed script. How? Do you want to cooperate now? Sinister asked again. What's the purpose, Mr. Sinister? Why did you do it? On Barry Allen, isn't the Green Lantern Corps calling itself the Cosmic Police? Inverse Lightning was puzzled. Although he had never dealt with the Green Lantern, he had also heard of the name of the Green Lantern Corps and the Guardian of the Universe. No matter how you look at it, these people should belong to the same camp as the superheroes. For a better world, a better future. Sinister smiled. For a better world, a better future. Abinsu, join me. A long time ago, Sinister said so when he faced his former best friend. Atashitis, the guy who can predict with blood. He told a story. This timeline shouldn't exist. It was rewritten and twisted by a guy named Flash. If everything is true, then I can let the Flash change the world according to our ideas, and I can fix it all. Sinister spoke out his overall plan in front of Abinsu. He learned about the occurrence of Flashpoint and the existence of Flash from Atashitas' mouth. So what are you going to do? Abinsu's face was cold. He was a green light warrior with awe of life, and he didn't even listen to Sinister's fantasies. Grab the Flash, get his power, and reshape the world and the universe, Sinister said excitedly. What's the price to pay? You won't come to me for no reason, let alone be so frank, and say that disgustingly mean thought. Abinsu, he asked. This is where I want to say sorry to you. Atashitas told me, as long as you are alive, I will fail. Sinister's eyelids were drooping, and he didn't seem to want to look at his friends and endure harsh eyes. I don't want to do this. But as long as the Flash's power belongs to me, then this will never happen. I will bring you back and Arlene. Arlene Sue is his wife and the sister of Abinsu. Apart from friends, they are relatives. Shut up. She will be ashamed of you, Sinister. Abinsu didn't want to listen anymore. The green light ring burst into bright light, creating a heavy warhammer. I can't let you use hurting the innocent as the price to satisfy your own desires and crazy thoughts. Sinister seemed to have expected it, sighed, shook his head and said, that's a pity. Then, the green light ring he wore, also gushing out will energy, turning into two double swords. Each of the two skillfully manipulated the lamp ring, showing various combat weapons. However, the greatest Green Lantern Abinsu is not Sinister's opponent. After fiercely entangled for dozens of rounds, his right hand was cut off, and the lamp ring he was wearing lost its light. You have violated the will of the Guardians of the Universe. They asked you to come to the Earth to find the spirit of white light, but you want to save the Earth and make it better. Sinister kicked Abinsu's chest and knocked him to the ground, and then said in a victorious tone, the Guardian of the Universe has cut off the connection between your lamp ring and the central energy battery. This is you, the reason for losing to me, right? Abin, I will let you see with your own eyes how I reshape the order of the universe and rewrite the ending of this collapse. The defeated Abin Suleng smiled coldly and exhausted the last bit of strength in his body to drive the dim light ring. The emerald green light swayed like water, preventing Sinister from seizing the ring. The green light ring representing the Guardian of Sector 2814 suddenly drew a trajectory, and quickly flew high into the sky, submerged in the clouds. I won't let you succeed, Sinister. That ring will find a suitable heir, and he will stop your illusions. After Abinsu finished all this, he fell to the ground as if taking time out. What greeted him was a deadly energy ray. Bang! A green light flashed through www.mentalnovel.com like a bullet through the glass of the apartment and fell in front of Luke. Can I be fancied by the power of will in the emotional spectrum? He sat on the sofa with a suspicious expression on his face. This ring chooses the Flash, or Batman, or Kal-El who sleeps in the guest room, which seems to be more credible than choosing himself. Is there something wrong? Luke looked at the ring with a hint of surprise in his eyes. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 401 Spirit of Existence, Light of Will. and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 400 The task of saving the world is up to you. Cool notes from Superman novels. Find the latest chapters. In the universe, there is a conceptual energy called the emotional spectrum. It is divided into the visible spectrum and the invisible spectrum, which are formed by the emotions, excitation and convergence of all life bodies in the multiverse. According to the current statement, the first to discover this conceptual energy was the ancient Martus. Then they studied it. It is found that the further away from the emotional spectrum, the greater its impact on users. It can be understood that the more extreme emotions, the more it will erode the host. Moreover, the Martus people also discovered that in the vast and mysterious emotional spectrum, each color has an energy entity related to it, that is, the existence of a lamp beast. By knowing a lot of mysteries about the emotional spectrum, the Martus people consider themselves to be the oldest and most intelligent beings, and they call themselves guardians of the universe. In order to practice power and duty, this group of guardians of the universe chose the most suitable green light of will to create a huge light group that maintains order. They call the planet Wa, where they are the center of the universe, with it as the center of the circle. A total of 3,600 sectors are divided. The Earth is in the range of Sector 2814, which is the prefecture of Abinsu. This ring, it didn't resist me. As Luke recalled the information in his brain, he fixed his gaze on the green ring that had penetrated the glass window and landed on the tabletop. Although the power of will does not distinguish between good and evil, it only values pure courage. But no matter how he thinks about it, he is not suitable for acting as a cosmic policeman. Is it Abinsu's ring? Thinking of what Barry said earlier, that Abinsu was the first alien to come to Earth and make an appearance publicly, Luke had questions in his heart. The opponent has disappeared for so long, and if something happens unexpectedly, this green light ring should also be recalled to, looking for the next host. Or, according to the original fate trajectory, just pick Hal Jordan and make him a great Green Lantern. Could it be that the kindness and justice in my heart have finally been discovered? Luke laughed at himself. He reached out and touched the lamp ring. A burst of bright green light like water waves immediately covered his body surface, forming an energy field. Immediately after, Luke felt his own spirit, as if he had an invisible connection with the lamp ring. The power of emotion that represents the will is transformed into substance and formed. Almost subconsciously, there was a loud voice in his mind, which made people follow the Tao unconsciously. The day is bright, and the night is vast. There is nothing to hide. Evil gangsters, fear of my divine light. Green light ... Oh, it's out of power. Before the green light oath was finished, the glowing lights dimmed, like a computer unplugged. Luke was taken aback for a moment. He had thought about the addiction of a superhero, the big cousin of Krypton plus Green Lantern, fully qualified to become the 8th member of the Justice League. Who knows that the lantern ring is so weak? The energy is exhausted. Well, according to the time when Abinsu disappeared, this ring can last until now, and the battery life is ridiculous enough. He shook his head. The lamp ring is usually equipped with a lamp stove, which is a complete set of equipment. It's like the relationship between a mobile phone and a power bank. The headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps. There is also a central energy battery on the planet too, which is connected to the lamp rings of all members. Similar to the existence of data lines. When going out to perform tasks, the Green Lantern needs to carry the lamp stove and charge it in time to ensure combat capability. Back to our planet, the central energy battery is the biggest guarantee. So, where does Abinsu put the lamp stove? After wearing the ring for a short time, Luke probably understood why the ring would find himself. Before the accident happened, Abinsu stored an instruction for the lamp ring and preset the conditions for the successor. That is, find the most powerful person on this planet. The lantern ring has its own function of scanning all life on the planet. According to this order, it found Luke. As for why Superman Ribs was not selected, it was probably because he was locked in a secret military base. As the #1 experimental subject, Kal-El, who had only fear in his heart, had no will to speak of. Powerful? Luke felt even more puzzled. Why did Abinsu add this? According to the criteria for selecting members of the Green Lantern Corps, it only needs to have qualified willpower and can overcome fear, and its own strength is not a measure. Could it be that he foresaw a flashpoint, or a bigger crisis? Single. Luke took off the light ring, his eyes flickered slightly, and he dialed Barry's phone. The cosmic treadmill is about to be manufactured. The Flash must hurry up and get along with his mother, who was murdered in the main universe. Hey, Barry, do me a favor. Luke skillfully called the Flash, and said with a smile, please use the toilet time and go to the metropolis. I'm looking for a green lamp stove. After explaining the situation in detail, he hung up the phone. The most likely place where the lamp is located is probably the cyborg's laboratory. Abinsu crashed, and after an emergency landing on the Earth, he rescued the opponent. The spaceship and the contents should all be in the hands of the cyborg. Boom boom boom. After a while, even the advertising time on TV did not pass, and there was a knock on the door. Sir, the package you ordered has arrived. Barry rested his elbow on the door frame with a relaxed look. What use do you want? Hal's stove. Luke smiled and said softly, Abinsus lantern ring found me while you were having dinner with your mother. When the Flash heard the words, a series of question marks immediately appeared on his head. What's the situation? Although Hal Jordan is not the only Green Lantern on Earth, there are later Guy Gardner, John Stewart, Kyle Rayner and others. But no matter what you think, it is impossible for Abinsu to skip the Green Lantern of the main universe, Hal Jordan, and choose Luke instead. Superman plus Green Lantern, what combination is this? That's the truth. I almost finished reciting the green light oath just now, but the energy of the lamp ran out, so I asked you to find the lamp and send it to me. Luke shrugged. He has no interest in becoming the Green Lantern. What if the negative buff of teaming and extinguishing is triggered? As we all know, the Green Lantern is single-handed and invincible. Once a team is formed, more than 5 people will be destroyed by the team. This is like Marvel's new star army next door. You can always defeat all kinds of powerful enemies when you are alone. But as long as they are in groups, their combat power is directly weakened by both herds. What really interests Luke is the emotional spectrum. This is one of the most powerful conceptual energies in the multiverse, in addition to the 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, cyan, and purple, plus the white and black that appeared later. Beyond the wall of origin, there is an invisible spectrum. It can be seen that the existence of the emotional spectrum is extremely ancient. The room for ascent is extremely high. It is the common energy of the multiverse, and it is a ladder that pushes itself to a higher level. No one will refuse to become stronger, and Luke is no exception. Therefore, he is willing to take some time to carefully study the lamp ring and emotional energy. It's incredible. You replaced Hal as the Green Lantern. Barry scratched his head. He didn't think Luke was not qualified, but simply felt that it was a bit of a violation. After all, the big cousin of Krypton can beat most people on this planet with only his fists. To him, the lantern ring is more like a dispensable ornament. Abinsu left me a piece of information. Let me see it first. Luke probably understands Barry's thoughts. In fact, he also thinks so. The lantern ring does not improve himself much. Moreover, he doesn't like green either. Putting on the green light ring again, Luke reached out and pressed it towards the silent furnace. The quaint lamp furnace that had been in the dust for a long time suddenly burst into a burst of strong light. The only remaining energy poured into the lamp ring, activating the message left by Abinsu. I don't know who you are or what your name is, but I believe in the choice of the lamp ring. You should be the most courageous and powerful creature on this planet. The next thing I want to say is very important. Metalnovel.com. There is a green light soldier named Tal Sinister who came to Earth. His purpose is to capture all the power of the Flash, An earthling named Barry Allen seen is so delusional to shape a beautiful world in his mind by rewriting time. No matter who you are and what your name is, I implore you to put on this ring, stand up and stop his crazy behavior. The task of saving the world and protecting the Earth is left to you. Luke looked speechless and looked at Barry, who was also surprised. This is The Flash Defends the Big Battle. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on the favorites below to record this time chapter 402 Mission to Save the World. I will leave it to you reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Superman, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support!